All right, lads. I'll give you Blackbeard's honest opinion. You ask me, can this new captain promise you a life of prizes, plunder, and adventure? Aye. For amongst all the gentlemen of fortune sailing these West Indies, he ranks amongst the most clever. There was a time when I thought myself the deadliest scourge of these seas. But this man is a fearsome dog that feeds off trouble and turmoil. I seen him clear the deck of a Spanish galleon like it were nothing. Fighting like a devil, dressed as a man. And he's a canny one. Knows his way round every crag and crevice of these islands. So if it's fortune and adventure you seek, then Captain Edward Kenway's your man. Only, don't meddle in his private affairs. For there's more mystery to that man than even I dare ask.
Hello and welcome to Assassin's Creed Black Flag. Going to be completing the story Sea Shanties and Legendary Ships playthrough today. I've got all the Sea Shanties collected, I've defeated all the Legendary Ships, so all I have left to do for the playthrough is finish the main story, so that's what we'll be doing for the whole stream.
Pull down and clew up! Pull hearty, lads! Furl those men!
Hey there, Oliver. Shiver me timber. It's Captain Rod. Aye. Welcome aboard. How's it going, Oliver?
Greetings.
Welcome.
My service. Lighted upon a bargain, I'll warrant.
I've modeled 39.
What then will you require?
Oliver, it's a beautiful sunny morning for your country's Independence Day. Oh, that worked out well then. That's good that the timing is like that. I hope that you enjoy the day. I hope it's a good celebration as well. Hope it goes well. You're just getting your brekkie in as per usual. Very nice. That's cool. Oh, that's good. Sounds like you're off to a good start for the day. Okay, so I've upgraded the ship as much as I need to for this playthrough. / want to. Alright.
May fair winds favour you, sir.
Oh, my start to the day was really good. It's been sunny here as well. A little bit hot. I can't wait for it to cool down. But had a good day. Thinking about my upcoming schedule for the games and all that kind of stuff, and trying to figure out what game I want to replace Rise of the Tomb Raider with. Because now that I pushed in yesterday's stream to get a lot of resources and upgrades, what I have left to upgrade is now very, very small in comparison. But there's still like collectibles to get for the 100% and all that kind of stuff. So it'll probably still take me 2 streams to do all the content that I have left. Could barely get out of bed. Oh no. Yeah, got no troubles there. Fast travel back to the ship because I'm just lazy. Don't want to have Edward run all the way there. Alright, so where's the next main story mission? Over this way. Hey there, Narbro. How's things going? Goodbye, Benny. Yeah, the character from
Get the mainsails
the
into the
Mummy.
wind. Unfurl aloft.
I'm gonna get close to the mission start and then do a recap for what.
Billy Riley was a dancing man.
I'm not in the mood for Sea Shanties. To see what part of the story we're up to, and I'm pretty close. Alright. Oliver Rod is like, what is a bed? What is sleep? What is this thing? What is this concept? So in the last sequence 5, Mistaken Motives, in which the notorious pirates Charles Vane and Calico Jack Rackham appeared in Nassau, bringing word of a large shipment of gold to a nearby Spanish fort, within which the Templar Laureano Torres was busy counting and gathering money to offer as a reward to the slaver Lawrence Prins for his delivery of the sage to the Templars, a scheme our hero Edward Kenway discovered and adopted as his own, thus taking this Templar as a prisoner. Edward set about liberating the sage for himself, using Torres and his gold as bait. Yet complications arose when the assassin James Kidd arrived to murder both Prins and Torres, confounding Edward's own plans. After heated discussion, Edward agreed to help Kidd kill Prins in exchange for finding the sage somewhere upon the slaver's property. It was here, too, that James revealed himself to be a woman, Mary Reed, and in consequence of their confounded scheme, Lawrence Prins was killed, but the sage escaped yet again, much to Edward's dismay.
Stay back, Smolin. Ease up.
What the hell's happened here? Were you attacked?
Other way round. It were Blackbeard who struck first. Opened fire on a British man-o'-war, the pillock.
What in God's name for?
Still searching for medicines, but he's gone barmy if you ask me.
I'll bring him home.
Leave him, man. He's heaped this trouble on himself.
Clews down. Catch some wind. As much sail as you can. Loose tops and royals. Captain, there's a wreck yonder. Looks recent.
I see it. Let's hope Thatch hasn't come to the same end.
Another bit of wreckage, Captain. This is looking grim.
Aye. Keep your eyes peeled.
Cast away! I think he's alive, sir!
Blast. This is getting well out of hand.
A dozen crates of medicine should not be so hard to come by.
That ain't my meaning. It's Thatch and Hornigold and this pointless feud of theirs. Can't you feel it?
I do, aye. But both men have their hearts in a good place. Both want the best for the people of Nassau.
But is that the best course for us? Saving a city that ain't worth much? We're not men made to govern. We take and spend and live heartily wherever we go.
What solution would you propose?
The answer's in wealth and power, not politics. If we found the observatory, we'd see enough money to buy the whole of England. Or it might be we'd lord over these kings and emperors like they was peasants themselves.
A lot of large talk, Captain. But is it your crew you sail for, or yourself?
I mean the best for these men, Ade, I do. But this don't sit right. I feel like I'm running errands, not living my life.
Now, bro, break the wind. And block your nose.
Starboard! Looks like booty!
Trim the yards off the wind! Unfurl mains, let's move!
All sail! Crowd it on!
Shorten sail! Get off the squall!
Bring them up tight! Tops it!
Fall all!
Royal Bloody Navy! They're all alone!
Fire!
He's vulnerable there, Captain!
Fire!
Ready to fight!
Loose and trim too! Douse all but main!
They're all very close, sir!
Get the mains free!
Fire! Captain, well placed! Hold down!
Gallants and royals!
Ade, see that?
It's her, Captain, the Queen Anne's revenge. And she's in a bad way.
There's no time for a vote. Thatch is outnumbered.
The crew will understand. Beat the quarters, lads! We're sailing into hell!
Douse all sail!
Muzzle that duck, my trumps!
Thatch is overwhelmed. I'm going ashore.
I'll keep the jackdaw circling.
You stirred up a nest of trouble, Thatch.
In service of a noble cause!
Medicines, I hope you mean.
Aye, the galleon nearby. And if we crack these lobsters quick, we might catch up to her. With all your book learning, prepare you for a scuffle of this sort, Mr. Bonnet. For certain, there's more to be learned by doing than reading. Remember that.
Oh, God! Some aid here! Edward, please!
Hang in there, Bonnet. Keep your arms up and your back to the sea.
You don't do nothing subtle, do you, Thatch?
Legends ain't born from mildness.
Gentlemen,
Our galleon has reappeared!
Heads up!
Back to my ship, quick as you please. She'll not slip away now.
Oh, this is too much!
I'll see you back to your jackdaw when the smoke is clear. But for now, I need a helmsman.
Call it out!
Bear down on our Kenway!
Captain, lance the man there, she's Scorrel! Look, Captain! That's where the most tender! She's weak, is right there, Captain!
Blast! And the galleon's all but sunk!
I'm seeing the devil you promised, Thatch.
I'd have shown them my angel if they'd taken quarter! But there's no going back now! So round that bastard! With all the wind you've got!
Yeah, Oliver. Fire!
She's cracked, lads! Send them to hell! Find the captain and end this. Nation, seize my soul if I give you quarter!
Oh, then.
Send them to hell! I'm not a man accustomed to murder, Captain. And if you'd taken quarter, you'd not be seeping now.
Sack a muzzle, gobshite. You'll be hanged and sun-dried just as them there were in Boston.
The King's called for a pardon.
Captain, we've searched the hold. It's a middling take, but the medicine we found bears a Charlestown stamp.
Thank you, Mr. Hans.
We cannot resupply Nassau out here by force and accident alone. We should go to Charlestown for the lot.
Hello? Are we victorious? I fear I am not built for the fatigue and care required to live as a man of fortune.
Meet me in Charlestown. 1 month from today.
Alright, Blackbeard. So thanks for watching, everyone. I'm going to come back in a month's time to continue the story, to make it match the fact that Blackbeard just told Edward to meet him in a month's time. So, see you in a month's time for another stream of Assassin's Creed Black Flag. Just kidding. I've already done that playthrough. Hey, Apostle. See you in a month from today. Yeah. Yeah, that was a playthrough and a half. Every time a character told Edward to meet in a certain amount of time, I actually took that amount of time in real life between progressing the story. But there was one exception where I actually counted the 4-month period before the memory where Edward escapes from the prison. So I actually waited 4 months of real time before continuing that part of the story as well. That was the exception I made, because I felt like It was something that still fit the playthrough parameter. And it was doable without making the playthrough too overly long by also including month to month, and you know what I mean. So, like, I didn't want to have time pass for everything, because sometimes there's like years worth of time that passes between events. So I'm not going to wait, you know. I'm not going to do a playthrough and then, you know, be like, well, Edward took this many years to get to this point, so I need to not do this playthrough until then. Apostle, you would cheat and just change the time. Yeah, I definitely didn't cheat when I did it. I actually waited the amount of time. I mapped it out. I worked out how many days and what day I'd have to do the stream on to continue the story and everything. So that playthrough's all finished.
I spied 3 ships from Spain, I fired on them amain, and most of them I slain.
Hey, old Bonnet! Flying your own flag at last.
Yes. Yes, Blackbeard cut me loose, sadly. Time to have a go at this myself.
Well, that's grand.
Yes, it's for the best, I think. I should have some wild stories when next we meet. Edward! Your constant friendship has been my most treasured find on these seas. Well above gold and silver and rum, I prize the courage you have inspired in me this year. Thank you, sir. A fair good morrow to you.
Are you not loved, no? Are you not wanted by your wives and families and countrymen? How else to explain your government's complete disinterest in your well-being? Hostages for medicines! These were my only terms. And yet, 6 days of pure fucking silence. So I must conclude that you men are the pariahs of Charlestown, and I would profit better by using your organs for chum and your bones for char. By Christ! This is my predicament. Kill you, or to press you into my service. It's a decision I'll make hardly, but not with remorse. Ahoy, Edward.
What the hell are you doing, man? All of Charleston can see this mess.
It's the idea. Out of range, but well in sight.
So where's the medicine?
We sent a party ashore to partner with the governor. That were a week ago. No noise since.
I'll handle it. Give me a day.
Hey there, Schiller. Welcome on in, dude. It's going well, thanks. Having a good day. The plan is to finish this game today. I just have main story left. How's things with you today? Don't go Bonnet. Edward can protect you. Exactly, Schiller. Yeah, that's the last time we see that Steve Bonnet is alive. It's a shame that you can actually miss or make the dialogue actually not happen, where you actually find out that Steed dies later on in the game, in the prison, when you're escaping it. Apostle Paul Bonnet, cut from Blackbeard's gang. That's true. Yet, I imagine in some ways Blackbeard felt that Steed needed to, be elsewhere. Probably felt that the life of a pirate wasn't really for him. But Steed goes on, of course, to still, do pirating stuff. Olivia's like, hey, Beardy, chill out. Come on.
Are you not lost? No!
Sheila, you're good. You just woke up. You stay in bed a bit longer and watch. Oh, that's fair enough, dude. Glad to hear that you're going good.
How else to explain your government's complete
disinterest?
There's movement up ahead. Is it soldiers?
Aye, and in something of a hurry. I propose we follow, else they spring something we ain't ready for.
What you thinking?
Blackbeard's been at this 8 days already. So it's a good bet someone out there has prepared the medicines, just in case.
Ah, but they're stalling. Thinking up ways to avoid paying it out.
Aye, so let's find where they've gathered, and hope for the best. Haul down, reef the mains. Put on some sail.
Careful, Captain. We're drifting close to a watchtower.
Jackdaw's got no business sailing such shallow waters.
It'd be a bloody miracle if we ain't spotted.
Douse them all. Loose the mains.
There's another watchtower.
What's the captain thinking? This fog shit's will have nowhere to turn.
Keep her at half sail, Captain. Speed'll do us no favors here. Careful with the banks.
Furl all sails. Put on some sail.
We cannot pass them undetected, Captain. And there is no other way.
There's always another way.
All stop!
Let's get moving. Trim to, catch the wind.
I see them. Over there. Let us hope the river remains this wide.
This ship's built for the open ocean, not stuck in bayous.
If we run aground here, we may never get out.
Douse them all.
Be sure they don't spy us trailing them.
Haul down. Reef the mains. Loose the mains.
Steady as she goes, Captain.
Clew up, shorten sail. Let's get moving. More sail, all we've got.
They're getting away, Captain.
Then I'll have to go on without her. I'll be back. With the medicines.
Aye, sir.
Two sticks short of a mast. Your turn at yours. Devil is. I don't lost time. Aye. And wagered your next turn on a 4-hand of cards, as I recall. Blah. I want you. Come on, then. If he or the reptiles don't finish us, it will be these damnable insects.
Aye. The mosquitoes will suck every last ounce of vitality from us. You think it's true what they say about Blackbeard? That fire strikes out from his head, as if from some volcano?
If he's not the devil himself, then surely he's made some pact with hell. Only be thankful his ship remains anchored and hasn't torn apart into the art of Charlestown.
Bloody pirates. Someone ought to do something.
They'll be hunted down eventually. Every last one of them.
Who's that there?
Two old gators come for their supper.
Ida, me old mucker. Warm tonight, isn't it?
We'll talk about our weather another time, mate. Bit of a hurry. Not worth the effort. This blockade best end soon. Going land crazy, and this dirty puddle won't do.
One would suppose all this was for gold, or rum at least.
Nothing but medicines to cure whatever ailments fester aboard their vessels.
Syphilis and scurvy, no doubt. What noxious coffins these pirate ships must be.
Hey, Mr. Goethe. Good afternoon to you as well, dude. How's things?
What was that? It was a crocodile, wasn't it? It's coming straight for us. I can feel it. You see any crocodiles tonight? I could have sworn I saw something past the boat.
Nope. Quiet night.
Are you sure? There's something in the water.
Quiet till you showed up. Go on then. Captain's waiting. You.
Get away!
Almost there.
Good. Captain Wyatt is not a patient man.
Hello! Is that Ryder yonder?
The very same.
Then speed along, you're expected. And you know how...
Oh, Christ!
It took him! It took him! I told you!
Just row! For God's sakes, row!
I told you there was something, didn't I tell you? Oh, God.
Let's just get out of here!
Thank Christ. I thought we'd never make it.
I apologize, sir. There was an accident. Private Simon! This crocodile.
I don't care about your accidents. What's the word from the harbor, soldier? Speak.
No change, sir. They're holding fast, but are yet to kill or maim any of the captives. near as we can tell. Perhaps it's time to...
To surrender? I've been entrusted with the affairs of the town, and I do not intend to bow to the demands of a pirate, no matter how fierce his reputation.
Yes, sir.
As long as the supply key is with me, no man shall touch that medicine. May plague and calamity strike them all.
Bloody idiot.
What?
Pirates! The ship's here! Pirates!
Fall back! To the mansion!
I'll enjoy this. You get back here! Damn it!
Stop him!
Someone's after the captain!
Somebody shoot him!
What's going on?
No one gets past!
Careful with the gunfire barrel! Don't hit the gunpowder!
Kill him! Kill him!
You really think he wasn't that cleaner? Get him!
Do something, you fools!
He's mine! I've got to
Clear,
take him!
son.
Do something!
Stand still.
You again! We got him!
Intruder! Help!
What the hell? Hey! Quicken the pace! Help!
Get him!
Don't press your luck, man! Can you keep this up?
Do something, you fools!
What's going on?
Stop him! Oh God! Oh God, save me! And flay all you devils! Ah!
Blackbeard made you as good an offer as ever a man got from any pirate. You might curse his methods, but medicine was all he wanted. And now he'll get it. You should have bartered, mate.
He has returned, Captain! What's the take?
2 crates. And the means for mixing additional doses.
That's right thinking. Precious little of that these days. You hear that, Mr. Rags? My young friend returns with offerings and so saves your scrawny neck. Will you not thank him?
We should quit these waters, Thatch. The governor, he's bound to muster more soldiers.
You go on ahead. I got some business in the north.
You're done, aren't you? Giving up on us. On Nassau.
Look, lad. I'm late into my 4th decade on this earth. And if I don't find some means to make the 5th quiet and cozy voyage, I'd rather sink to the devil's doorstep than call myself captain another year. We'll meet again, lad. In this world. Or the one below.
You're going good, Mr. Gote, about to finish off Ninja Gaiden 2 Black while listening to the stream. Very nice, dude. That's good. That's great to hear. Hey, Keone, welcome. How's it going? Apostle, what a funny animation. Yeah, when the guy got killed by the crocodile and then went swimming in the water. Got dragged in and everything. Yeah, it looked pretty weird, actually. Especially seeing it with Eagle Vision as well. So with that, with that assassination, what you saw me do is something that if you don't get ahead of the enemy and wait for them around that spot and then do an air assassination, you don't get that cutscene of Edward smashing through the wall and killing the target. You can actually kill the target earlier than that, and if you do, you just get the standard animation or sequence as a result of that. It's funny what Blackbeard says, where he's like, I'm late into my 4th decade, and if I don't find some way to make the 5th a cozy, voyage, etc., and all that kind of stuff. I'm early in my 4th decade, and I could probably see myself feeling the same way about life when I'm his age. Being like, because I mean, not to be pessimistic, but we never know when we die. Like, I might not make it to 50. So if I end up making it to 50, then I need to make sure that that 50th decade, if I can, is going to be, the best I can make it, because that might be the last decade I get, that kind of sort of thing.
Do you have a minute? I'm on my way upstairs. IDJ wanted to talk with us about putting together a trailer using some of the footage you've been recording this past month. Take your time. I'll meet you by the elevator.
Apostle, you don't want to be in your 5th decade still pillaging and stuff. This is true. Oh, yeah. But I can tell you this now, I definitely won't be streaming when I'm 50, that's for sure. I don't know when I'll stop being a streamer, but I won't be a 50-year-old streamer. Blackbeard just wanted to say he was getting too old for this crowd. Nice callback to Lethal Weapon, Mr. Gote. Thanks for redeeming that as an Arnie impression.
Yeah. Over here. Are you ready? He's waiting for us.
Can we hit her over the head with the tablet? The game's like, no, you can't.
I just watched some of your footage from this week. It's amazing. Blackbeard was mental. And we all got so excited that we started talking about this idea for a trailer about him. Maybe start with him drinking, talking to some pirates, telling a story. Then, we cut to him leaping across the deck of his boat and... Sorry, his ship, not boat. But jumping around the deck of his ship, swinging from ropes, and fighting like a devil. I mean, obviously we're gonna have to manipulate some of the existing footage to get it looking good, but it could be great. I'm getting a shiver in my timbers just thinking about it. Sorry.
Too bad we can't put a hidden blade in your timbers, Templar.
Bonjour, ça va? I hope we're not late.
No, you can go right...
Hi, Melanie. I saw you just walked in. I need a few minutes with you alone. Laetitia is on the phone and we're discussing the Kenway project.
Oh, yes, of course. Sorry about this. I'll call you when we're ready.
Shouldn't be long.
Hello? Hello? Do you have a second? Of course you do. Head to the waypoint on your map. I have another job for you. I'd like to link all the cameras in the building to a central monitoring system, but most aren't calibrated correctly. Head to the right of Olivier's office. And if the receptionist complains, act like you're using the toilets.
Mr. Gote, you swear you're going to be quoting random action movies when you're in your 50s. Welcome to the LAX. So you coming for a holiday or Passover? No invading. Is that from Die Hard? I can't remember. It's like when in Die Hard, where he's trying to ring the police to get them to actually turn up at the Nakatomi Plaza where the terrorists are, and he's like, no fucking shit, lady, what, do you think I'm trying to order a pizza? Like, imagine in real life, someone is talking to you and they're sort of like, being an asshole to you. And, there's someone that works somewhere and they're being an asshole to you and you're the customer. And I don't know how you'd use it, but... Hey there, Ryu. How's things going, dude?
Another locked door. Not a problem. Voila. You now have level 2 security clearance. Not bad for your first few weeks. Find the camera control station first.
Awesome, Ryu. That's great to hear, dude.
I'll update your communicator. Oh, this is an interesting security measure. It looks like you need to find the right combination of numbers to adjust the wave. Easy enough, right? Pick a number selector, then change its value. Once you find the right combination of numbers, you should get access. It works.
And if we want information on assassins or Templars or the observatory or whatever the fuck else interests us, Olivier, you will deliver it. Full stop.
Uh-huh.
I understand that, Leticia. I'm sorry if that came out wrong. We are not trying to be a bottleneck here, but we just don't have the resources right now to do 2 times the research.
Finding that balance is your priority. Your entertainment products are simply a means to pay the bills for larger and more important work. That's the way the world works. Dirty money buys clean hospitals. You get it?
We're on board, Letitia, rest assured. We have our best employee working on this, but it will take time.
That means you.
Good. And thank you. The both of you. I look forward to seeing what you deliver. Until then, I'll see you at the shareholders meeting, Olivier.
Looking forward to it. Bye-bye. Tabarnak! It's a little too early for that kind of abuse, huh? Come on.
So, what's next?
We do as the lady says. Focus on the observatory.
Assassins, Templars, crazy talk. I'm curious about this shareholders meeting, though. How about you break into Olivier's office and see if you can find his schedule? Oh, what? You don't like that idea? Well, how about I blow the fucking whistle on you, hacker? I own you. What I mean is, I don't want to ruin your life. So, do as I say. Now, step over to the window.
I don't want to ruin your life. The way he says that. Hey there, Zereth. Welcome on in. How's things? Lucas, kill him. Yeah. Be good if we could. That's right, Stan. He's using blackmail against the character that we're playing as. Mr. Gote, look, I don't want to ruin your life, but I can, so do it. Exactly. It's like, this is the rules.
You can't waltz into Olivier's office through the front door, so I've opened another route. Up we go. Did you know that Abstergo was run by Templars? Oh, yes. Sounds like crackpot stuff, I know. But then again, the moon landing was faked, right? So, anything's possible.
Zereth, according to your dream, Sweeney Todd was also Jack the Ripper, and was also a detective and a politician. Damn, I guess you could call him a Jack of all trades. Mr. Gote, this sage couldn't be reborn, right? Oh yeah. Yeah, you can even have multiple sages at once in one time period as well. But yeah, this sage, John Standish, he gets killed in this, but there potentially could be another sage around the world as well. But yeah, it's not strictly one sage per time period. Like, you could have 2 sages in the world at one time. You could have just one, you know. It's sort of like a genetic lottery, I guess. It's, you know, I don't think there's any concrete way of figuring out who's going to be born and be a sage and all that kind of stuff. But it's all based on DNA, though. Because the experimentation that the Isu were doing, because obviously they created humans, so they can experiment on humans as well, and doing different things. The experiments that Juno and Aita were working on, it's all DNA related. So as humans are born randomly, the DNA of Aita will appear. Look, it's such a great view from up there. It really is. Like, this game came out in 2013, This is the PlayStation version, PlayStation 4, being played on a PS5, and I look out at this and I think to myself, those are really good looking graphics. And then I think, you want to remake this game? Like, this doesn't need a remake. It doesn't even need a remaster. Zereth, damn it. Yeah, I thought you were actually leading into that joke, Zereth. I thought you were just, wanting to wait until I read your comment, and then I thought you were going to comment with, I guess you could call him a jack of all trades. So, but yeah, I was just like, oh, okay. Stand Swiss Army Jack. Yeah. Nah, bro, you get jokes. Very nice. Yeah, I'm glad that landed. Mr. Gote, they're called lifetimes, epochs. Like every 100 years was an epoch or something, or maybe 1,000. Potentially. I've never actually really looked up what length of time an epoch actually is. A particular period of time in history or a person's life. The beginning of a period in the history of someone or something. A division of time that is a subdivision of the period and is itself subdivided into ages, corresponding to a series in chronostratigraphy. Chronostratigraphy. But yeah, don't know if it's 100 or 1,000 years. So how do you know someone is a sage when they use herbs? That's a paprika moment instead of a eureka moment. Lucas, you had to get a new pillow today and it's quite nice. Well, that is good too as well, because sometimes it can be hard to find a really good pillow and also one that is going to be comfortable too. Zereth, leap of fail. Oh, if only you could do that. That'd be so funny, actually. Apostle, you're guessing it's a replica of Montreal. Not having seen Montreal and not knowing any landmarks, I don't know myself, but, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Mr. Gote, because you remember the sage going, not in this epoch, I'm not. Yeah, he does mention epoch, but he's not saying that no one will be born a sage until another epoch comes around. I think epoch can mean anything like, you could say, the current epoch that I'm in started 5 years ago and now it's going to end tomorrow and then another epoch will begin. Or maybe, I don't know. I haven't researched what epoch actually means. But it looks like a period of time as well. But yeah, it's not every 100 years a sage is born and all that kind of stuff. Because you can have sages born in the same, multiple sages born in the same,
right.
Or existing.
Either you walk through that door or throw yourself off a terrace. Those are your options.
How about I give you the finger and you go get me my phone call? That part always reminds me of the Matrix movie, the first one, where basically Morpheus is telling him, go out on the window ledge. And he's like, no. Mr. Gote, cheers, you love this game. You liked all the Isu stuff. Yeah, it can be interesting. I find now, though, they've oversaturated the series with it. And so it's sort of like become a bit of a uninteresting kind of like lazy kind of thing that they're doing. You know what I mean? Like, because the problem is they've leaned too far into fantasy genre with this game. With this game series, I mean. And so they use the excuse that it's Isu stuff, but they still make it look like mythological stuff. But we've definitely seen that the clothes and everything that the Isu wore weren't mythological based. Like, they weren't wearing togas and all this kind of stuff. Like, they did have clothing that they might have worn in formal situations and all that kind of stuff. But it's not like the Isu were necessarily dressing in a certain way. I mean, the fantasy element is tricky, because what is fantasy? Well, you've got fantasy in the idea of it's a fantasy of mine to become a millionaire. Like, that's one version of what a fantasy is. But then you have fantasy as in magic and, you know, elves and dwarves and orcs and dragons and, you know, hobbits and, you know, whatever magical creature, unicorns, all that kind of stuff. They're leaning too far into that kind of fantasy, where it's like, scale it back a bit. It's actually technology that the Isu have been using. It's not magical stuff that they created. Because you may as well, if you're going to say that the Isu use magic, you may as well say that we use magic when we actually turn our smartphone on, which is not true. We're not performing magic. We're just simply doing what is required for the device to recognize that it needs to turn on. You know what I mean?
Oh, well done, kiddo. Find his computer. Make it snappy. We're looking for the shareholders' meeting schedule. It's worth a lot of money to us. Be careful now. As the data moves, there are security programs constantly monitoring the data flow. You need to sneak past them, or they will destroy your data and send it back home.
I'm not going to read this, but it's basically talking about the shareholders meeting in Chicago that Olivier is going to go to. And in Watch Dogs 1, if you do all the convoy missions, the final one is to actually knock out Olivier. But then Origins in 2017, which came out a few years after Watch Dogs 1, clarifies that Aiden Pierce actually killed Olivier. He didn't just knock him out, like the Watch Dogs game has you do. So what I do is when I play Watch Dogs and I do all the convoy missions, I knock him out to complete the mission, and then when the game completes the mission, and it's safe to do so, I just shoot him in the head. To make it canon. But yeah, Olivier is going to go to Chicago, and that's where he's going to get killed, ultimately, by Aiden Pierce. And this game came out in 2013. Watch Dogs came out the year after. And in this game, there's actually a document that Abstergo received from Bloom, which is the company in Watch Dogs. And so this game actually created the first point of connection to Watch Dogs 1. And then Watch Dogs continued that connection by having Olivier Garneau in it. And then you have like Watch Dogs 2 and this game where, well, it wasn't this game in the series that introduced the idea that Ubisoft actually exists in the Assassin's Creed universe. It was actually Liberation, because Abstergo Entertainment partners up with Ubisoft to create the entertainment experiences that the public get to play as. And in Watch Dogs 1, in Watch Dogs 2, you have a whole mission where you actually infiltrate Ubisoft San Francisco, and there's some posters on the wall in that building that actually references some Assassin's Creed stuff. There's also a big poster for Assassin's Creed the movie as well, because that came out in 2016, which was the same year as Watch Dogs 2. And then in 2017, if you check the laptop that Layla has, you can read about Aiden Pierce and Olivier, and there's a picture of Aiden aiming his gun at the ground on the highway. So I make it canon in gameplay with Watch Dogs by knocking Olivier out, because if you don't knock him out, the mission fails. So I knock him out, and then when the mission succeeds, I then shoot him in the head to make it match. But this also talks about different things, like Edward Kenway's virtual pirate experience. And they talk about the Sample 17 project, which is essentially Desmond using his DNA. And then they talk about possible locations: patrilineal line, 15th century Italian Renaissance, 16th century Ottoman Empire, 18th century American colonies, war for independence, 19th century New England and American Midwest, matrilineal line, 12th century, Holy Land Crusades, 13th century, Egypt and Northern Africa, 14th century, Ashikaga Shogunate in Japan, 18th century, French Revolution, 19th century, Napoleonic Wars, Taiwan, 20th century, Summer of Love, American Pacific Coast. So someone talks about how they have a great-great-grandfather who fought in the American Civil War, who managed to meet President Lincoln a few times. So they're talking about potential memories they could access of people who met famous figures throughout history. Then they talk about someone who participated in the trial of Jeanne d'Arc. And then we have some images here. That image in the center actually gets used in Assassin's Creed. I can't remember if it's 2 or Brotherhood. Then you have a shot from Assassin's Creed 2, I think it is. No, Brotherhood. No, 2, yeah, Assassin's Creed 2. Then we have the pyramids of Egypt. And then someone basically is like, why would we bother with people who just sat in an office back in the day? Like, they wouldn't give us any exciting kind of insights into anything. Things like that. Lucas, you like a firm pillow versus soft? Oh, that's fair enough. Yeah, I don't like a pillow that's too soft, because then my head just basically goes to the bed and doesn't actually get propped up by the pillow, It's good to have the cushioning for your head, Lucas, Roger would make a really good teacher. You lecture us every night. Yeah, I do try not to as well. Sometimes I just get too passionate about what I'm talking about. Yeah, Mr. Goethe, good job, Aiden. It's so funny though that they actually fail you in Watch Dogs 1 if you actually if you actually kill Olivier. You have to knock him out. Apostle, wow, you missed that in Origins. Yeah, it's one of the things that you can look at on the laptop. I can't remember which folder it's under though on Layla's laptop. Stan, I make my own cannon, Liam. Hey Shay, I've got a cannon for you. Stand in front of this one. Apostle, you think Assassin's Creed in a Wild West setting would be interesting? I do too, actually. And I've seen, some people comment that online about, that'd be interesting. And then some people are like, well, we already have Red Dead Redemption, so therefore you can't possibly do an Assassin's Creed set in that time period, because only Red Dead Redemption is allowed to make games set in that time period. You can't have any other franchise make games in that time period, Which I think, is a stupid way to look at things. Otherwise, we wouldn't have multiple different, forms of entertainment that are set in certain time periods. It's like, well, you can't do a movie set in World War I now because they've already done one, so you have to do movies in other time periods now. It's like that kind of thinking is a bit ridiculous. But my pitch for a Wild West Assassin's Creed is changing the gameplay a little bit, still using the day and night mechanic, except making it that if you wear the assassin outfit during the day and you just go around, you're going to be noticed. So the idea would be that you wear the assassin outfit when you're actually going around at night, and that the assassinations themselves would be timed in the narrative to happen at nighttime. But during the day, you can use other sort of disguises and other personas to get intel that goes towards finding out about your target as well. So your main target might be a gang leader, but it's too risky to go and attack them during the day. So you need to get intel on where they're going to be staying, what kind of security they have at night, and all that kind of stuff. And then the assassination mission would be like a black box style assassination, like in Assassin's Creed Unity and Syndicate. So that would be more of a curated kind of part of the game where it's like, right, you've got all your intel, now the target, is in this location. It's nighttime, so now as an assassin, not saying that you wouldn't be an assassin, but I mean, at nighttime, having the assassin outfit would mean that you're more inconspicuous as well. Like, you could still get detected during the night if you're not too careful, but if you wear the outfit during the day, you're going to get noticed as well. And you could do something at the start of the game where the assassin almost gets, killed by a Templar because they're relatively new to being an assassin, and they sort of learn, oh shit, I better not wear this outfit during the day as well. But I could definitely see that idea, though, being considered a contrived way to have the assassin outfit in that time period. Because I think really having the outfit be the way it is, different time periods and different, parts of the world and different fashions and all that kind of stuff, like, if the fashion of wearing hoods is not really in fashion in a part of the world, then someone that's going out of their way to wear one would be very suspicious, and all that kind of stuff. But then again, it is a video game after all, and there has to be a level of balance between video game logic and realism as well, where it's like, well, in real life, it would be this way, but this is a video game too, so how about we just put these things in place where if you wear the outfit during the day, then you're going to be noticed. If you wear the outfit at night, you won't be noticed as much unless you go out of your way to make noise and get detected and all that kind of stuff as well. Lucas, exactly. Yeah, like having a pillow that's way too soft is it's pretty pointless to actually have the pillow at all. Zereth, Assassin's Redemption? Assassin's Redemption? Nah. I think leaving the word redemption out of a Assassin's Creed game set during the Wild West would probably be the way to go as well. And the other thing is too, it doesn't necessarily have to be literally in the period that is considered the Wild West either, because when one decade ends, it doesn't, everything doesn't just instantly change overnight. There's still things that exist after a time period has ended. There's a gradual change where things start to look different, fashion gets different, all that kind of stuff. So you could do a game that is set in 1914, somewhere around then, and set it in areas that still have that Wild West look as well. That's probably that would probably be the better way to do it, at least. Hey there, Anasune. How's things going today? Hope it's going well. Lucas, you always thought a game that takes place during World War II, like perhaps a GTA type game, would be interesting. Yeah, because there's also a lot of stuff that they did during World War II that wasn't just, hey, run at the enemy shooting at them. There was spies, there was all these things that were going on behind the scenes, that those are the things that an Assassin's Creed game set during that time period should focus on. Not massive battles out in the open, getting into tanks and driving around and shooting stuff. Maybe have that at the start of the game, but when the action moves from that into the main narrative, you don't have the tanks and that. But the problem with that is some people will be like, oh, you took the tanks away, I'm not playing the game now. So maybe that's not a good idea. Apostle, AC Liberation almost had the right idea, having different outfits for the appropriate activities. Exactly, Apostle, yeah, because that was a good idea with Liberation, and have different pros and cons with each outfit, and have things that one outfit doesn't let you do over the other and all that kind of stuff. Nice one, Oliver. Assassin's Creed. Redacted.
You sneaky bastard. A pirate through and through, ain't you? Now, get down to the lobby. There's a courier waiting. Yeah, that's right. I've been planning this for a few hours. Now, wait. The receptionist. Hold on.
Sorry for the timing of going into this menu versus the dialogue being spoken, but there's something I wanted to mention. I always mention this just in the off chance that at some point someone who actually knows might actually hear me ask this question in a stream or a VOD that I've exported to YouTube, but this receptionist, I've always been curious to know what exactly was written in the script that the person playing the secretary had to read that matches what is actually being said in this next moment that's about to happen, because I tried putting the language to French, because I do think that some of the words that this secretary says are actually in French. So I thought maybe if I set the language to French and had English subtitles, maybe it would translate every bit of French, but that didn't work. And I also tried to have just the dialogue sound on and take the music and sound effects off, but I still couldn't make out what they have said. So I would absolutely love it to finally, after all these years, find out what exactly is being said in this exchange that's going to happen.
No, it says a funny present. What do you mean then? I thought I got rid of all those pictures. It's still there?
As gullible as ever. Now, hurry down to the lobby before I remotely detonate your earpiece.
I can make out some of it. I think she says, "It's still there?" and then runs off. And it's like, well, what's there? What is John Standish actually telling her to get her to leave the desk there, to run off? Like, I'd love to actually know exactly what she said, because, I mean, it could be, but I'm assuming that it's not just some gibberish, because the audio sounds like it's had some filtering in post added to it to make it sound like what she's saying is being muffled by the door that your character is actually standing behind. So I'm assuming that it's not just gibberish, that it's actually something that was written in the script, that was then looked at by the performer, that was then recorded with their voice saying, which was then taken and in post-processing added the filter on top to make it sound like they're talking beyond a door. So I really, really would like to know. Anasune doing alright, trying to do the kill guards while on horseback challenge, but the vast majority of them aren't counting. You'd kill a group of guards, but only one would count. 2, if you're very lucky. Ooh, yes. I absolutely hate doing that in Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. It's one of the most annoying requirements that you need to do if you want to do all those like challenges with the different guilds and all that kind of stuff. Apostle, judging from the speech cadence, you don't think English was used at all. Yeah, because I thought, well, it sounds like it could be French, and I was just guessing if it was or not. I'm just assuming that it is. And not understanding the French language, if it is French that she's saying, but the way that they process the audio, I can't even turn the music and the sound effects off and have it come through on the dialogue only audio as well, so yeah.
Don't even think about ratting me out. My tracks are covered. Yours ain't.
Yours ain't. Ain't.
Did you, like the allongé? I practiced.
I think you pulled it a little too long.
Oh, come on. It's not encrypted code, for God's sakes. It's just a bloody coffee.
I don't want a bloody coffee, Sean. Jeez. Yeah, put some sugar in it, but not blood. Bloody hell.
Oh, hooray! It's our old friend.
Hey there, I just got a call about picking up another transfer.
Oh? You said you were here to see me.
Yes, that is one of the perks. Let's see it. A conference in Chicago, very nice. Thanks for this. We'll be in touch.
Ciao, Rebecca. Text me.
Stuff it, Hastings.
Well done, friend. Very well done. Apologies for my temper tantrum there. You are with the good guys, I promise. We'll keep you safe. Trust me. Go on back to work. We'll be in touch.
Apostle, you're going to need a French-speaking friend to help. Oh, that's fair enough as well. But yeah, it's just been one of those niggling things where I'm like, I would just love to know, like, it's just a tiny bit of trivia, but it'd be something that would be cool to finally actually know. Because there's a conversation that happens between Olivier and Melanie earlier in the story, and they're inside his office, and you can kind of make out what they're saying. And when I did a dialogue-focused playthrough to celebrate this game's 10th anniversary in 2023, one of the playthroughs I actually took note of what was being said by the NPCs, and so I got some of what Melanie and Olivier were actually talking about transcribed, but there's a lot of gaps in it because there's some parts that are just kind of muffled because there's like, a glass wall or whatever it's made out of that's dividing where you can stand and where they are. Hey there, Shaky, welcome on in. I hope it's going well. Gonna see if I can trigger the dialogue where someone talks about Bloom, the company in Watch Dogs.
Being responsible for other people's incompetence.
Of genetic memory data? That's amazing.
Yeah. They confiscated my Animus key, and now my position here is under review.
Are you kidding? That's...
Bonjour. C'est absolument hors de question. Non, non, non. Je ne travaillerai pas là-bas pour tout l'or du monde. Même si c'était la dernière compagnie sur la Terre, leur culture d'entreprise me donne envie de vomir.
This guy John, the one down in IT?
Yeah, I think so. He's super arrogant.
Have you tried turning it off and back on again? That's all he ever says when I have a problem.
Exactly.
It was one of the NPCs that hangs around here that talks about Bloom.
Well, someone returned them a few days later.
Heights, actually. I drove through it.
I'm thinking about moving there after my visa runs out here.
You American?
Yeah, I have a few friends working for Bloom down there. I think that sort of thing is more up my alley. Hardware, infrastructure. I'm just not happy here. Not really.
There we go. That's the dialogue about Bloom. This NPC talking about wanting to go and work for Bloom. Unsune, the fuck were they thinking? Oh hey, let's walk into our enemy's base while using our real identities. Surely we'll be safer among our enemies if they know who we are, right? Yeah, Unsune. For me, it's more a bad look on Abstergo's side because Abstergo Entertainment, even though they're not the main Abstergo company, they're just a subsidiary of it, and underneath it, you would still think that Abstergo Entertainment and the employers, at the very least, not necessarily these people that are just standing here or sitting down here, but the people who are actually the higher-ups who know that Abstergo are actually Templars, and they're Templars themselves. Like, they've actually gone through the process of becoming a Templar. Like, you would think that they would make sure that, at the very least, employees were aware of, suspicious persons, So if you ever see someone like this, here, they're known to be a such and such. Like, you know, we've had. They could say a story like we've had problems with them before. They've turned up at our other companies and they've done terrible things. So if you see them in this building, make sure that you contact us or something. But no, Sean and Rebecca, they're just like, yeah, we'll just waltz into Abstergo Entertainment. Melanie does actually mention about how there's not much security, because that's kind of how they explain away having these tablets. But you do see the flaws in their logic, because, of course, John Standish, all the hacking that he's been doing, he wants to frame you for it, and so Melanie thinks that you were responsible, but they didn't have proof, so they had to put everyone in quarantine until they actually figured out who the hacker was. So the security ends up being messed up anyway, as well, compromised because of their lax security.
It's crazy.
But yeah, all Sean does is just dyes his hair, because that's not his natural hair color. He just dyes his hair.
You didn't get hacked, did you? We really should look into that security company from Chicago. They know what they're doing.
Another reference to Bloom. Not directly named, but still a reference to Bloom. So there's another one. So there's at least 3 references to Bloom. There's the 2 dialogues from different NPCs, and then there's also the document from Bloom that Abstergo received. Stan hiding in the plain sight. In it. It sure is, dude. The good old plain sight. Apostle, have you also tried to do the same thing in AC1 where Vidic and Lucy were talking while you're stuck in your bedroom? Yeah, if you go to a certain spot in Desmond's room, it'll actually trigger a little cutscene where he steps up on whatever it is on the ground and then eavesdrops on Vidic and Lucy. I mean, it's something that you can miss if you don't actually... Like, if you go straight to the bed and interact with it, I think it'll skip it. But if you go into that room where the bathroom is, as Desmond, when they're talking, then you'll actually have the eavesdrop cutscene happen. Oliver Rod hitting on the ladies again? Not really, no. Because these are NPCs in a video game. It'd be quite sad to be trying to pick up NPCs in a video game. Yeah, Stan, Edward does do that. Hola, ladies. You don't know these women, do you? No, they charge for that kind of privilege. However many reals for every hour of knowing.
Like riot police.
I think the
grabbing people
idea
like
is that you're supposed to love your job enough to put in the extra time.
Check mine 3 times
say
between
that
the
so
parking
loud.
garage and my desk.
Hey, Machiavelli. Sean by Cho. Legendary Assassin's Creed alumni actor. Going all the way back to Assassin's Creed.
I've an awful feeling about this. You'll be hurt out there. I couldn't handle that.
I'll be careful, I promise. And when I'm flush with coin and set up, I'll send for you. I will.
Caroline, come away! Don't exert yourself!
I can't promise I'll come, Edward. If you leave on this fool's errand, I cannot promise anything.
Don't give up on me, Caroline. Not when I need your faith the most.
Putting some shape to your sentiments?
Just a short letter home. I reckon she's past caring anyway.
Oh, you're a hard heart that should be softer.
Or soft in parts that should be hard.
And how is it you're so keen for his hard parts, Mr. Rackham?
You'd like to know my secrets, would you?
Oh, aye. Give me a small hint, like. Or a large one if you're an upright gentleman.
Open your hand.
Oh.
Who's shooting?
Might be them ships sliding into port.
Jesus.
You know what's weird? I actually replenished the smoke bombs earlier in the stream, and when I actually used a smoke bomb, I only used one, and I have a capacity of 15, and now the game has actually taken 10 off me, and now I only have 5 smoke bombs left? What the hell? Oh, look at the best ladies, AI girlfriends. Shaky e-girls, is it? Apostle, you love Jackal, lol. Yeah, he's the closest to a Captain Jack Sparrow type pirate. If only Edward actually finished that letter that he was writing. Because if he actually finished the letter and sent it, then he would have been able to get the letter back from Caroline's parents telling him that she had died and that they had a child. But he threw the letter away that he was going to send, so instead of finding out potentially at this point in the timeline of his life, he actually finds out later on. Because he eventually does decide to actually write another letter, and it gets sent to Caroline, but then in like the final mission, a letter from Caroline's parents telling Edward that Caroline is dead and that Caroline actually had a child with Edward, and make arrangements for Jennifer to actually, you know, be in his custody. Honestly, you feel like 25 kills is kind of tedious enough already. Well, over 100, because of only one in every group counting, is so much worse. It really, really is. There's also something in that related to the using the crossbow. Using the crossbow on certain enemies. Like, it's not very clear which enemies they mean.
Greetings.
Lighted upon a bargain, I'll warrant.
Apostle, great outfit. Can't go wrong with the all-black look. Absolutely, Apostle. I really do like it when games give you the option to have just a completely black outfit. I think design-wise, it's pretty much the exact same design as his regular assassin outfit, but it's just completely black. I mean, it's not completely black. You've still got other colors mixed in with it as well, but it's one of my favorite outfits. I also like the pirate cloak outfit as well, with the cape, well, the cloak with the skull on the back of it. Anasune, do you mean kill enemy stationed at guard posts with crossbow without being detected? That's the one, Anasune, yeah. Yeah. I've had so many troubles with that one whenever I've done that in a playthrough where it's like, ugh, come on.
Would you believe they had a large... What happened to the free enterprise that built this city? The...
Well, I'll be hanged. King George has grown tired of our shenanigans. Who's the grim fella?
That's Captain Woods Rogers. Not a man I want seeing my face.
We desire a parley with the men who call themselves governors of this island. Charles Vane, Ben Hornigold, and Ed Thatch. Come forth, if you please.
Hear about the king's pardon, I reckon.
What the hell is Hornigold doing?
Lily-livered punk!
What are you men up to?
I am grateful for your geniality, Captain Hornigold. I assumed our reception would be a troubled one.
Don't mistake my decorum for deference, Governor. I'm eager to hear what you have to say, but of uncertain mind otherwise.
Very well put. And it's a fairer shake than I expected to see from any pirate. But I promise fair treatment to all who hear me out.
Only wait a while longer, Governor Rogers. These rascals will show their true colors in time.
Calm, Commodore Chamberlain. I have given Captain Hornigold my word that we will be equitable.
Won't do you a lick of good. Men like him are a blight on His Majesty's reputation and a peculiar cancer afflicting the new world. The king wants them eradicated, above all else.
Is this the town square?
As close to one as we've ever had.
Incredible. It's no cleaner than a dog's kennel. Captain Hornigold, please call your men.
Rackham, Vane! The governor's come calling. Bring Burgess and Corcoran as well.
Fan out, lads! And take this shanty town as if it were your own.
Too much of the
Aye, the king has been particularly ineffective in bringing about this change, hasn't he? And has failed at all attempts until now.
Careful how you talk about His Majesty, Governor. You're here at his pleasure.
I have my methods, Commodore, and I expect you to honor them to the letter. Disperse, the lot of you. Make way for the king's emissaries.
Out of the way, you bastards! Go on.
Our only aim here is to treat with the masters of this community. All others are encouraged to go about their usual business.
Go on, move! Go!
Commodore Chamberlain, please see that all merchants, masons, and carpenters are rounded up and brought to me this afternoon. We must see about repairing this fortress.
We should be confiscating weapons, Governor. Send these pirates a clear, strong message that the king's emissaries are not to be trifled with.
I have no wish to stir up animosity here, Commodore. And though well armed, we are outnumbered by a decent margin. Slow persuasion is our best and most efficient weapon.
Portal, Governor. We should sink every goddamn ship not flying the king's colors. To do otherwise, we get some weakness in our bearing.
Silence, Commodore! I am the goddamn governor here!
Aye, sir. Your wishes are clear as crystal.
These are the sharps, Commodore. We're in position.
Governor Rogers believes he can make men of these monkeys yet. I do not. Return to your post and await my orders.
Oh yeah, Anderson, I definitely don't consider it backseating, that's for sure. It only works with restricted area guards, like Borgia Towers and such. So Borgia Towers. I have to remember for the next time I do that in a playthrough. So it's Borgia Towers where they're guarding. Oliver, you love you a good tailing mission. Well, Black Flag's got you covered there. There's a shitload of them. Yeah, Oliver, that Arno dance, the dance that he's doing, you can do that in pretty much all the games, actually, I think. Even the newer ones.
You best get down, man.
We do hereby promise and declare that in case any of the said pirates shall on or before the 5th of September, in the year of our Lord 1718, surrender him or themselves to any one of the principal secretaries of state in Great Britain or Ireland, or to any governor or deputy governor of any of our plantations beyond the seas, every such pirate and pirate so surrendering him or themselves, as aforesaid, shall have our gracious pardon of and for such his or their piracy or piracies, by him or them committed before the 5th of January next ensuing. And we do hereby strictly charge and command all our admirals, captains, and other officers at sea, and all our governors and commanders of any forts, castles, or other places in our plantations, and all our officers, civil and military, to seize and take such of the pirates who shall refuse or neglect to surrender themselves accordingly. I pray you take the prudent course, gentlemen, and accept the king's pardon as soon as your hearts allow. For until such time, all of you will be confined in Nassau. I am sorry for this, but in lieu of a public trial, this pardon is your best bet.
The governor puts it far too brightly, maggots. Take this message home. Accept the king's protection forthwith, or we will raise this town to its foundation and stretch your bloody necks.
Peace! Commodore Chamberlain, we are messengers, not executioners. Not yet.
Oh, thank you, sir. God save you.
Look on this as a stroke of fortune, lads. We should take the king's pardon and salvage what dignity we own.
Peace. I'll be hanged before I surrender to that bobbin.
Check your head, Vane. We had here a rare opportunity, a chance to take something base and shape it into a government made and maintained by men of vision. but in 2 years we pissed it away. I won't make that mistake again.
It's truth he's telling, and you whelps can't handle it. Adieu, you forecastle-headed fuddlers. See you at the gallows.
You'll all be dead men! Bastards! I need a drink.
Vane. Ralph Ineson does such a great job as Vane. I think I saw the movie Witch first, and then played this game. Or maybe it was the other way around. But the movie The Witch with Anya Taylor-Joy, Ralph Ineson was in that. He played the father of the family. Edward's foot touched the edge, and that's what killed him. What an accidental leap of fail. For a moment there, I thought he was actually going to land in the water, because it looked like it was on the right positioning. Oliver, GG's, you were just in the kitchen getting your coffee and then you heard me laugh, so you got back here faster. Yeah, I thought, okay, gonna jump off here. My first thought was, I'm gonna have Edward dive off here. Then when I realized that he wasn't doing the dive animation, my next thought was, oh, I wonder if I'll hit the water still. And then, as he was falling, my next thought was, oh, it looks like he's gonna clear it. And then, nope, his foot hit the ledge. So this is a point in the story where you can't even fast travel within Nassau. The game completely locks fast travel, so you can't actually get off the island, let alone fast travel from one point on the island to another. It was a great job, Oliver. What a leap of fail that was. And no one even redeemed it for it to happen. It was just purely and simply me being... Oh,
come in.
I'll have Edward dive off this edge. Oliver, a higher being, redeemed it. It was a Twitch ghost. Goes through all the Twitch channels and causes certain things to go wrong. Imagine turning that into a movie about a Twitch ghost that possesses people's channels. But I'm sure that kind of thing's been done in a horror movie anyway, before. You could also make it a parody of the Blair Witch. And just call it the Twitch Witch. And have it be about a witch that has cursed Twitch. And her spirit haunts the website. Oliver, you thought I was a ghost? Maybe I am. I could be.
Captain.
We'll never know.
Look at him. Turncoat. Makes me bloody ill to think on how many times I've put up with Hornigold and his self-righteous shite.
Verily, you are a man of principle, Captain Hornigold. A man I believe I can trust with my best ideas.
Faith, and we'll survive this, Charles, with our pride intact.
That's confidence. You brewed a plan I might get a taste of?
Nassau is over, that's plain to see. I say we skip out tonight and regroup at my compound.
Fair enough. What's your angle?
The Brits have brought their supplies ashore, see? If we nick some gunpowder and pine pitch, we can build a fire ship and send it straight at the blockade, blasting it to smithereens.
Aye. We'll use Rackham's ship. You're a capable captain.
My conscience is clear.
Right. When you get the gunpowder, I'll secure the pine pitch.
Oliver, it was all a dream. You were never here. Our waking hours are the dream, and our sleeping hours are the reality. Imagine that. That'd be a mindfuck.
Did you bleeding hear me? Stand still. He's taking it. You're done for now. Get a hold of that man! I think I can hit him! His flank! Attack his flank! Keep outside! Steady, B!
Oliver, Hannibal from A-Team. I love it when a plan comes together. That's right, yeah. I actually had a book that was a series of stories with pictures as well. Some of it was done in a comic book style, but it was basically this collection of stories. But this was the original A-Team show that these stories were using the character versions of. But when they did that movie, I actually didn't mind it. I thought it was quite good. Yeah, coffee. I pity the fool. Yeah.
Look at mine. He's trying to give us the slip.
Bastards in the sights!
How's your day going, coffee? What the hell? Why did it make that noise for? That's usually a noise that makes you think you've actually done something wrong. It'd be like making a noise, and it being representative of something you've done right. It's like, this does not compute.
Stop, I tell you!
Interloper, raise the alarm! He thinks he can get away!
The trigger.
I've got a shot! Fish in a barrel,
shot.
mate. He's in my sight.
Call bullshit on that.
I've got a clear shot, mate. A clear shot.
Got him in my sight!
Stand still.
I've got a shot! I think I can hit him! Shot on it!
Some of them... I've got a clear shot, mate. You're not losing us. Faster!
Both flanks.
I've got a lovely clear shot. Corner it.
Well, the epic fail that was. It sure was. But that's what my channel's all about in games, making epic fails. Oliver, too easy. Give us a challenge. It has been a while, actually, since I did a challenge run with this game, come to think of it. I have a challenge that I came up with for Unity that I then repurposed for this game, and I just gave it a fancy name. I called it Assassin Style. I think one of the rules was that I could only kill enemies from hiding spots, or drop a smoke bomb and then kill them in the cloud. I wasn't allowed to just run up and kill enemies in combat without dropping a smoke bomb first. Plus some other rules that I can't remember off the top of my head. But for Unity, I did what I called a hard mode challenge. In Unity, when you have missions where you have to infiltrate or you have a target you need to kill, you've got like red and blue zones on the map. Well, I had the rules set up where I wasn't able to kill the main target unless first any alarm bells in the area were disabled without being detected. And then, once any alarm bells were sabotaged, while still remaining undetected, I had to kill every regular enemy on the map without being detected. And then, if I managed to kill all the enemies on the map without being detected, I then had to kill the target without being detected. And the final mission was funny because there's so many enemies in the area where the mission takes place that by the time I got around to almost killing all of them, enemies started to respawn. So I gave up on that for that mission. I was like, well, if enemies are literally respawning to replace the ones I've already killed, then there's no point in adhering to those challenge rules for that mission. Allura, that was just a tutorial. Yeah. Oh, and if I messed up, I had to restart the memory from the start. If it happened outside of a memory, because I also counted it for when I was actually doing stuff, then I would have to count it for the counter. But yeah, if I did it in a memory and messed up, I had to restart that memory from the start. And the reason I called that challenge hard mode was simply because the game doesn't have difficulty settings. But I figured that with the rules I set up for that challenge, that it would be considered hard to do. Because there's so many moving parts as well. There was actually a playthrough of Syndicate where I did a challenge where one of the rules was I had to hide the bodies of enemies. If even another enemy spotted the dead body, I had to actually restart the memory. So that one was fun. And then there was a playthrough of Syndicate where I had multiple different rules. And it's the only Assassin's Creed game I've actually done this punishment for breaking a rule in a challenge. There's only one Assassin's Creed game I've actually had the punishment of, if I messed up, restart the whole game. And one of the rules was I wasn't able to use the zip line at all, like the rope launcher. I wasn't able to use it at all, at any point. If I even used it once, I had to restart the whole game. What happened? I get to memory sequence 6 out of 9, and it's inside the bank, and I accidentally pressed the button to use the rope launcher, so I had to restart the game from the start. And the other thing you got to remember about Syndicate is that restarting the game from the start, it's not just the main story stuff that you need to redo again from the start. It's also the liberating of the 3 minimum burrows to unlock sequence 8 of the main story. So not only did I have to restart the game from scratch again after messing up that challenge rule in that playthrough of Syndicate, I also had to redo the liberating of the 3 burrows, which in and of itself can take so many hours of real time to actually get done. So yeah, that's probably the most annoying playthrough I've done of Assassin's Creed Syndicate with a challenge. Because all other challenges that I've done with that game have just been punishments of, if I'm inside a memory, just restart it. Which even in and of itself can sometimes be annoying, depending on where it is in the mission you get up to. Although that story sounded like a story your parents or grandparents would have told about their commute to school. I bet you will never do that challenge again. That's funny, actually. Yeah, that's a good call. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't. If there was an Assassin's Creed game that I probably would do the punishment of restart the whole game from the start if I messed up a challenge rule, it'd probably be Chronicles China, I think. Either that or Assassin's Creed Liberation. But I don't really feel in the mood to do a playthrough of an Assassin's Creed game with a challenge and the punishment of restart the whole game. Hey there, Lynch Mob. How's things going today? Welcome on in.
Come on, boys, you're lagging.
It's this bloody hemp.
Lieutenant.
Aye, sir.
The Commodore fears a revolt is nigh. His orders are to sink every goddamn pirate ship now anchored in that harbor, tonight.
Just by the governor's wishes, sir.
This is a direct order, soldier. You will take position on the grounded galleon and await the Commodore's further orders. Is that clear?
Aye, sir.
The conniving bastard. Someone ought to slit the Commodore's throat before he gets a chance to bark those orders.
You think so?
We're dead in the water otherwise.
All right, I'll kill him.
Your brains are baked. I won't take no part in killing the Commodore. Not one of the king's men.
We can't risk our good fortune. I'll be waiting for you.
Full of Cromwells in the ruins of Port Royal. They'll be a welcome treat regardless of where they came from.
Sir, we have information for the Commodore, an urgent matter.
Carry on. Lots of sour blood between them two, Rogers and Chamberlain. What's the issue?
Commodore don't think much of civilians, I reckon. And there's a rumor going around that Rogers is some kind of Jacobite, or worse, that he's a Catholic.
Oh, I could think of worse.
Gallo those two men there.
You lads, follow and lay aboard. The Commodore has a job for you.
Aye, sir.
I heard the Commodore ranting and raving about Woods Rogers, calling him a heathen and whatnot. What's happened to set them two off?
Bushman? You don't want the governor's ire brought down on you. He's a mysterious sort.
Well, I'm much more afraid of the Commodore, in truth. He's a serious chap. No sense of humor.
sir.
Stay right there. Get back there.
Yeah, Oliver. But then there wouldn't be what they need. They might burn the rest of the stuff. Lunch Mob, you're currently relaxing after doing a bunch of errands today, but now you get to eat and later probably play GT Online with friends and hopefully pull off enough jobs and heists so you can buy more stuff for your characters. Oh, very good, Lunch Mob. That's cool. I really hope that you have a great time doing that and that you succeed in what you need to get. It's always good to be able to relax once you've done all the errands and things you need to do for the day. Just kick back and relax a little.
All hands ahoy! Bear a hand up and prepare to make sail! Remember our objects, lads! We're here to punch holes in every goddamn pirate ship anchored in the northern harbor!
All for want of powder?
But I will not stand idly by as the rats scurrying about this island plot and scheme to do us direct harm! So tumble up there, men! Tumble up all! Prepare to lose the topsails!
That's right! Lay aloft, quick as you please!
Already forward? Wait for my signal, please!
The Governor's given us a pardon, Commodore. Don't a man's word mean anything in these times?
Has syphilis clouded your mind? Why scratch and claw to protect such squalor? Your parasites feeding off the industry of honest men.
Much like King George in that respect.
Know your place, peasant! You may have taken my life, but you have not improved your own by any measure.
Does some purpose keep you talking?
If not for that heathen, Governor Rogers, I'd have seen you hanged from your own cross-trees. Worm. All of you.
Yeah, Oliver. Man overboard! Thank you, Lynchmob, for redeeming the Arnie movie scene impression. Thanks for the GGs, Oliver. Thank you, dude. Indeed, Sheila, blood for the blood god. The blood god needs to be satiated. Okay, so I've got an Arnie movie scene. Yesterday, what did you see? You're wasting your time. No more games. I don't know what it was. Go on. It changed colors like the chameleon. It uses the jungle. You saying that Blaine and Hawkins were killed by a fucking lizard? That's a bullshit psych job. There's 2 or 3 men out there at the most. Fucking lizard. What's your name? Anna. Anna. This thing is hunting us. All of us. You know that. What the hell do you think you're doing? We need everyone. I'm taking her back. We're out of here in 5 minutes. We're not going yet. Look, the rendezvous is 10 to 12 miles away from here. You think the chopper's going to wait? Dylan, we make our stand now, or there'll be nobody left to go to the chopper. There's something else. When the big man was killed, you must have wounded it. Its blood was on the leaves. If it bleeds, we can kill it. You really think this Boy Scout bullshit's gonna work? It can see all our tripwires. Maybe it can see this. Instead of complaining, maybe you should help. That's from the very first Predator movie from 1987. The same year that another Arnie movie came out, The Running Man. So not only was Arnie as a character fighting for his life against an alien, he was also in another movie playing a character fighting for their life in a reality game show. Yeah, Oliver, I love that part where it's like, I ain't got time to bleed. And then Thingo's like, oh yeah? You got time to duck? He uses his grenade launcher to shoot the enemy above them, and then the debris falls down. Oliver, you've seen it plenty of times. I don't blame you. I definitely don't. It's such a classic movie, and the behind the scenes for that is just really interesting too, because of the whole thing with the Predator suit and all that, and the original design, and how weird and silly it actually looked. Could you imagine if they actually went with that original design? Like, the action in the movie probably still would have been really good, but the actual alien itself would have been laughable, and I think that would have ruined the movie. So I'm glad that they decided to actually redesign it, and I think they had to stop production for 6 months, I think. Maybe it wasn't 6 months, but they had to stop production anyway, so that they could redesign the alien outfit. And Stan Winston, who designed the Predator, was on a plane with James Cameron, and James Cameron saw that Stan Winston was doing some concept art for an alien, and then James Cameron apparently was like, you know what, I've always wanted to see an alien with dreadlocks. And so Stan Winston used that as an element for the redesign for the Predator creature. So I'm glad they actually did that. It turned what could have been a subpar sci-fi action movie and turned it into a classic. Lynch mob, get to the chopper! It's so funny, you know, because when most people think about that line, they're thinking about the second version where Anna is with Dutch, and he's like, run, go, get to the chopper, to Anna, to tell her to run off. And that's the one that people think of, which it's accurate, it's correct. Like, I'm not saying that when people think of that they're thinking of the wrong one. It's just interesting that there's another version at a different, earlier point in the story where he says, you know, we make our stand now, or there'll be nobody left to get to the chopper. Oliver, it didn't attack you because you were unarmed. I love... I don't want to spoil it just in case you haven't seen it, but have you seen, Oliver, those How It Should Have Ended? parody videos where they basically take a movie and they come up with a parody ending that the movie should have actually had. There's one on Predator which is quite funny. Yeah, it was an interesting design, you know. I think it's really cool too, like the dreadlocks that the Predator has and the fact that he's wearing like a mask, and then also the mandibles and all that. Like, it's just really cleverly designed. It's probably one of the best designs in a sci-fi horror sort of, well, action sort of thing. Hey there, Lizzie. How's it going? You have seen them, Oliver? They're funny as fuck. Oh, cool. Yeah, well, I'll just preface this by saying that this is a spoiler for how Predator should have ended. But the whole idea is that Predator doesn't actually... I know there's an actual official name for it, but I prefer just calling it the Predator. The Predator will only kill people who are actually armed with a real weapon and that are actually using it in a combat scenario. So if you don't have a weapon on you, then the Predator will leave you alone. So anyway, in the How It Should Have Ended version of Predator, when they realize that the Predator only hunts and kills people who actually have weapons armed, they all get rid of their weapons, so none of them actually have them. And unlike the actual movie where not all of them survive, I think in this parody version they all survive, and they all get to the helicopter at the end, and they're all happy and everything like that, and then one of them realizes, hang on, this helicopter has a gun on it, doesn't it? And then you see the Predators flying through the air at the helicopter, and then the episode ends. It's like they were this close to surviving. But yep, the helicopter they went on had a weapon on it. Lynch Mob. A favourite one they made is Homelander versus Omni-Man. Now that's definitely one I haven't seen, Lynch Mob. I haven't seen a lot of their newer stuff. I can't actually remember the one that I saw last before I didn't check out their other stuff as well. But it's so funny how they have that ongoing thing where Batman and Superman are in a cafe talking to each other, and I like how they could, you know, they make fun of different, you know, versions of Superman and Batman. Like, it's like whenever there's like a new Batman movie that comes out where they redesign the outfit, the Batsuit and everything. In this series by How It Should Have Ended, they have Batman and Superman in a cafe talking about stuff. It's like, what's with your suit? There's nothing wrong with it. What are you talking about? Oliver, yeah, you remember that one? What a twist. It was actually a really good twist, yeah. I still love the first one I ever saw, which was the Star Wars one. That was just such a great one. Like, that for me was the first one I saw. I don't know if it was their first one. It could have been. But that was the first one that I saw. And I just cracked up so much at it. I absolutely loved it.
The Commodore's dead. Are we ready?
We're close. We've got a problem with the galleon. There's a couple of dozen. Bloody hell. You'd raise a cloud here, lout! You shot on enough gunpowder to blow New Providence off its rocks.
Lay off me, mate. I'm well chafed.
As I was telling, a squad of lobsters has commandeered our galleon. We're gonna have to clear it out before we use them cannons to play the blockade.
I love that moment. You'd raise a cloud here, you lout. Then there's that moment in Red Dead Redemption 2 where John Marston and Arthur are near some dynamite and they're about to light a cigarette. And then they realize and then they move away from it.
Stay near the fire ship, Captain. Keep it afloat. Crowd on all the sail we have! The Brits are on to us. Look there. Beat the quarters!
Douse the gallants and royals! Fire!
There's a good shot to the criminal!
Get up to planks! For all! Get the mains free! Fire!
Working on it! All exposed! Take
Fire!
a
See how we swim, do ye? Haul in the stunsail! Loose and catch the wind! Fire!
Oh, he's vulnerable there!
Fire!
Hold her in!
Clue up! Clue up!
Don't lie about! Get to your
Fire!
Look, Captain, I won't play shot
They're
there!
on their ball line to mains out! Let's go!
Close down, gallants!
Fire! Let themselves exposed! Fire! Take him, take him!
Don't let them sink our fire ship. That's our ace.
Close up! Eat her sticks!
Further mains!
Loose main set! Reef in all tops! Give me some speed!
Bring it all, Sip! You heard the captain! Move! More trouble, Captain! She's vulnerable there, Captain!
Down to the string! Awaiting your mark, Captain! Captain Lansom, I'm there! Fire! They're on the ball line to head! She's weak, she's right there, Captain! Fire! Stunts out! Let's get moving!
Beat the quarter!
Ease off the wind! Fire! On, sir!
Look, Captain, I won't play shot
They're
there!
on the ball line to head! Fire! Make him pay, Captain! Give the orders, sir! Crowd it all on! Reef the topsails and gallants! Let out some sail!
Lay
As
aloft
much
on the
sail
bow,
as you
come on.
can!
Batten them again. Loose all! Party like!
Trim the yards off the wind! Unfurl mains, let's move!
Douse those men!
Douse the royals!
The fire ship's about to blow! Steer clear, Captain! Captain has the... We broke through! Get clear of the fleet now and we're holding.
Fire!
Here comes natural to us.
We ain't out of this yet.
Give me some speed! Fire! Brace for impact! Fire!
Captain, look, mortars!
Gallants and royals! Let out some sail!
A mighty mess there.
Burn, you bastards! They're burning up your ass, governor!
Prancing about like they took a prize.
Oliver, never smoke on a barrel of gunpowder. No, yeah, that definitely isn't the thing that you should be doing. Hey there, Extreme. Welcome. Blame you for the storm. Oh, you brought it in with you? Oh my god. That's pretty extreme. Why'd you have to do that? How's it going? Welcome on in, Extreme. Oliver, looks like rain. We're totally blaming you, Extreme Storm. It was foretold. Yeah, it's so funny, like, I think, to certain games where they had like rain effects that were, earlier in gaming history. Like you had Splinter Cell 1, for example, in 2002, the CIA level, where you're outside to start with and it's raining. How it just looks like, just lines that are constantly falling from the sky without much separation between each one to make it look like it's drops. Lynchbomb, that's your favourite scene from Red Dead Redemption 2 between John and Arthur, especially when he tells him, "I know you wish things were different, but it wasn't us that changed." I just get chills even reading that, Lynchmob. And I don't blame you as well. There's really good moments between John and Arthur in that game that it really, really does a great job at having like a little bit of a character arc between them two. Because you have Arthur, who is obviously pissed off that John Marston decided to leave the gang for a year, and that he doesn't want to cut him any slack. So they go from being kind of like, antagonistic a bit, not to the point of coming to blows or anything like that, just Arthur, lost a lot of respect for Marston when he left the gang for a year. But it's just so great how that all shifts and changes, and then by the end they may not be blood related, but they're definitely like brothers by the end. Thank you for the GGs, Oliver. Thank you. You love storms in games as well, Storm? Yeah, there's just something about it, like listening to it on its own too, like having the ambience of that. Like I know there's videos of games like Red Dead Redemption 2 where people have just taken parts of the game where it's just raining and they've just used it as like a ambient video and all that kind of stuff, which is kind of cool if you're in the mood to just have like a chill out time with audio of, storms or whatever the case may be as well.
Oh, hi, kid. You missed quite a time.
Aye. Pity about Nassau, and Blackbeard flying the coop.
Well, we'll see about Thatch. Vane's off to see him now, and I'm following soon.
This is what's left of your experiment in democracy.
Aye. We do as we please here, and we take our time doing it.
For Christ's sake, Edward. Don't anything but the stink of riches wrinkle your nose.
What's got into you, man?
Reality, mate. Reality. See that you ain't pulled into the drink by this drowning rat.
Oi! I've lived longer than most men who trod this path.
I'm not saying that this was on purpose, but in that cutscene it's interesting because you have Edward, who, for the first time, we actually see that he's been unfaithful to Caroline, because this whole time he's been faithful, and so we see that he's drunk and had a good time with that woman, and you have Mary, who wakes him up, or is there when he wakes up. And the whole mood is just extremely sort of like, bleak, which is very fitting because that's, where we're at in the story now. Because this is foreshadowing how bleak things are actually going to get. But what's also interesting is the positioning of Adewale and Mary Read in that scene, where there's almost like a dividing line between Edward and Mary Read and Adewale. And there is a bit of a separation that happens, because Adewale takes the ship, the Jackdaw. Not take it as in takes over it and he wants to, get revenge against Edward or anything, but he becomes the captain of the Jackdaw temporarily and takes care of it. but also the fact that he becomes an assassin. And Mary Read, of course, is already an assassin. So you have the two assassins on one side of the cutscene, and then you have Edward on the other side. And then Mary is like, you know, time to wake up to reality. I know I'm not saying the exact quotes, but I'm just paraphrasing, but the gist of it is, Edward is pissing away his life still. Even though Mary is upset with him, she still does believe that there's more to him than, you know, just carelessness and recklessness and all that kind of stuff. But she's definitely fed up with this whole thing, and Adewale, you know, doesn't say anything that whole time, and you can imagine that internally he's thinking about what he wants to do, you know, for his own future as well. And so he decides that he wants to become an assassin. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's the moment where he starts to think about, you know, maybe becoming an assassin is the path I want to take. Anyway, that's just my interpretation. I'm not saying that they intended to have Adewale and Mary on one side of the screen and then Edward on the other to create a division between the two groupings of characters and, you know, all that kind of stuff, but cutscenes like that, there's not a whole lot going on, but there's also a lot going on, because a lot that's going on is not just what's said, but it's also what the characters are doing. And the saying, you know, pissing something away, you know, which is to waste something, you know, and you literally have someone who's hanging a leak, who's pissing in that moment, you know, so it's one of those sort of like visual sort of like moments where the game is being like, yeah, you know, the characters here are just pissing their life away. Then in the end, all is well, and they are all happy and live together happily ever after, and nobody dies. Imagine if that's actually how things turned out. If only.
Loose and catch the wind!
Because the thing about like cutscenes and stuff is, while it can be done this way, you really want to put thought into why things are there. Like if you watch a movie, everything that is in the scene on the set is there for a reason. Whether the reason has any bearing on anything at all in the grand scheme of the story or anything like that. They're things that are put there on purpose for a reason. And the placement of them is done for a reason, you know. That doesn't mean that every single thing in a movie that you see has a deep meaning to it or anything like that, but if you have a table with items on it, you got to think, okay, what items are actually going to be on the table? Is it going to be a table that has nothing on it? And if we're going to put something on it, what are we going to put on it? You know, we're going to put like placemats, we're going to put cutlery, we're going to put like a vase or something, you know, all these things, even though they might have no meaning, they're just something that need to be thought about. So when you look at cutscenes in games as well, especially these ones in the earlier Assassin's Creed games, you have that level of thought being put into the placement of stuff. But it's also the positioning of where the characters are, what they're doing, where they're standing. Are they standing? Are they moving? Are they sitting? If they're going to sit, is there a reason for it? Or are they just sitting because they've been standing up for hours and they want to sit down? You know, there's so many things that can go into the reasoning for why characters are positioning themselves in certain spots. in real life, you know, there's moments where we're not really thinking about why we're doing certain things. We might be scratching our head, not because we're trying to solve a problem and we don't know what it is, but we might just scratch our head because maybe it's itchy. You know, there doesn't have to be a reason for everything, but when you're crafting a cutscene in video games, and you don't have to, like, this isn't a thing where it's like, yeah, absolutely have to do this. There's no exceptions. But putting real thought into, okay, where are we going to put Edward in this scene? Alright, let's have him sitting down. Alright, so what was he doing before? Well, he was asleep. Okay, so he's asleep, and he's been drinking for days and all that kind of stuff. So when he talks, he's not going to be all lively and, you know, upbeat and all that kind of stuff. He's going to be sort of like tired sounding, you know. So you've got all those things that go into it as well, of thinking, okay, what is the character doing? Why are they doing it? And as a result of what they're doing, what other things are affected? Are their clothes affected? If someone had been drinking, are they going to have 100% clean clothes with no stains on it? Probably not. Because when they were drinking and they got so drunk, they might have accidentally spilled something on their shirt that they didn't notice at the time, and then when they wake up, they're like, how did all these marks get on my shirt? You know, things like that. But it just comes across in the earlier Assassin's Creed games, and in a lot of games too. It's not just the Assassin's Creed series, but, you know, Red Dead Redemption 2, the GTA games, like, there's at least some level of thought put into why things are the way they are in the cutscene that's being presented to the player as well. Sometimes the scenes are very short. It's just two characters talking to each other. Sometimes it's a longer scene, so it's like, do we make the characters just sit there? Or do we have one get up and get a drink? Maybe one notices that their shoes are untied, so they bend down and they're talking with their friend while they bend down to tie their shoelaces up, you know, and maybe the friend, you know, sees a fly and buzzes, you know, just little details like this, which can just help create a scene in something and make it more than just, you stand here, you stand there, and just say the lines. Boom, done, move on to the next.
Douse all sail! Haul hearty, lads! Furl those mins!
Is Jackdaw fully maxed now? What is the progress on that? Oh no, not fully maxed. There's still some things that I could actually get upgraded, but I'm not going to bother. Because I just wanted to get it upgraded to a certain point for the legendary ships.
A great disappointment you are, Thatch. His mind's made up to stay, he says. It's a sodding. And hang all of you lot that follow this sorry bastard into obscurity.
The man's a prick. I know you're come to call me home, Kenway. And your faith in me is kind. But with Nassau done in, I feel I'm finished.
I'm not of the same mind, mate. But I won't begrudge you the state of yours.
You still looking for that sage fellow?
Aye.
Taking a prize a month back, I heard a man named Roberts was working a slave ship called the Princess. Might want to see about it.
The Princess. Cheers, Thatch.
Oh, don't sit there like a barrel of wet fish. We're celebrating my retirement! Uncork this man's breakfast!
Save us a few bottles, eh?
I like that. Blackbeard notices that this guy hasn't drank anything, doesn't have a drink in his hand. And the way that the guy leaves is very suspicious, you know, so... But no one else is noticing because they're drunk or they're doing other things.
I promise I'm heaven sent.
So not sure if Blackbeard or Santa Claus. It could be both. He could pretend to be Santa Claus. Santa, why is your beard not white? It's like, well, I dyed it this way.
Why so close, friend?
Hello, lads. Lieutenant, you out here?
What? Stay here. Jenkins, shoot anything that moves.
There was a deserter among them who recalled my base. I sliced into his gullet before any word left his lips.
Anybody see you?
Don't think so, sir. But I reckon Kenway suspects something. He don't miss much.
Tell me about the beach.
A fair gathering, sir. Most too drunk to stand.
That will suit our purpose. Tell me about Edward Teach. What sort of man is he?
It's Thatch, sir. At least that's what he calls himself. But he's a mad bugger, he is. Cracked as a glass teapot, sir.
Details, man. Stop talking in gibberish.
Well, sir, he likes his drink, for instance. Only he makes him queer. Takes the usual rum flip and fills it with half a weight of gunpowder to top it off.
Did I hear you were right? He drinks gunpowder?
Aye, sir. Just for show. And only last week he rounded up a score of his crew and bade us sit in the hold of his ship while he burnt off sulfur and other sickening minerals. We just sat there like it was one of a million pits of hell and nothing less ordinary.
Good God! What the hell for?
Like to test his crew is all. Tease out their fitness and what. Of course, it always turned out he was the fittest of the lot. Thought for a moment I'd die there. Bloody savages.
Have no fear, soldier. This will be the end of it. Come on. It's time. Quickly, send the signal. And remember always this day.
What the devil?
Where the hell is Kenway? Not today, lads! Today we send the king's finest to their graves! Every last scrap of duck on the wind!
Hostile warship!
Almost ready, sir! Give the order, sir! Fire!
Their firepower is great! Keep the distance!
Shut me
Find the head! We're back to back!
Crack them to that dude!
Not one of the squads!
No, come on, the heads! Except 3 or 4! Let's jump aboard! Cut up to pieces! Bury the lot, boys! Take no guts! I'll cleave you lengthwise, maggots! How you be doing, Edward, my lad? I'll not fall here today, bastards! Come at me! I hear a shot! Can you fight free, lad? Can you make it clear? Here's the path to perdition! I have a shot!
have been heroes!
Devil curse me. Where's the jackdaw?
What of Fat, sir? Did he fall? Captain?
He drinks damnation.
Rip Thatch, Blackbeard falls. One of the first major losses that Edward experiences. That's one of the catalysts for him to change his ways. To ultimately get to the path of becoming an assassin in the end. I thought I was going to get desynchronized there, actually. Because the jackdaw was low on health by a lot. I didn't realize that the mortar fire was actually active. The other ship had fired the mortars. Deadly Vulture, thank you so very much for the follow. Thank you. Welcome on in.
Sailor, and listen to me.
Now you're ready to sail for the port.
Oh, my name was Captain Kidd, as I said.
Why don't you? A poor old man came riding by, and
Hey,
he said
boys.
so.
Oh, don't you hear?
I dreamed a dream the other night. Lowlands, lowlands away. My love, she came dressed all in white. Lowlands away. I dreamed my love came in my sleep. Lowlands, lowlands away, Madame. Her cheeks were wet, her eyes did weep. Lowlands away. She came to me at my bedside. Lowlands,
Harry, come out! Sir!
lowlands away, Madame. All dressed in white, like some fair bride. Lowlands away, and bravely in her bosom fair. Lowlands, lowlands.
She made no sound, no word she said. Lowlands, lowlands, away, me John. And then I knew my love was dead. Lowlands, then I awoke to hear the cry. Lowlands, lowlands, away, me John. Oh, watch on deck, oh, watch ahoy. Lowlands away.
Haul down and clew up! Clew up tops! Douse those men!
Oliver, GTA 5 Black Flag Radio be like Lowlands. I like in Assassin's Creed Syndicate how the piano tune that actually opens up the secret basement area of Edward's mansion is the first few notes of Lowlands. Maybe it's not the first few notes, but it's some notes that are part of that song. As much as I love the song Drunken Sailor, I felt that after Edward Thatch dying, that's probably too upbeat of a sea shanty to have be sung. So I thought I'd switch to something different. It really is, Oliver. So many great sea shanties in this game, like, they did such a great job too. They literally sound like they were recorded when they were out at sea on a ship. There's certain things I like to do in these games at certain points that become like little quirks that I do, like after the mission where Edward Thatch actually dies and it goes to the loading screen, I on purpose don't make Edward move. I just have him actually just stand there as some kind of like solemn, reflective kind of like moment where he just stands there. I mean, obviously he doesn't just stand there and not do anything. He will actually do a gesture, but that's because it's an idle animation.
I think
but I like to make sure that I don't make him move in that loading screen after that part of the story. Then in Assassin's Creed Revelations, there's parts of the game where I don't do certain things until I reach a certain point in the narrative. For example, the Desmond journeys that you can do, the first-person segments, where they're essentially memories of Desmond's own, and they recap and retell, well, not retell, but they tell the lead-up to him getting captured by Abstergo and all that kind of stuff. Because he's been very reflective, and they are memories of the past and all that kind of stuff, when I do a playthrough that includes them, I actually wait until you get to the point in the story where Clay Kazmarek has a question for Desmond, and that question is, do you have any regrets? And then Desmond talks about how he wished he was, he had been better with his parents and, listened and all that kind of stuff. And then Clay is like, thank you. And then Desmond's like, for what? And then Clay is like, for making sense. That's when I do the Desmond journeys then, because I feel like narratively it's a reflection moment where Desmond is thinking about the past, so it makes sense that the Desmond journeys are done at that point in the story. That doesn't mean I think that's canon. Like, that's just how I time it to do that content. So sometimes I like to time content with some kind of like narrative reasoning for putting it at that point. Not all the time, and not with every single playthrough, and not with every single game, but with certain aspects.
My thanks. Arrivederci.
What a strange fellow. Oh, maybe I've had enough.
Oliver Stonks.
You require my services. Excellent. Good.
Trick.
Fire! She's weak, just right there! Fire!
Ahoy! All hands to stations!
Fire! Launch the mine there, she's got up to trim the yards
We're
off
following
the
the
wind!
ship, can we?
Get the mainsails into the wind! The topsails and gallants!
Poor old man came riding by, and we say so, and we know so. Oh, a poor old man came riding by, oh, poor old man.
This playthrough was just a playthrough where it's like, you know what, I feel like playing this game.
And if he dies
And because of that, the next playthrough of this won't actually be until I do my annual playthroughs, but I don't know when that will be now, but at some point this year.
So Thatcher's been topped. Fuck's sake.
He was outnumbered. I couldn't reach him.
Devil damn the man, he was fierce, but his heart was divided.
It's hard to let go of the life you know best.
My own idiot father liked to brag about how he meant to purchase a ship of his own. I'll get a privateering contract, Charlie. Your old dad'll be a captain. Drowned in a whiskey bottle before he ever left shore. Right, Kenway. I've been musing on this plan of yours. This observatory you're always going on about. How do we know it exists?
We find a slave ship called the Princess. Aboard should be a man called Roberts. He can lead us to it.
Well, them slavers work for the Royal African Company. Find one of their ships and start asking some questions.
What's our course, Captain?
We're looking for slave ships. Any that work for the Royal African Company.
You don't mean to traffic human cargo now, do you?
No, Jesus, Ade. You know me better than that. We're only after information. Looking to find where the Princess docks in her spare time.
The Princess? A slave ship?
Right. Blackbeard told me there's a good chance we'd find the Sage aboard her.
Hey, Ave. Doing well, thanks. Day's been going good. How's things with you? Hey there, Troll. What we're going to do here is go back, way back.
Captain! Vane's just sunk a merchant schooner.
Damn! Can't that animal stay the course we agreed to?
Troll, well, this game is not that old, you guess. Yeah, 2013, so a couple of years ago it celebrated its 10th. How's things, Troll?
Should be nearby, Captain.
Man your sheets, Turner. Yeah, Will Turner.
To larboard, sir! Cast away! Think he's alive, sir?
Don't sink that slaver's ship, Kenway. There's hundreds of innocent men aboard.
I know.
Starboard! Floating booty there for the taking, sir.
The slaver ship is running!
Damn fool! I'll get us in close.
Sail these go!
Awaiting your mark, Captain! Fire! Fire!
Damn that Captain Vane! He's unloading everything he has.
He'll sink it if he's not careful. We'll get closer.
Almost ready, sir. Fire! 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 Fire!
Burn me, miss!
Fire! Fire!
close. Lay aboard, boys! Fast as you are! All clear, pull away!
Chase those bastards down, Kenway. I'll murder the men who scuttled my ship.
Keep calm, mate.
Keep quiet as a force, Captain. Those cannons have a long
Off to your ancestors, then.
We're going over. Find the captain.
Come on, me roisters. You scurvy maggot brains.
Guns and steel aren't louder than sticks and spittle, Vane.
I've more than enough of all that.
Just find the captain.
Let's take the prop. Keep them back!
Tras él no irá a ninguna parte.
Bless your guts, lad. Reporting back. Press him! I am not bleeding. I have been eaten. La miseria. I am not bleeding. I have been eaten.
This captain claims the princess sails out of Kingston every few months.
All right. We'll set a course.
You made ash of my sails and rigging, jackanapes. You owe me a share.
Damn it, Vane!
Oh, Charles, what a surly devil you are.
Don't fuck with me, Jack.
Oh, but it's my mandate to fuck with you, Charles. Lads! See, the boys and I had a bit of counsel while you were wasting time with this lot. And, well, they figured I'd be a fitter captain than you reckless dogs.
I'll cut you another cunt, Tracer!
Ooh. This one I figure I might sell for a tenner down in Kingston. But with you two grog blossoms, I can't take any chances.
You regret this day, Rackham.
I regret most of them already. Tie them up! Cast them off.
I'll gut you, Jack Rackham! I'll open you up, I'll tear out your organs, and string a bloody loop with them!
Stop your goddamn howling, Vane! There's no bloody use!
Well, well, the fearsome Edward Kenway speaks, eh? Pray tell us, Captain, how to quit this predicament. And tell us what genius you have for sailing a boat with no sails and no rudder.
Shut your gob!
Always love how that little bit of the mast just falls over. Nice one, Oliver. Ave, the one and only. Ave, you're doing, well, pretty dead. You have sadly gotten the flu, high fever, and non-stop coughing. Really sorry to hear about that, Ave. That really, really sucks. Bloody hell. I hope you get better real soon. Troll, you're going well enough. Just finished your run and daily training. How about me? Oh, that's great, Troll. I'm glad to hear that you're going well enough. Hopefully, things will get even better. I hope you had a great run. Yeah, I've been going well. I had a good day today, and it's been good to get back to this game. This playthrough was like a bit of a... I just feel like playing through the game, and so being able to finish the game today will actually be good, because then it'll clear up the Monday, just in case I want to actually use it for other, games moving forward and stuff. But yeah, going pretty good. Yeah, I couldn't help but think about that too as well, Troll. But yeah, Bootstrap Bill. Yeah. I never actually noticed that the name of the character that they mentioned there was Turner as well. Hey! Oh, it's so funny, Ave, for a split second there, I thought you were actually Arctic, because you both have the same color name on my end, and because I saw his emotes as well. Plus, you're using his, way of speaking and, things that he puts in chat, so, yeah. Troll, we do like you some nice booty. Yeah, the riches are good. Fire. Ave water. Troll, defeat the Spanish. The Spanish Inquisition. Oliver, okay, the Spanish flag converted to British right before you cut it. Dude, I didn't even actually notice that. It's so funny when shit like that happens in games. It's like in Unity, like when you're further away from an NPC, it'll be one character model, but then when you get closer, it'll morph into a different one.
Keep still now. I'll take these oysters you've ordered.
You mad sap. This island's crawling with food if only you'd care to look for it.
Yeah, I am looking, Louts. Found some just here. Don't come following now. Do you hear me? Don't come looking for me.
Wretched fool.
I didn't want him to do that. Come on, Edward. What are you doing, mate? I know you've been trapped on an island for a while now, so... But still. There we go, that's better. Hasta la vista, baby. How's it going? You holding up? Or do I need to terminate some problems for you? Welcome on in. How's it going, Senny? Thanks for redeeming that as an Arnie impression. Very nice. It's so funny. I can't remember for how long it was, but in Australia, when you had a video, it would have some things at the front of it ahead of the movie that would actually cover the ratings. Like there was this sort of commercial where this couple were wanting to choose a movie, or they'd chosen a movie. And so to have examples of the different movie ratings, they had different movies that represented those ratings. And one of them was, the moment from Terminator 2 where Arnie's like, "Hasta la vista, baby." I just remembered that. I haven't actually thought about that for decades. How's things going, Crooked? Welcome on in, dude. Troll, he went off his rockers. Vane went even more bonkers. He really, really did. Like, he's just gone completely insane. Very unreasonable too, like, there's plenty of food that they could both, hunt for themselves. Like, they don't have to interact with each other, but Vane is so hell-bent on getting any type of revenge on Edward for what's happened. But such a shame what happens to him, especially when you see him much later on as well. How broken he is. Although he has lost all his talent, he has. He's so vain, he probably thinks that we're talking about him.
To the king, and a lasting peace. The faction at end, the wealth increase. Come, let us drink it while we have breath. For there's no drinking after death. And he that will his health deny, down among the dead men, down among the dead men, down, 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 down among the dead men, let him lie.
Crooked, doing well, thanks. You had a nice day yesterday visiting family, and now it's back to the grind. How's your day and weekend been? That's excellent, dude. I'm really glad that you had a great time. That's really cool. It's always good to be able to spend time with family and have a great time too, as well. Hopefully you're going to have a good day today, and hopefully it won't be too much of a hectic grind as well. But yeah, my day's been going really well, and I had a great weekend. Pulled 2 big long streams for Rise of the Tomb Raider. I did it like 11 hours at least. But the great thing is, pushing myself to do a lot of the upgrading in yesterday's stream, it means that I don't have as much left now. So next weekend, I can progress the story a bit further, unlock the weapons that I don't have yet, and then upgrade those, and then all the upgrading parts done then. Then I've got a lot of, side content to cover, like getting the collectibles and all that kind of stuff. But overall, the thing that's been taking the most time is just getting the grinding for materials and stuff for the upgrading. But yeah, it went really, really well, so I'm very happy with my progress on that. Hey there, Godfather Al. Welcome on in. Rod Kenway Barbosa, the brown beard. The one, the only. Hey there, Godfather Al. How's things going for you today? Yeah, Troll. Such a great song, that, actually. Down Among the Dead. I remember one time there was a playthrough where, at the point in the story where Charles Vane first gets introduced, the tavern singers were actually singing Down Among the Dead. And because I didn't really actually pay much attention to the songs until that playthrough, to recognize that that was the song that was being played when he appeared, I thought that that meant that it was the song that plays all the time, because I thought that would be great foreshadowing. But then in the next playthrough, I double-checked to see if that was the case, but it wasn't. It was a different song, so it randomizes what song appears, or what song plays when he first appears. But when it did that time and it was Down Among the Dead, I thought, oh, this is so fitting. Thank you, Ave, for leaving the lurk. Thank you so much. But in that sense, it's good that they didn't make the upgrades mandatory for the 100% completion. It really is, dude, for sure. The good thing is, though, like, if you have, for example, the bows, you might have, like, an upgrade in Tier 1, for example. But that upgrade, when you upgrade that, it also applies it to all the bows that actually have that component. So in that sense, it's really cool because you don't have to get each individual aspect of each weapon upgraded there's some that actually just cover them all when one is actually upgraded. So I really liked how they did that.
Go dance with the fishermen and their dories, Kenway! This island's mine! Come at me, and I'll cap you, bastard! It was your bloody imagination that landed us here, Kenway! I'll be damned if I let that mind make one more decision for me!
Will you not talk to me, Vane? Are you fixed on this madness?
Madness? Nothing mad about a man fighting to survive, is there?
I mean you no harm, you corker. Now let's work this out like gentlemen.
Oh, God! I've got a bleeding headache on account of your jabbering. Now stay back and let me live in peace.
I would if you stopped filching the food I gather and the water I find.
I'll stop nothing till you paid me back in blood. You was the reason we were out looking for slavers, and you was the reason Jack Rackham took my crew.
Be right back. Just checking something. Alright, I just had to check something because I went to clip a moment and then the tab wouldn't actually load, and then I went and looked at the broadcast and it had actually paused, and I was like, oh, what's going on? So I tried to open up another tab and go to a different website, but it wouldn't load up, and I thought, oh, is something going wrong with my internet? But then I looked and everything's fine, so I just restarted my laptop and it's all working, so that's good. I wasn't sure what happened on my end. Edward, sorry, Crooked, I'm sure you... I don't know why I called you Edward for. Crooked, I'm sure your headache is because of Edward Vane. Vane, but not so sane. Yeah, Edward Vane. I'm sure your headache is because of Edward Vane. Yeah. Troll Kenway is hanging out. That's true, he's just hanging off the ledge there as well. Oliver, you hope all this effort doesn't go in vain. Nice one. Deadly Vulture, hi, do you remember you? Well, you're coming up as a first-time chatter, so I don't actually remember you, sorry. If you had a different username, I can't remember what you might have had before. But thank you for the follow under that username. I hope things are going well.
Vayne! Face me, man!
I said not to follow!
Jesus, you've lost your head, man!
It's a fair exchange for finding these flintlocks and grenados.
Listen, Vayne, we can hunt with those guns.
And I mean to! Bloody rags will be all that's left of you, Kenway! I'll blow you to hell! Blow off some limbs! You can't hide, Kenway!
Deadly Vulture used to follow me on a different account because you remembered that I was playing one of the Chronicle AC games. Oh, I got you, Deadly Vulture, yeah. Yeah, no, when you start a new account, whatever account you used to have, like, there's no indication on your new account when you type in chat for me to know that you had another account and stuff. But welcome back to the channel. I hope things have been going well. Oliver Bro thinks he's Steve Irwin or Crocodile Dundee or something. Yeah, he definitely does. He's got that feel about it.
You and your bloody fairy stories got us into this mess, Kenway. And I'll be damned if I let you drag me into another.
You keep this up, and I'll have to kill you, Vayne!
Bloody try, by all means!
Oh, nice, Vulture, that's cool. Everything's good, you're studying at home, but you're currently on your break. Oh, good. Well, I hope that's been going well, and I hope that you can enjoy your break and it doesn't go too quickly as well. Because sometimes time can just go so quickly when you're enjoying yourself, and hopefully it's not going to go by too quickly. Vulture, first lesson you had study time, so you watched some video about Henry Avery. Oh yeah, in one of the Uncharted games. I've only played it once, so I can't remember if it was 3 or 4. Maybe it wasn't even any of those ones. But I do recall Henry Avery being one of the historical figures that was referenced in those games. So it was the 4th one? Cool, Vulture, yeah. Yeah, no, the name was definitely familiar, so Henry Avery. Well, that's cool, because I haven't actually really looked into him as a person, so I don't really know too much beyond what, Uncharted 4 might incorporate. But it's interesting learning about the real figures from history versus what fiction, like movies and stuff, might decide to do. Stan, my man, why do you take only one bone? It has like a lot of bones. Take a bunch. Exactly, Stan. But what is this one bone business? Oh, cool, Vulture, you played the 4th one. That's actually my favourite one, that one. I liked all of them, but that one became my favourite.
It's either you or me who's leaving this island alive, Welcher. Because I'm not going to sail again in a world cursed by your ugly mug. I'll flush you out. Not dead yet. Here. No escaping me! I'll blow you to hell! No escaping me! Bloody rags will be all that's left of you, Kenway!
You goddamn fucking knave, Vane!
Nancy boy, you only done half a fucking job.
Fucking hell. Is this my reward for believing the best about men? For thinking that a bilge rat like you could muster up some fucking sense once in a while? Maybe Horn of Gold was right. Maybe the world does need men of ambition to stop the likes of you from mucking it all up.
Or maybe you just don't have the stones to live with no regrets.
Don't save me a spot in hell, Shanka. I ain't coming soon.
Vulture, you've been doing a lot of stuff. You don't know what pirate to study about. Next, do you have any recommendations? Probably Stede Bonnet, because he was a pirate that I thought was actually made up for this game, but I didn't actually realize he was a real pirate as well. I think he might be referenced in Uncharted 4. Isn't it? Yeah, Uncharted 4 as well, I think, maybe. Or maybe I'm thinking of a pirate that looks like Guybrush Threepwood as a reference to Guybrush Threepwood. But yeah, Stede Bonnet, I'd probably recommend that. Like, I don't know if you've studied him or not. I mean, not that I have either, but like that'd probably be one that I would suggest. Because it's quite interesting, because I think they called him the gentleman pirate. Joel, he just goes a little mad sometimes. We all go a little mad sometimes. Nice reference to Psycho there, Troll. Vulture Bro's Dutch if he was a pirate. Yeah, that's a good comparison, actually. That's right, Vulture. Yeah, he's in Assassin's Creed 4, Stede Bonnet. Could laugh my ass off. Imagine him canonically falling down there the way that Edward knocked him out. It was so funny, dude. That's actually the first time ever in a playthrough where I've got myself into a predicament where I couldn't do the leap of faith because I went a different route. But then I noticed that he was already facing the direction that I was in, so I couldn't even start to climb the thing. I thought, oh, what I'll do is I'll use this as an opportunity to see if there's any sort of like different kind of thing that happens if you have a one-to-one fight with him instead of doing the air assassination. But that was so funny doing the coat hanger move. I only wish it didn't cut so quickly to the cutscene. It would have been cool to actually see the coat hanger move on him in full. Well, I hope it goes well, Vulture. Thank you so much for popping into the channel. Thank you again for the follow as well. I hope that your study time goes well.
Stealing a fishing schooner single-handed. Damn canny, Captain.
As is taking back my brig from this pillock. Once again, I thank you both.
This Billy Huff didn't last 2 months with your ship before he came limping back to Nassau. Took the pardon straight away.
I had to, lads. That Rogers was onto me from the first.
Hold your tongue, Rackham.
So what now? Still chasing your elusive fortune?
Aye, and I'm close. I've heard the Sage is sailing out of Kingston on a ship called the Princess.
Put your ambition to better use, Kenway. Find the Sage with us.
I've no stomach for you and your mystics, Mary. I want a taste of the good life. An easy life.
No one honest has an easy life, Edward. And it's aching for one that causes the most pain. All right, Rackham. Back to retirement.
That's all good, Vulture. Thank you so much for the lurk as well. I hope that it all goes well for you. Hey there, Mr. Epic. How's things going? What Mary says there. No one honest has an easy life, Edward, and it's aching for one that causes the most pain. Such a great quote. Very fitting, too, as well. Another great Mary Read moment as well. Like, she's such a great character. Olivia Morgan, who plays her, chef's kiss performance. Like, I really wish they actually did an Assassin's Creed game where we played as Mary and get to actually experience when she becomes an assassin, see what she's actually doing while Edward's off doing other stuff, see what Mary is getting up to and all that kind of stuff. And it would have also been a great idea to do so we could get a little bit more insight into how the assassins and the Templars in this time period, in this part of the world, were actually operating in a bit more detail, and when they find out about the Sage and, you know, all this kind of stuff as well. So I really feel that Mary Read could have been a character that they did a game with. Mr. Epic, they could have had a mission in between this where you play as Kid and get Edward's ship back. Yeah, that's something that if they did a full game where you played as her, they could incorporate that into the narrative, showing what she got up to and what she did when Edward was doing various things as well. I like when stories sort of like intertwine, like Outlast 1, for example, the main game and the DLC. In the main game, the character you play as arrives at the Mount Massive Asylum later in the timeline than the character in the DLC that you play as. And the guy that you play as in the DLC is actually the one who sent the email about what was going on at Murkoff to the character that you play as in the main game. And so there's parts where you actually get to see certain things being done in the DLC that in the main game it's already happened, so you see the end result of it. So I thought that was quite clever. And there's this really cool thing, and this is spoiling the ending for the main game and the DLC of Outlast 1. But what I like too is the main game has you driving in as Miles to the Mount Massive Asylum at nighttime. The DLC has you driving out of Mount Massive Asylum the next morning in Miles's vehicle and exiting and driving out. So I thought that was quite cool too as well. So I like when they can do narratives like that.
Spare a moment, Captain.
Mr. Epic, or a DLC of parts where Mary does her thing in between Black Flag. Yeah, I mean DLCs are all well and good, but some characters deserve more than just a DLC as well. Like Adewale, for example. He also deserved an actual full game where we played as him. It's the same with Aya as well from Assassin's Creed Origins. Like, it's great that you get to play as her at certain points in Origins, but it would have been really cool if in the follow-up game you actually played as her, and then sometimes as Bayek, because I think that would have been that would have created a really cool balance. And then if they did a third game with the two characters, actually have it that you can switch between them. I think that would have been a cool trilogy to have with Bayek and Aya.
Greeting. Return. I will fain be garnished a fitter stock.
My condition.
So what can I do for you today? Later, I'm sure. Ah!
I'm going to have Edward wear this for a little bit now. The pirate cloak. It's pretty much his default assassin's outfit, but he's got the pirate cloak with the skull and bones on it.
To vanish, friend.
Alright, so we're going to have another character that appears that is actually voiced by Dan Janot,
I've always room for another Paris.
who plays Arno in Assassin's Creed Unity. He also did some characters in Assassin's Creed 3 as well. I think that's really cool, how you have someone who ends up playing the main character in a game, but had done some, you know, voice work in some of the previous ones. Yeah, Oliver, that's a good call. Bro looking like the Punisher. Oh, yeah.
Get so lonely here.
I'm going to make a Skull and Bones joke here. The Skull and Bones game took 10 years to make. But this pirate cloak that has a Skull and Bones on it, I'm pretty sure it didn't take 10 years to make. Mr. Epic, have I seen that Tomb Raider-like game trailer? The last trailer I saw for a Tomb Raider game was the remasters that came out recently. Here's Arno.
What news are they?
This Barjon works for the Royal African Company. Tell him what you told me.
I haven't seen the princess for 8 weeks or more, meaning she may soon be back.
What else?
I thought this buck belonged to the other men who was asking about the princess this morning. So I told him that...
What other men?
Haughty sailor in plain rags, and a gent with a scar just here.
Where have they got to?
Staying just round the corner, they said.
Almost feel sorry for him.
I grow tired of chasing these fantasies of yours, Edward. As does the crew.
Hang in there, man. We're getting close.
These NPCs going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. It's like, you okay there? You're alright? Mr. Vic, I know the Korean games that look like Tomb Raider. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, no, I haven't seen anything like that. If I knew that they were Korean made, I wouldn't have thought it was the actual Tomb Raider games.
What, have you lost your reason? You should...
Oh!
You... He's taking it! Give over. He's vanished.
Stop! Intruder!
Hold there.
Hold a moment. Have you alerted the men? We're short on time.
Aye. There'll be 2 soldiers waiting for us at the crossroads.
Very good.
If you don't mind me asking, sir, what's the meaning behind these blood samples we're taking?
Torres tells me that blood is required for the observatory to properly function.
How do you mean, sir?
If one...
Mr. Epic, it's called Grass of Genesis. It looks really good. Grass of Genesis. Yeah, definitely didn't see the trailer for that.
You! Halt!
Interloper! Raise the alarm!
Have you alerted the men? We're short on time.
Aye. There'll be 2 soldiers waiting for us at the crossroads.
Very good.
If you don't mind me asking, sir, what's the meaning behind these blood samples we're taking?
Torres tells me that blood is required for the observatory to properly function.
How do you mean, sir?
If one wishes to use the observatory to, say, spy on King George, then one would require a drop of the king's blood to do so. In other words, a small sample of blood gives us access to a man's everyday life.
Does Torres...
As have I, Captain Hornigold, as will all Templars. It is a measure of insurance.
And trust.
Let me reload the checkpoint because all sorts of errors on my part are happening.
I reckon.
Making dialogue skip and all that kind of nonsense.
Have you alerted the men? We're short on time.
Aye. There'll be 2 soldiers waiting for us at the crossroads.
Very good.
If you don't mind me asking, sir, what's the meaning behind these blood samples we're taking?
Torres tells me that blood is required for the observatory to properly function.
How do you mean, sir?
If one wishes to use the observatory to, say, spy on King George, then one would require a drop of the king's blood to do so. In other words, a small sample of blood gives us access to a man's everyday life.
Stop! Does Torres mean to spy on me then? For I've just given him a sample of my blood.
As have I, Captain Hornigold, as will all Templars. It is a measure of insurance.
And trust, I reckon.
Yes, but fear not. Torres has shipped out samples to a Templar safe house in Rio de Janeiro. We will not be the observatory's first subjects, I assure you.
Aye, sir.
Alright, amateur hour should finish now, Rod. Come on. For fuck's sake, mate. Get your head in the fucking game, literally.
Have you alerted the men? We're short on time.
Aye. There'll be 2 soldiers waiting for us at the crossroads.
Very good.
If you don't mind me asking, sir, what's the meaning behind these blood samples we're taking?
Torres tells me that blood is required for the observatory to properly function.
How do you mean, sir?
If one wishes to use the observatory to, say, spy on King George, then one would require a drop of the king's blood to do so. In other words, a small sample of blood gives us access to a man's everyday life.
Does Torres mean to spy on me then?
For fuck's sake!
And trust, I reckon.
Yes, but fear not. Torres has shipped out samples to a Templar safe house in Rio de Janeiro. We will not be the observatory's first subjects, I assure you.
Aye, sir. I suppose it's a small price to pay for what the Templars have given me in return.
Precisely.
Governor, when you hunted pirates in Madagascar, what methods worked best?
I believe it was my charisma that persuaded them. Violence and threats should always be a last resort. In Madagascar, I offered those pirates a choice. take a pardon and return to England penniless but free men, or be hanged by the neck until dead.
Just as you did in Nassau.
Precisely. A pity Commodore Chamberlain did not live to see my thorough success.
It's not like you to gloat, Rogers.
We all deserve a moment, don't we?
Get bastards in the sight! Have a clear shot!
In my sight.
Don't lose sight of him! Clear shot!
He's trying to shake us. Keep up, boys.
Men, I've a mind to be sending you just on your merry way.
Stop! I think I can hit him!
Yeah, don't jump to the fucking branch that's level with where I fucking was before jumping. Jump to the fucking branch that's to the left of that. Yeah, thanks, game.
He's making a run for it. Nothing. To hell with it. Running down like the dog! I've got a clear shot!
Another drunkard.
Well, you've certainly got a nerve, you bastard.
I was hoping to do a double assassination because I was like, I'm fucking up all over the place, I may as well fuck up even more.
Well now, what was in that tea?
Stop, I tell you!
Singular fellow.
Clear shot on it!
Well, trying to give us the slip, faggot!
He's over there! We're not losing that bastard! Keep him guessing!
This has turned into a farce. Mr. Epic, it looks good. She really looks kind of like Lara. Are there any other games that they've done? Do you know? Alright, let's just wait here for 10 hours and then move. This is probably the worst I've played in this mission for a very long time. Probably since the first time I played it.
Grandmaster, welcome.
Buenas noches. What have you learned?
The princess was taken by pirates 6 weeks ago, and so far as we know, the Sage Roberts was still aboard.
Very good. And what measures are we taking to recover the princess from these pirates?
Captain Hornigold has dispatched some of his best men to ensure the Sage's capture.
What of the Sage's present location? Do we know?
Africa, Your Excellency.
Africa? By God. The winds do not favor that route.
I concur, Grandmaster. I should have sailed there myself. One of my slave galleys would be more than capable of making a swift journey.
Slave galley? Captain, I asked you to divest yourself of that Sikh institution.
I failed to see the difference between enslaving some men and all men. Our aim is to steer the entire course of civilization, is it not?
A body enslaved inspires the mind to revolt. But enslave a man's mind, and his body will follow on. Natural, efficient.
A fair point, Grandmaster.
Remind me, where in Africa are we looking?
Principe, sir, a small island.
We've sent 2 of our best men, Burgess and Cochrane. Privateers with fast ships and firm hearts.
Edward Kenway! Imagine my surprise at seeing your jackdaw anchored there. Have you heard all you came to hear? Will you now rescue the Sage from our clutching hands?
A pox on you, traitor! You sold us downriver.
Because I found a better path. The Templars know order, discipline, structure. But you never could fathom these subtleties. Goodbye, old friend. You were a soldier once, when you fought for something real. Something beyond yourself.
You don't touch your pillar!
Welcome back, sir. Captain has the helm.
Ease off the wind! Haul in all sail!
Captain has the helm.
Main's out, let's go! Let's have a song then.
Oh, you young sailor, and listen to
dreamed a dream.
Whiskey is the life of man.
I thought I heard the old man
Oh,
say,
Billy Riley was a dancing master.
did you
Oh,
ever see a wild goose?
There she blows! Up there!
they're foundering!
Sail, sail, never
Captain! There's sea critters to spear here!
Say, was you ever in Rye, oh Brad? Somebody brown, she's the gal for me, boys.
Look ahead, look astern, look the weather in
Mr. Epic, you can't find it, but the game looks really good. Oh, that's alright, dude. That's no worries.
I see a wreck to windward and a lofty ship to lee.
Why don't you blow poor old Story?
To larboard, sir! Float her here, sir! Think he survived?
We are out,
So, handy me boys, so please tell me what is this sailboat's name?
Running down to Cuba with a load of sugar. Wave the boys to Cuba.
Loose all and trim
Make
short
a
to the
run,
wind.
you lime to
I know she's a good sailor. Now prove it, my trumps.
Wave the boys to Cuba. Running down to Cuba. Oh, I got a sister, she's 9 feet tall. Wave the boys to Cuba. She sleeps in the kitchen with her feet in the hall. Running down to Cuba. Wave the boys to Cuba. Running down to Cuba. The captain, he will trim the sails. Wave the boys to Cuba. Winging the water over the rails. Running down to Cuba. Wave the boys to Cuba. Running down to Cuba. Give me a gal can dance and dangle. Wave the boys to Cuba. Round as a melon and sweet as a mango. Running down to Cuba. Wave the boys to Cuba. Running down to Cuba. Load the sugar and homeward go. Wave the boys to Cuba. Mr. Maypee told me so. Running down to Cuba. Wave the boys to Cuba. Running down to Cuba.
Mr. Epic, you're laughing. Some article calls it Tomb Raider meets John Wick in this epic Unreal Engine 5 game. Oh yeah. That's quite a interesting way to put it. Something that it would have been good for with the Sea Shanties in this game was when you press the right button, the right D-pad, button, that's what actually cycles through which Sea Shanty you want. But it would have been cool if you held the button down and then it would actually allow you, with the right control stick, to actually select from the list what Sea Shanties you have, so you could actually pick it that way.
Oh, to me Johnny Boker, the mate is never sober. To me Johnny Boker, do. Oh, to me Johnny Boker, the bosun is a tailor. To me Johnny Boker, do. Oh, to me Johnny Boker.
What's our course, Captain?
Principe, Quartermaster. We're sailing for the coast of Africa.
Oh, you do, Mr. Epic? Yeah. Gonna bring your dog to get his hair cut soon? Oh, yeah.
You enemy sails! More of them, sir! Hey, your peak is right there, Commander! You wee swim, do you? Back off as your blows out of the water! Look, Captain! Put a shot right through there!
We're ready, sir! Ship, can we?
Fire! Damn it, the ring's coming loose! Fire! Incoming fire! Fire! That's got the mains free! Working on it hardy, sir! Keep it quick! Gun to planks! We
in, all top! Get the measles!
Enemy fire!
Ease off
Careful,
the wind!
Captain! She fires many volleys!
Fire!
Let Captain the whole place up there! Hold her in! On your mark, Captain!
Clues down! Catch some wind! Reef the topsails and gallants!
Give him up! Close down, gallants! Not far now, Captain.
Shorten sail! Get off the squall!
I'm off to find Roberts.
Don't stay long. The crew's getting restless out here.
Captain Kenway.
Yet another dire situation, Roberts. We really must stop meeting like this.
Stop tailing me and your wish had come true.
There's no need for this. You know I'm as good as my word.
Our Captain Howell was killed today in a Portuguese ambush. Headstrong fool. I warned him not to go ashore.
It was orchestrated by the Templars Burgess and Cockram. The same sort that took you to Havana.
Ah. I see now there is no escaping the Templars' attention, is there? I suppose it is time to fight back.
I do like the sound of that.
And I know just how I'll do it. But these men, Burgess and Cockram, they cannot be allowed to leave with word of my escape.
They won't. Count on it.
If you spot any men from my crew, do them some kindness and send them here.
I'll do all I can.
Mr. Epic, it's really expensive, but it's better to pay more than go to a cheaper one. You've brought him to a cheaper hairdresser. You think that's what you call it in English, right? Oh, yeah, that definitely suits. But the cheaper one did a really bad job. Never go there again. I don't blame you, dude. Just because something is less expensive doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be something that's done well. So I don't blame you, you know. Thank you, Troll, for redeeming the random Assassin's Creed quote. Thank you very much. Artsby Eve, welcome on in. Yeah, this is a great game. I love it. It's one of my favorite games. and favourite games in Assassin's Creed as well. Troll, a lot of times if you pay for a service, not always a product, you get what you pay for. That's true too sometimes as well. As in, you spend a bit more, you get a better service. Yeah, sometimes spending a little bit extra can actually be a better approach. Alright, so I've got something. The throne was mine. Wanting something does not make it your right. What do you know? That a true leader empowers the people he rules. I will lead mankind into a new world. C'è nessuno ricordi il tuo nome. Requiescat in pace. You cannot kill me. No man can murder me. Then I leave you in the hands of fate. That's from Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. Thanks for redeeming that, troll. I need to do more playthroughs of that game as well this year to celebrate its 15th anniversary. I've already done one so far. That was at the start of this year. But there is more to come along. And also the annual playthrough, which is a separate playthrough as well. So I want to at least do 2 more phases of the 15th anniversary, and then the annual playthrough I normally do. But you never know, I might squeeze in another phase somewhere along the line. Mr. Epic was so bad that you had to go back to the other one to fix it. Oh no.
Take only what you can carry, maggots. We're not waiting on no one. Merda. Put some muscle in that spot or we're leaving you behind.
Roust yourselves and haul your asses to port. We're waiting.
You done us good, Kenway. Proved yourself a true bravo. And for what?
His own bloody pride.
You stepped in the path of my prize. Not a thing a man should do.
A cocksure, Cully. Just like Hornigold said.
That Templar scab means nothing to me. None of you do.
And you're worse for it, Kenway. It were the Templars who took us in when all else went to shit. Not our king. Not our country. The Templars.
The Templars is our family. Where's yours?
In honest service, there are thin commons, low wages and hard labour. Yet, as gentlemen of fortune, we enjoy plenty and satisfaction, pleasure and ease, liberty and power. So what man with a sensible mind would choose the former life, when the only hazard we pirates run is a sour look from those without strength or splendour? Ha! Now, I have been among you 6 weeks. And in that time, I have adopted your outlook as my own, and with so fierce a conviction that it may frighten you to see your passions reflected from me in so stark a light. But if it's a captain you see in me now, I'll be your bloody captain.
Yeah!
For I have dipped my hands in muddied waters, and, withdrawing them, find 'tis better to be a commander than a common man! Oh, you flatter me with your persistence.
I'm looking for the observatory. Folks say you're the only man that can find it.
Folks are correct. Despite my distaste for your eagerness, I see in you a touch of untested genius. I'm Bartholomew Roberts.
Edward.
I've no secrets to share with you now. But if you'll lend me your aid, in 2 months' time west of the Leeward Islands, well, it's there you'll get some answers, I promise you.
The reason I like to actually get the camera real close to Bartholomew Roberts' face is that there's this really quick grin, and then the grin stops, that actually happens on the character model's face that always has stuck out to me. So I now actually have a clip that I've made of it. So I'm going to post that in chat. But look at his mouth in that clip. When he does the grin, it's like really, really quick. Mr. Epic, you learned the hard way that day. Yeah, it's unfortunate though too when that happens, because you think to yourself, damn it, if only the person in the other, the other place had actually done it correctly in the first place,
Funny that. With scurvy, the fix is more pleasant than the cause. When you catch a dose from a horn, must treat it with quicksilver. You're fonder of getting the disease than you are of curing it. Something biting at you.
Oh, all men desire to live by a code or a creed, yes? Yet when pressed, most defer to their instincts rather than the laws that bind. What is the appeal of a creed it does not yoke all men to like behavior.
Might make a man feel like he belongs to something. What's your answer?
Oh, that all men are sheep. And an old wolf like me deserves every ounce of blood he draws. Sail to this location. Bring only those you trust.
Alright, we're in sequence 10 now, which means there's 3 left. 10, 11, 12. However, I'm going to take this opportunity to take a break, and then when I come back from the break, we'll just keep on going until we finish the game. I'll take a 10-minute break, and then I'll be back. Alrighty then, back from my break. Hey there, Inmita. Good timing, dude. Just got back from a break. How's it going? You did? Absolutely, Amita. That was great timing. It was funny because when I pin the message for when I go on a break, however many minutes I'm going to go on a break for, I set the pin message to last for. And when I looked over, I was like, shit, that's been 10 minutes already? It went very quick. Oh, nice, Amita. That's good. Glad to hear that it's going well. As for me, things are going good. Had a good day today. It's still today, of course, still Monday. But it was good. And we're making good progress in the game too. I've got 3 memory sequences left. And that's pretty much all I've got left for the playthrough. Cheers, dude. So we just did sequence 9. Muddied Waters, in which Mary Read further reproved our hero for seeking the observatory for reasons selfish in nature, whereupon Edward sailed for Kingston in pursuit of a rumour that the Sage might be docked there, and whereupon he discovered that the Templars Torres, Rogers, and Hornigold had learned of the Sage's departure from Kingston to the African island of Principe. After which Edward made a hasty departure east, offending much of his crew, who preferred simple piracies to treasure hunts, and arriving thus, landed upon Principe to make the acquaintance of the Sage, a man now turned pirate and calling himself Captain Bartholomew Roberts. Whereupon Edward Kenway killed 2 Templars sent to capture the Sage, the men Burgess and Cockerham, thus owning Roberts' full trust. Thanks for the GGs, dude. There's actually a funny moment that I clipped where, when he does his speech, he has this really quick grin that looks so funny, and it's just a quick grin, then it just abruptly goes away.
Give me some speed! The royals and tops!
Let out! Hey, boys. Oh, as I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I met the finest ram, sir, that ever was fed upon a... That's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, lie, lie. This ram and I got drunk, sir, as drunk could be. And when we sobered up, sir, we were far away out at sea. That's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, lie, lie. This wonderful old ram, sir, was playful as a kid. It swallowed the captain's spyglass along with the bosom's fid. That's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, lie, lie. Tonight was very rough, sir, the wind like ice did feel. He borrowed me suit of oilskins and took me trick at the wheel. That's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, lie, lie. He climbed aloft so full of him to stow the topsails tight. But halfway up he lost his nerve, he had an awful fright. That's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, lie, lie. One morning on the poop, sir, afore 8 bells was struck, he climbed up to the sky's yard and sat down on the truck. That's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, lie, lie. Ah, this wonderful old ram, sir, he tried a silly trick. He tried to jump the 5 buffets and landed in a rick. That's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, lie, lie. This wonderful old ram, sir, it grew 2 horns of brass. One grew out of his shoulder blade, the other turned into a mast. That's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, lie, lie. To crew of the good ship Jack, Ties, handsome, strong and brave, the finest crowd of sailors that ever sailed over the wave. That's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, lie, lie.
Douse all but mains! Clew up! Clew up! Muzzle that duck, my trumps!
Thank you, Zereth, for redeeming the leap of fail. Yo-ho splat. Yeah, and me too. It's always stood out to me, so I thought I'll actually clip it this time. Ouch. Right on the railing. Time to jump again. Thanks for redeeming that as well, Zareth. And Mitch, you also did some good progress in Shadow of Mordor yesterday. You're 5 achievements away from Platinum, but they're all legendary achievements and will probably take some time. Well, that's good. That's good that you've only got 5 left. Sounds like it will take some time, though, as well. But you never know. Like, you might get lucky and it might not take as much time as you think. Zareth, Kenway, probably. And Mita, Kenway, is it? Ken gone away. Hey, Vulture. What's the fastest way to upgrade the Jackdaw? Well, in terms of, like, money stuff, you're probably best to do the fleets. But also the assassin contracts, they're good to do as well. Anytime you kill enemies, always loot their corpses. Anytime you find someone who recognizes Edward and then runs off, and if you chase them and tackle them, you can get the money from them. So you can do that for the money side of things. But in terms of like resources, your best bet is just to get out there on the open ocean and just grind and destroy ships, and as early as possible get the upgrades for your ship that allow you to carry more resources and stuff like that too, as well. Because you can carry, when it's fully upgraded, the storage, you can carry about 2,000 resources. So it's quite a lot. But then again, there may be some really quick way of doing it that I just don't know myself. Zareth, leap of failed wrong. It definitely did. Yeah, and Mita task failed successfully. Like, what the hell? This is Deadly Vulture, yeah. The only part of the story that's actually not taking place before Assassin's Creed 3 is, of course, the present day. But this time period that we're in is set before Connor's time. You've done them all? Very nice. That's good. MT, yeah, they don't seem too hard, but 3 of them are time sensitive and you hate those kinds of achievements. That's fair too as well, because that can be a really annoying one. Anything too that doesn't actually stack upon playthroughs as well, that can be annoying. Yeah, you can do that Deadly Vulture too as well. Yeah, do the hunting and all that kind of stuff. That's a good way to make a lot of money in the game as well. Then you've got naval contracts, you can do them too.
Fire! Douse the gallants and royals! On your mark!
Of course that would happen. I was trying to be a smart ass to shoot Robert's ship and then just press interact for the cutscene, but of course there was some enemy ships nearby too. But for some reason care that I was attacking, so I thought let me Robert's ship.
Trim the yards off the wind! Fire! Almost ready, sir! Cruise up!
Making our way, sir. Give the orders, sir. We're fighting back.
Fire!
His weak is right there, Captain.
Fire!
Ready to board on your mark, sir. yourself! Get those clues up! Fire!
Ready to bomb!
Ah, Captain Kenway. Shall we use your ship for this next scheme or mine?
I'd first hear the details before deciding.
Oh, it's a small gambit. This fount of information has just told me that a nearby galleon contains the treasure I seek. For his sake, I hope he's right.
You've thought this plan through?
Indeed. Using this man, we'll acquire a Portuguese flag, which will get us as close to our target as possible. It's a very simple idea, if you follow my orders to the letter.
The jackdaw, then.
Excellent.
We're underway, Roberts. So what's your plan?
The flagship of this fleet is transporting a valuable treasure in a large chest. Crystal phials filled with blood. You may remember.
We're chasing drams of blood. Is that all?
I asked you to follow my instructions to the letter, Captain. But I did not give you leave to question why. I want those blood vials intact. And if that does not happen, we part as enemies. Do you understand?
I'll try to, aye. Loose the mains. Can't place your accent, Roberts. Is it the west you come from?
Exactly right. A tiny town called Casnewydd-Bach.
I've not heard of it.
Aye, you have. I always fancied it should have a placard placed at its borders. Welcome to Casnewydd-Bach, the town you have just passed.
I'm from Swansea myself.
Ah, a teeming metropolis by comparison.
Trim to, catch the wind. Ease the trim, roof tops. Loose the stunsails. Come off the wind, someone. More sail, all we've got.
There's the thing for us, Captain. You see that ship here? We'll need its flag for this ruse to work.
If I can steal their flag without disturbing so much as a flea, I'll do it.
By all means, try. Come-se falar, Capitão.
Oh, saudações, cavalheiros! E que Deus abençoe o rei Dom João.
Que Deus o guarde e proteja, senhor. Como se encontra nesta noite tão formosa?
Muito bem, obrigado. Só um pequeno passeio por entre as frotas, que estão todos bem. Boa forma. Está tudo em ordem por enquanto?
Sim, senhor. Tudo em ordem, senhor. Estamos apenas à espera que o nosso navio almirante seja reabastecido, antes de zarparmos. Ah, e julgo que um dos nossos navios mercantes da nossa frota necessita de um novo mastro. Há homens em terra, neste momento, em busca de uma árvore que sirva de tal propósito.
Tem mercadores entre vós? Não? Quantos turras serão?
Compõem a maior parte da nossa frota, senhor. Dos nossos 42 navios, diria que mais de 2/3 são embarcações mercantis.
Um número considerável. Nesse caso, não duvido que estejam com receio de piratas. Não.
Sim, senhor, exatamente. Daí as nossas precauções. Com tantos piratas nestas águas, esta frota necessita de bastante proteção. Não é uma tarefa leve guardar quase 3 dúzias de navios.
Imagino que não.
Peço perdão, senhor, mas não estou a reconhecer o seu navio. Nem sequer transporta a bandeira do rei.
That's so funny that guard just fell off. Who detected me? What a dickhead.
Foi prazer falar consigo, jovem. Entrego os meus cumprimentos ao seu capitão.
Certo, senhor. Ele de momento está a dormir. Vai lamentar não ter tido a oportunidade de falar consigo.
É uma pena. Até à próxima. E que Deus nos abençoe.
Oh yeah, Mita, it definitely can be. Can be really annoying going for 100%. Especially that last one, where you have to swing on the rope and can kill the captain of that ship. There's been so many times where that's gone wrong. Vulture, this time your break is till like 11:45. Well, that's fair enough, Vulture. I hope that you enjoy your break.
You got the flag?
Aye, and we're flying it now. This should do nicely.
Hey Pedersen, long live Portugal. It's funny how a flag being rolled up and then thrown to a boat doesn't get recognized by like an entire crew of people. Afro, so you want me to believe he threw a mattress-sized cloth roll from 3 stories up and they caught it with no problem? Yeah, that's a good point too, Afro, actually, come to think about it. It was just easy. It was like it was made out of paper or something. How's things going, Afro? Welcome. Vulture, you're eating eggs and a baguette. Oh, nice. Well, I hope you enjoy it. Hope it's delicious.
Let's get moving. Loose them. I'll keep my distance. Slow and steady.
Aye. The flag we stole won't protect us from eyes that pry too long.
Por favor, senhor. Imploro-lhe que considere aquilo que está prestes a fazer.
Now é possível.
What's he whinging about?
He's not whinging. He's ecstatic.
Douse them all. Put on some sail. Loose the stunsails. Ease the trim. Reef tops.
Up ahead! They are unloading something from that ship.
Could that be our prize? Perhaps you should go ashore, Captain Kenway. Find that chest, and if it contains the prize I seek, we'll tell this lot we're a ship rife with plague. They'll not come near then unless they catch them.
That's definitely understandable, Vulture, for sure.
Admor, podemos falar com o capitão do navio?
Can be very tricky, some of these optional objectives too.
Sei ter mais notícias para transmitir. É possível que ficamos encerrados pela peste. O quê? A peste? Por Deus! Como foi isso
Uma história
acontecer?
sobre um espanhol que veio visitar o nosso almirante. Cá para mim, cheira-me a traição.
Sim, ouvi dizer que se chamava Torres. Tempos estranhos estes em que um espanhol...
Oh, that's good, Vulture. You're trying to platinum it. For the longest time, I couldn't do 100% for this game because the locations for the naval convoys, the social ones, sorry, and the social chests were really messing things up. So I had to just abandon trying to do 100% the first time I tried to.
Muito que amaldiçoe a marinha, a verdade é que nos faz bem à disciplina. Convés é ser organizado e tão limpo como o rabo de uma baleia. Por isso não é por rancor que o capitão nos coloca a esfregá-los. É senso comum.
But then one playthrough, out of curiosity, I checked the challenges and the ones for the social chest had actually been done. And I thought, oh crap, this hasn't happened before. So I took an opportunity for that playthrough to just do the rest of what was required for the 100%. So I was very happy about that. It was good for it to finally actually be able to happen for me. The multiplayer trophies, oh yeah, that'd be annoying. I don't play multiplayer, so I'd never be able to get all the achievements. Vulture, AC3 is after. No, Vulture, this is just a playthrough that I felt like doing. But I do annual playthroughs, but it's not time yet in the schedule to do those.
The chest they hauled ashore was full of empty vials. Where's our Portuguese captain?
He had outlived his usefulness.
Where is he?
Sleeping soundly at the bottom of the sea.
How many men must we kill for a simple prize?
As many as drift into our path.
I've never thought to try this before. Admit you've gotten all the base game achievements and you're now at 80%. You missed 3 achievements from the Freedom Cry DLC and the multiplayer ones. Oh yeah. Yeah, since I don't play multiplayer, any game that has multiplayer achievements prevent me from getting every single achievement as well. Which ones in the Freedom Cry DLC do you need? Yeah, Vulture, so I do the annual playthroughs. Usually I do like a big chunk of the games just all in one after the other. But this year what I'm going to do is separate them into groups. And then in between each grouping I'm going to have, you know, other playthroughs of different games and all that kind of stuff.
Let's get moving.
Look on that, Captain. Men who ran the same gauntlet and lost their way.
We're made of sterner stuff, are they?
How often have those been a sailor's last words, I wonder?
If you don't look at that event, you don't get that dialogue. But if you do, and get that dialogue, it fits well later when Bartholomew Roberts says that same thing to Edward, but in a mocking way, about being made of sterner stuff.
Loose the stunsails. Ease the trim. Reef tops. More sail. All we've got. Clew up. Shorten sail. Trim to. Catch the wind. Furl all sails. Loose the mains.
Our treasure must be aboard that galleon. Why don't you take the ship itself and save us a bit of time?
Aye, that's the way I play it.
I can bring the jackdaw closer, but those lookouts will be a problem.
Well spotted. I'll clear them off first.
Coming up soon is another Secret of Monkey Island reference. In Secret of Monkey Island, there's a character that you speak to in the Scum Bar, and when you talk to him, he actually asks what the character's name is, the main character, and the main character says his name, which is Guybrush Threepwood, and then the pirate laughs, and then you get the option to ask the pirate what their name is, and they say Mancomb Seepgood. So in this game, one of the assassination targets calls himself Mancomb Seepgood, so that's one Monkey Island reference. Then, in the mission where you actually infiltrate Lawrence Prin's mansion to rescue the sage, if you choose to go around the right side of the house, not the left side, but the right side of the house, there's some guards that are having a conversation, and in that conversation they make reference to a line from Secret of Monkey Island that Captain Smirk says, who Guybrush learns how to insult swordfight from, and there's a little bit of banter between the guards about that, referencing that, and they actually do a little bit of an insult thing where one of them insults the other, but the other one comes back with a very weak comeback, just like you can in Monkey Island. So that was another reference. And coming up soon in this mission, there's going to be a line that Bartholomew Roberts yells out, which is, "There's nothing like the hot winds of hell blowing in your face," which is what the main villain in Secret of Monkey Island, LeChuck, actually says in that game. So there's 3 references to Secret of Monkey Island that I've discovered. There may be more. If there is, it'll be cool to discover them. But they're the 3 that I know of. The one where you go around the right side of the house in that mission where you have to rescue the sage from Lawrence Prince. I only found that out when I did playthroughs to celebrate this game's 10th anniversary in 2023. I did a playthrough where I wanted to get all the dialogue, which meant staying and listening for all the guard dialogue. And so I thought to myself in that playthrough, I'll go around the other side of the house just to see if there's any dialogue from the guards, and that's when I came across the other Monkey Island reference. So yeah, there's 3 references to Monkey Island that I picked up. Imita, you missed the 100% sync one, free 500 slaves and kill the bad guy in the end with his own weapon. You tried but never managed to do it. That can definitely be very tricky in Mita, for sure. Yeah, the trick is to try and do the disarm on him when he actually attacks you with it, and then attack him with it once you disarm him. But it can be tricky though too, because obviously you've got all the other enemies that are attacking you and all that kind of stuff too. Yeah, Zereth, almost. But if you want to know what the insults are from Monkey Island, then if you put that in, that'll give you the list of insults. And then if you want to know what matches with each insult, if you put comebacks in and then match the numbers up, that'll be the correspondence. How appropriate, you fight like a cow. Well, how appropriate, you fight like a dairy farmer. Vulture, what games do you have planned? Quite a lot. Let's see. There's 17 Assassin's Creed games that I do. There's 12 Tomb Raider games that I do. Then there's Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2. Then there's A Plague Tale: Innocence and Requiem. Then there's Detroit Become Human. Then there's the Dark Pictures series, Man and Medan, Little Hope, House of Ashes, The Devil in Me, and when it comes out this year, the Directive 8020 game, Until Dawn, the original, and The Quarry. Then there's Batman Arkham Asylum, Batman Arkham City, and Batman Arkham Knight. And then there's also Hellblade 1 and 2. I'd like to do a playthrough of that this year. Alien Isolation as part of October. Evil Within. I'd like to try and do the mainline entries in the Resident Evil series in the marathon. So there are a few, but there's some other games too that I might get to, but I want to keep them as like a surprise for when they might happen and all that kind of stuff. But that's not even counting all the different kinds of playthroughs of the same game that I have planned too. For example, Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, I want to do multiple playthroughs to celebrate its 15th anniversary. Assassin's Creed Syndicate, I need to do some playthroughs for its 10th anniversary. Then there's a whole slew of other games, like Until Dawn is celebrating its 10th anniversary and all that. So yeah, there's quite a lot on my plate this year already.
cansado desta rotina. E também não estou ansioso pela viagem de volta a Lisboa.
Ouviste falar do que aconteceu àqueles piratas britânicos em Nassau? Dom Jorge enviou um dos seus homens para os tirar de lá. E parece que ele fez um bom trabalho.
Não tenho vergonha em dizer que esta é uma bela noite. E têm sido raras este mês.
Espera aí, irmão. Só uma palavrinha.
É a tripulação do Estibórdio que está a fazer o tour nesta noite? Ou foste tu ontem? Por Deus, estou a perder a conta aos dias.
Não te pode jogar as cartas do convés!
O que se passa aqui?
We've been spotted. Took them long enough.
To quarters all, man the cannons! Every last hand!
On your command, Captain! Let's hear the roar of this beast!
Mains out! Let's go! Fire!
Fight for what is owed, you lads!
Ready to fire, Captain!
Taking a hit, Captain.
Fire! Fire!
Here it goes! The ball line to hell!
Fire!
Working on it! Nothing like the hot winds of hell blowing in your face!
Fire! There's a good shot to cripple her. Fire!
Bulkhead's gone to splinters. Section
Fire!
The hit is
Ah, yeah, on fire! Hey!
reloaded.
Fire!
We're ready, sir!
Fire!
They're powdering!
Trim the yards off the wind.
Look, Captain! That's where the
Fire!
Working on it.
Fire!
Ah, yeah, on fire! Hey!
Fire!
Race!
They're so exposed. Take the shots up.
No!
Fire the captain.
This
Hold her
They're
in!
firing!
Here it comes! Fire!
We've been scorched.
Cannon ready! Enemy fire!
Almost ready, sir. Ready to spin.
Fire!
Ah, yeah, on fire!
Fancy a wee swim.
Fire! Ready to fire, sir! Fire!
Code, well now you got your snacks and a sour cream dip to go with. Oh, that's really cool. I actually haven't had sour cream dip for a while with stuff. That's cool, Code. Hope you enjoy all that.
Crowd on every inch of sail.
Fire! Fire!
Fight for what is owed, you lads!
Fire! 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 Fire!
Nothing like the hot winds of hell blowing in your face!
Let's move! Fire! Fire! Shorten sail! Get off the squall! Fire! Every last scrap of duck on the wind!
I'd love to see someone mod Guybrush Threepwood outfits for Edward Kenway in this game. That'd be so funny.
Goes the gallants and royals! Get the mainsails into the wind!
Here's my prize. Ah, the Templars have been busy, I see. Lawrence Prince's blood. Useless now. Woods Rogers, Ben Hornigold, even Torres himself. Small quantities kept for a special purpose.
You must take me to the observatory, Roberts. I need to know what it is.
To what end, eh? Will you sell it from under my nose? Or work with me and use it to bolster our gain?
Whatever improves my lot in life.
How ridiculous. A merry life and a short one, that's my motto. It's all the optimism I can muster. All right, Captain Kenway. You've earned a look.
Okay, for the longest time you never ever made any dip with chips, and after just one time you're on the hook, worse than morphine. And then before you know it, you've run out, and you think to yourself, damn, need to go get some more now. Zareth Edward Kenway as Stan. Now that would be so funny. Especially if you could make him wave his arms wildly around like Stan does. Have I got a deal for you?
Give me some speed!
We ride the wind for all she's worth.
You know what? I'm such a big fan of Monkey Island that I should actually do some channel point redeems related to that. Especially with the quotes. So that reference I was talking about, where Bartholomew Roberts is like, there's nothing like the hot winds of hell blowing in your face. In Secret on Monkey Island, the scene with LeChuck and his first mate, keeping in mind they're actually ghosts, or zombies, ghosts. LeChuck goes, there's nothing like the hot winds of hell blowing in your face. And then Murray goes, no, sir, nothing like it. Sir, it's days like this that makes you glad to be dead. Oh, yes, sir, glad to be dead. Ye are glad to be dead, right? Oh, yes, sir. I feel so lucky that you happened to capture my ship, then murdered me and everyone on board. Yes, sir. Lucky. Glad to hear it. And then you got these exchange here where Guybrush is like, can you tell me the story about this LeChuck guy? And the pirate goes, LeChuck, he's the guy that went to the governor's for dinner and never wanted to leave. He fell for her in a big way, but she told him to drop dead. So he did. Then things really got ugly. I just love the idea that Elaine Marley, who is the governor of Mealy Island, she's the one in question in this quote that I just said. And I just find it so funny, and I have this image in my mind that LeChuck was like to Elaine, marry me, and she's like, drop dead, and then he just drops dead and he's dead, And then you got the exchange with the storekeeper where the storekeeper's like, what do you want? I could really use a breath mint. You're telling me. Take one. Please. Take a whole roll. And then you got an exchange with Guybrush and Stan where it's like, I think I can live without that particular piece of junk. Say, does your wife know you're such a cheapskate? And then you got like an exchange between Meathook. You've got a real attitude problem. Well, you've got a real hair problem. You just don't know when to quit, do you? Neither did your barber. And then at the end of the game, when Elaine and Guybrush are looking on at the fireworks, which is essentially LeChuck who's blown up, Guybrush is like, at least I've learned something from all this. And then Elaine is like, what's that? And Guybrush goes, never pay more than $20 for a computer game. And then Elaine goes, a what? And then Guybrush goes, I don't know. I have no idea why I said that. So that's an example of fourth wall breaking, which those games do quite a lot, which I love. 10-year-old me, when I first played that game, was completely in love with it. It was such a great experience. It was one of those games, too, where my friend who had the game, the copy of the game I was playing, I'd go and explore a section of the screen, just out of curiosity, because I was so fascinated by the artwork and everything like that, that I'd go over to a section and my friend was like, there's nothing there. And I'd be like, I know, but I just want to have a look. And like dialogue choices. I think it might have been the first game I actually played where there was dialogue choices. So that was also a novelty at the time as well. And it was kind of like, I want to actually pick all the different things that the character says to find out, what the result is, and all that kind of stuff. Zereth, oh my god, Kid is Captain Kate. Trivia, how much were the mints? Zereth, I have absolutely no idea, unfortunately. Oh, the other reference that I was talking about in this game to Monkey Island is the pirate who has a name that is also a silly name. So the exchange goes, Guybrush Threepwood? That's the most ridiculous name I've ever heard. Well, what's your name? My name is Mancomb Seepgood. Just 1 gold, was it, Zereth? Oh, damn. Just 1 gold for a whole roll of breath mints? It was so funny too when the storekeeper, you'd get him to actually it was the first game also that had a tailing objective. You have to find out the location of the Swordmaster of Mealy Island, and the storekeeper knows where she lives, and so as Guybrush, you have to follow him when he goes out to see the Swordmaster of Mealy Island, and if you just stay in the store, because you do actually have to as well, because you need to get into his safe as well. But one of the funniest things the storekeeper says before he leaves is, and don't put your lips on anything. And that always made me laugh, because I just had the image in my mind of Guybrush just looking at something in the store and then putting his lips on it for some random reason. Hey Lucinda, good morning. Welcome on in. Black Flag is going really well. We're in sequence 10 at the moment. We've reached the point in the story where Bartholomew Roberts and Edward have teamed up for a bit. But making great progress, so I'll be finishing the game today. How's your morning going? I've just been reminiscing about some Monkey Island quotes and scenes and stuff. Because there was another reference to Monkey Island in the mission we just did. So that was a springboard for me to look at some quotes and stuff.
Reef the topsails and gallant! Eat her sticks!
Wholehearty, lads! Furl those men!
Vulture, you had biology, and now you have a break, and now you're going to be doing Spanish. Well, best of luck with that, Vulture. That's actually a language I wouldn't mind learning. Spanish and Italian are a couple of languages I wouldn't mind learning. They at least seem the ones that I feel like I could probably grasp the easiest. Not to say that I would be able to become fluent quickly, but I mean to say there might be some words and stuff that I can grasp a lot quicker or better than some other languages and that. But a lot of that is just practice and also, you know, remembering and repetition and learning like that and all that kind of stuff. Listen, the morning is going well. You woke up not feeling tired today, which was a great change from last week, eating your breakfast and getting ready to head to work in about 45 minutes. I'm really glad to hear that, Lucinda. That's awesome. It's always good when you get days like that happening. A great start to it as well. What are you having for breakfast at the moment? I hope you're enjoying it. Vulture, well, your break is right now. Oh, that's good, Vulture. I hope you enjoy the break. Code, your Spanish would probably be at the level of Muppet Dracula. The Count. Hey, Ave, welcome back. Thank you for the lurk that you left.
Can you feel it, Addy? We're moments away from the grandest prize of all.
I feel nothing but a hot wind in my ears, Captain.
Come on, man. When we take this treasure, we'll be set for life, all of us. 10 times over.
As you wish.
Ahoy, Roberts! We'll cast anchor and meet ashore.
You were followed, Captain Kenway. How long for, I wonder?
It's Hornigold!
Burn and flay that turncoat.
Deal with your old friend in haste, Captain, before I regret my favor to you.
Captain, think carefully about what you mean to do here.
What are you grousing about, Ade? It's Ben Hornigold, come to kill us out there.
Aye, and the traitor needs to die. But what then? Can you say with certainty that you deserve the observatory more than he and his Templars?
No, I can't, and I don't care to try. But if you've a better idea, by all means, tell me.
Forget working with Roberts. Tell the assassins. Bring them here and let them protect this place.
Aye, I'll bring them here. If they're willing to pay me a good sum for it.
All sail! She'll take
We'll have a hard fight if Hornigold draws us any deeper into this fog. We're nearing the Devil's Backbone.
You mean them crags that look like the backbone of a beast?
Aye. El Espinazo del Diablo, the Spaniards call it.
Oh, that's a good amount of break time, Vulture. That's cool.
Hold down!
Lucinda, during the week you just have vegetables. You buy frozen bags of various kinds at the store. Today's a mix of yellow and white corn, carrots, and asparagus. You eat the whole bag. Oh, that's cool, though. I don't go much on asparagus, but maybe if I had it in something else, like if it was in like part of a part of a recipe, you know, things like that. But not so much on its own. But that's cool. It's good to be able to have something that's, you know, very easy to actually get and prepare and all that too as well.
Hostile tops, gallants, royals.
Yeah, exactly, Lucinda. Adewale is so tired of everyone's shit. He's like, can't you just go to the assassins, tell them about this place?
Clear, Captain.
I feel nothing but a hot wind in my ears. I love that line by Ade.
Trim the yards off the wind! A song. Farewell and adieu. Close down! Catch some wind! Loose all! Left! To you ladies of Spain, for we've received orders for to sail for old England, and we may never see you fair ladies again. We'll rant and we'll roar like true British sailors. We'll rant and we'll roar all on the South Sea until we strike soundings in the channel of old England from ocean to sea.
There's Hornigold. Getting close.
Wall ship incoming, Captain! Looks like a... Freeze in, all talk! Right! We're gonna head! Fire! Reload it, Captain! Exposed! Take the shots! Fire! Fire! Awaiting order! We're ready, sir! Fire! 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 Yes, sir! Good shot! Fire!
Thumbs up with a will!
I will be coming back.
It's a shame that the timing for Adewale's dialogue there is so poorly timed because it's like the instant the health of the Benjamin ship that Hornigold is actually on, as soon as it actually goes to 0, it goes to the loading screen to prepare the cutscene. And then the dialogue that Adewale says, you can see the subtitles for it, but there's no audio for it because it's interrupted. It's like, what they should have done is they should have made it just like any other ship where you take the health down where it becomes boardable. But instead of making it boardable in that moment, of course, because there's no point in letting the player actually board the ship, because narratively they want it to be Hornigold's ship crashing on the rocks and then Edward going to the island to actually kill him. But I mean to say, it would have been better if when his health, when the health of his ship is down to 0, the game sort of like stops for a moment and maybe cuts to the deck of the ship in gameplay where you can still walk around like this, and then have like Adewale say his line, you know, or something just different than what they do, because it's just annoying as someone who likes to get, I mean, it might be silly that people go to the trouble of writing dialogue and then someone goes to the trouble of performing the dialogue, someone goes to the trouble of recording the dialogue, someone goes to the trouble of putting it into the game. I mean, fuck me, right, if I want to hear all the dialogue. It's like, not everyone wants to, that's fine, but I mean, I'd like to think that being able to hear the dialogue is paying respect to the actual performance of it. Lucinda, yeah, you try to get enough fibre and vegetable nutrients, and it's hard to do without making a concerted effort. You tend to not be very hungry first thing in the morning, so it's something light you can eat that won't make you feel too full. Then you don't have to worry about getting enough servings of vegetables the rest of the day. That's definitely a good idea as well. It's good to have those avenues so that you can have the freedom for that too, because it's also like time consuming sometimes for other things, so it's good to have an alternative. Stan, hello Benjamin. Breaking Benjamin. Yeah, Lucinda, you know the struggle as well. It's like, I want to hear this dialogue. Oh no. I had the audacity to try and keep up with the character, because if I didn't keep up with the character, then the game would desynchronize me because I got too far away It's like, forgive me if I want to hear all the dialogue. You know? Listen to you do, exactly. It's like, damn it. Bit of leeway. I remember there was a playthrough of Uncharted that Nolan North was doing with Troy Baker years ago for their Retro Replay channel. And Nathan Drake. Nolan North was talking about how when they actually did the scenes, they would actually time out the distance that it would take for the dialogue to actually be said, to allow the player as much time as possible to hear all the dialogue before the characters get to the position that triggers the next part. I thought that was a really, really good thing to do.
You there, stop!
I'm not saying that they didn't do the same thing with the Assassin's Creed games, but I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't. In Assassin's Creed 3, there's a really difficult one where Samuel Adams is talking to Connor, and he's talking to Connor about the slaves and slavery and all that as well, and if you just keep up with Samuel Adams and prevent desynchronization, you won't get the whole dialogue between him and Connor. If you keep up with him exactly, by the time you get to the point where Stefan, who you meet in that mission, the next part just triggers and it interrupts his dialogue. So what you literally have to do is you have to be like, stop, start, wait a bit, stop, start, wait a bit, oh, stop, start, wait a bit, stop, start, wait a bit. And then what's worse is that when they actually get to where the trigger point is, the radius around the trigger point is so wide that it's very easy, even if you're doing the increment thing, to actually accidentally go too close to the radius. And so then you trigger the cutscene anyway, you know, so it's a very delicate balance. Listen, you always wondered how they juggled that. You were of the mind that the actors just kind of record the lines not knowing when they're coordinated inside the game. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing too. Like, I imagine there's also that when it's just like, we need you to do these lines, and so they just go in the booth and record them, versus actually performing them live with someone in the mocap and all that. But yeah, like, there's got to be some kind of way to get the balance so that if there is dialogue, and the other thing is too, sometimes they put so big of a pause between sections of dialogue that if they shortened the gap, that would go a long way as well. From when one line of dialogue is said to when the next one starts. Sometimes it's a really long pause. Whereas if it's a shorter pause, then potentially you could actually get the dialogue to actually fully happen.
The mighty piss poor Satan's back there, lads. And if we live out this day, by God, I'm slaying every last bitch of you.
Are you furious?
Steady up! Keep your backs together, lads! This fight ain't over!
What the fuck was that? I'm sorry, I gotta clip that. I'm thinking of what to actually title the clip, because it's the animation that Edward is doing for the attack with the dual swords, except the fact that his foot and his feet, are actually on an angle on the steps, which then makes his body on a different angle. So he does this weird sort of like twirl twisting thing. I couldn't really come up with a very sort of like snappy or witty kind of clip title, so I just called it Weird Dual Sword Spin Animation Angle. I don't know. But I've clipped it now anyway, so I'll post that in chat. Oh no, hang on. That's better. I didn't do the copy. Alright, so that's that. Vulture, you have to write about where you would want to live in Spanish. Definitely can't help you there, but best of luck with that though, Vulture. Like I've heard, Spanish words being said in, movies and also, this game and stuff like that, but there's not many words I could really recall. Unless it was a swear word that got used over and over again, like Malaka in Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Hey there, Spectrum. It's going really good, thank you. Having a good day today. How's things with you? Spectrum, just waking up, working out the kinks. That's definitely fair enough, Spectrum. Well, I hope that you have a good morning. Especially if you can also have some coffee. Hope you can enjoy that too. I'm going to try something different when killing Hornigold that I haven't tried before.
They met the Deuce on the road. Nor'easter had them blown clear to New.
You there, stop!
Hey, come back! You there! Bring and dose!
Clear shot.
Well, Hornigold is joining the fight here, but that's not what I was actually thinking of doing.
Take a deep breath, it'll
be your last. I know this bastard, and I've seen what he can do. He'll be after me, sure as I'm standing here. You could have been a man who stood for something. But you've a killer's heart now. With nothing but metal to show for all your blunders.
Damn sight better than you, Ben. The heart of a traitor who thinks himself better than his mates.
Aye, and proven true. What have you done since Nassau fell, huh? Nothing but murder and mayhem.
You threw in with the very kind we once hated!
No! These Templars are different. I wish you could see that. But if you continue on your present course, you'll find you're the only one walking it. With the gallows at its end.
It may be. But now the world has one less snake in it. And that's enough for me.
There will be coffee, Spectrum. Excellent, that's good. Listen to no shit, Horn of Gold. He'll be after me, sure as I'm standing here, he says, as he is actively fighting them. Yeah, fighting him? What's so funny is that he had already said all that dialogue, because that's what he says when you're actually approaching where he is. So I actually had the dialogue reset itself by making him go berserk. That was just so funny though too, because I'm like, is this going to kill him? Like, is it going to kill him, putting him in berserk? Because that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to actually put him into berserk before the part where the enemies detected me, and then he came along in the fight as well. But yeah, I was like curious, and then it was just so funny the way it actually timed and happened with the cutscene, because like I think he was bending down in pain from Edward kicking him in the nuts, and then it went into the cutscene where he fell to the ground. So there was this kind of weird flow from one to the next. Spectrum, why are there random words capitalized? I think, from memory, the lead writer of the game's story, Darby McDevitt, I think he had read some documents from this time period where they actually did that capitalization. But I could be wrong, though. But I think it's just something in the way that they used to write things back in this time period. Yeah, Lucinda, that was so weird as well. Like, the same... I'm like, is new dialogue going to trigger? Because I was wondering that, because in my dialogue focus playthrough I did a couple of years back, as celebrating the 10th anniversary, I tried to get dialogue, and I thought, oh, will he have dialogue? So I thought there for a second that he might, but nope. Repeated. Listen, it bugged you that the optional objectives are not capitalized. And memory, mission complete, etc. Yeah. I mean, they do it, of course, with the title where it's like, murder and mayhem, but yeah, they did it with optional objectives or the or the actual description of the optional objectives. Ah, nice. One of the forts that I liberated is right near where I need to go.
Loose and trim too! We ride the wind for all she's worth!
Now you're ready
No.
The mate was juckety went below to take a swig at his bottle. So early in the morning, the sailor likes his bottle.
No.
Where am I to go, me Johnny? So where am I to go? As I roll down. All in the...
Enemies become suspicious when they see a dead body. Dun dun dun! Oh my god.
Is that pirate hunter dead? Aye, by my own hand. Why is it you alone can find what so many want?
I was born with memories of this place. Memories of another time entirely, I think. Like another life I've already led.
Curse you for a lurch, man, and speak some sense.
Not today. After you, Captain. The path ahead is dangerous. The men native to this land will put up a fight, Edward. Are you willing to push back if necessary, huh? To kill if needed?
You'll hear from me soon.
Yeah, Spectrum. The only time I don't mind is when people are typing it that way, when they're sort of like, you know, referencing that, is it a SpongeBob meme? But yeah, just like putting things like that just as, you know, unironic, or no, not unironic, but just putting it like that as normal, you know, all the time would be annoying, yeah. So from God, you hate even more trying to type like that, took forever, lol. Yeah. Listen, you've known some people who capitalize the first letter of every sentence just in basic online chatting. It's weird. Every word in a sentence. Yeah, that would definitely be annoying to read. But it is annoying too when you're trying to actually type it out that way, especially when you have words like, letters like L and I. It is too much Spectrum, for sure. Stand back in MSN days, that shit was so common. Oh, was it? Yeah. It's funny, I never actually came across that way of typing until a few years back, actually, when it was meme. So like, Edward is like, screw these Guardians, I want blood. Yeah, that's the thing too, like, sometimes it's just like much easier to do like the kill than to try and just, sneak around. I mean, you can do the blow dart, of course, but sometimes it's just more convenient to just run up and be like... Hey, Ogorki. Welcome on in. How's your day going? Oh, nice, Ogorki. That's good. Glad to hear that. Oh, yeah, me too. Yeah, the cloak with the skull and bones on the back. It's really, really cool. I like the look of it and how it flows as well.
Let's get going. I didn't come to slaughter innocent men, Roberts.
Edward,
Innocent or no, they stand between us and our object. Why sympathize beyond this fact?
Oh, I'm sorry. Is this boring you, NPC? Yes, Dan, the timing. Like, Edward, I hate to break it to you, but you've just been killing those characters. Canon-wise, though, he wouldn't have been. But it is funny still that in gameplay I've been doing it. It's like, didn't come here to kill innocents. There is other dialogue too that you can get if you go back and speak to Bartholomew Roberts at each section.
Is this the observatory? All this?
I'd almost say clickbait. All it needs is a drop of my blood.
Stan Bro, casually committed genocide with swords and guns. That's true. Just casually. Hey Cyber Exile, this is peak Assassin's Creed right here. It is such a great game, this one. How's things been?
And the door opens after almost 80,000 years.
Jesus, Roberts! Have you gone mad?
Quite the contrary, Edward. These wags would have gone mad at seeing what lies beyond this gate. But you... I suspect you're made of sterner stuff. Now, pick up that chest and carry it hither.
I'm sorry, I just came across another clippable moment. I don't know if anyone actually noticed, but Roberts had his back to the people that were behind him, and he shot the direction he was facing in, which wasn't the direction where the people actually were, yet they all dropped dead. Robert's insane aim. Getting a lot of clips in this episode. I mean, this part of the playthrough. Jesus. Thank you, Arnie, for thank you. Jesus Christ, Rod, what the fuck? What is it when you don't have dyslexia in the terms of like reading something the other way around, but you say things the other way around? Crooked, thank you for redeeming the Arnie impression. Arnie, thank you for redeeming the Crooked impression. That is some first Civ shit. It definitely is. I was like, what the fuck? He's not even facing the people he's shooting. It's like, what? It's like that Wanted movie where they can bend bullets or something. Yeah, Lucinda, it's like, bloody hell. Crooked Arnie says you're welcome. Thank you. I appreciate it. Stan, thank you for redeeming Crooked impression. To be fair, both have German accent. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of similarities, between the two. Yeah, and Mitra, it's so funny when stuff like that happens. It's like, I'm sure there is a name for when you mix around words when you say them.
Dirty and decrepit. Not quite as I remember, but it has been over 80 millennia.
Ah, rot. That's impossible.
Step as if on thin ice, Captain. I must say I'm quite taken by this new vocation of mine, and it may amuse you to know that I have authored my own articles of conduct.
A creed of your own, eh?
To keep the peace, yes. I forbid all gambling upon the deck, for instance, for it leads to more conflict than camaraderie. Desertion during battle is forbidden. And I require that all men keep their pieces and cutlasses clean and fit for service at all times.
Sensible.
And punishable by death if disobeyed.
Well, that's a step further than I'd go. Look at this place.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Aye. It's like something out of a fairy tale, or one of them old poems.
There were many stories about this place once. Tales that turned into rumors and again into legend. The inevitable process of facts becoming fictions before fading away entirely.
There we go, Cyber. So, Verbalexia.
More blood vials.
Yes. These cubes contain the blood of an old and ancient people. A wonderful race in their time.
The more you talk, man, the less I understand.
I don't expect you to. Only remember this. The blood in those files is not worth a single real to anyone anymore. It may be again one day, but not in this epoch.
It may be again one day, but not in this epoch. So these blood vials, let's say you had your blood inside one of these vials. If you take the vial with your blood in it, and then you put it into the crystal skull, and then you put that into the observatory device, then wherever you are in the world, whatever you're seeing, whatever you're saying, and whatever you're hearing, the person using the vial with your blood in it can actually see and hear what you're seeing, who you're speaking to, and who's speaking to you in real time. So all these vials that are here, they have blood in them of Isu. In terms of like being able to see through the eyes of these Isu, these are useless because the person still has to be alive, of course. But, as Bartholomew Roberts says there, it may be again one day, but not in this epoch. So essentially what he's saying is, they may not be of importance anymore right now, but maybe in the future they might be. And Abstergo, in present time, they want to get their hands on these vials, not because they want to see through the eyes of the people whose blood is in them, because that would be pointless, because these vials are of dead people. But what they do want from the blood in the vial is the actual DNA from it. So they can then put that DNA into an animus and have people be able to actually go through the memories in that DNA to try and filter through all the kind of stuff as well. But the concept of having the blood vial and using the observatory device, it may seem like it's a pointless endeavor for present-day Templars to want that technology, because we have surveillance technology that is way more advanced than what people had centuries ago, right? But it's different in the sense that instead of actually having to put a chip into someone's head to be able to see through their eyes and hear through their ears, the Templars want to make this whole big thing about, you know, come to our blood centers and we'll take your blood, right? Because then they'll be able to see through your eyes and hear through what you're saying in a way in which doesn't seem suspicious, because they're just, you know, being like, hey, you know, you can give us our blood and it'll go into DNA research, you know. So that's why the present-day Templars find the observatory and other observatories like it of importance, because there is still the potential to use the blood vials, for example, in a way that actually benefits the Templars and all that kind of stuff too. But yeah, these vials aren't here later on when Edward comes back to this place. Crooked, you're a walking Arnie impression, aren't you? Walking what? Yeah. It's just like, just say something and then there you go. You're doing an impression naturally without having to concentrate and, you know, make it work. Because that's what it's like, right? You know, it's like everyone who speaks English can sound like anyone else who speaks English because we're speaking the same language, right? But not everyone can do the voice of someone else, you know. Impressionists, of course, can do that, but, you know, not everyone can do impressions of everyone as well. Like, for example, I can't do an impression of Australians like, you know, celebrity Australians like Nicole Kidman or Chris Hemsworth or Kate Blanchett. I can't actually do an impression of them, even though we're all Australian and we have an Australian accent. But that doesn't automatically mean, of course, that all Australians can do the Australian accents of every other Australian in the country, you know, or around the world who are Australian and all that kind of stuff. And it goes for like multiple languages too, as well. And accents where it's like, just because you have a French accent, for example, doesn't mean that every French person can make their voice sound exactly like another French person's voice. Like, obviously there are, you know, voices that we can do, but I'm saying that, like, not every literal person can do the multiple different versions of different accents, even if it's an accent that they have themselves.
Here we are. Place the chest just there.
What's that noise?
Ah, yes. A security measure. Just a moment. There we are.
So what is this place?
Think of it as a large spyglass, such as we sailors carry. A device capable of seeing great distances.
This is bloody witchcraft.
No, This is Mr. Jack Rackham, somewhere in the world at this moment.
Nassau. Well, this is happening right now. We're seeing through his eyes.
Aye.
I don't know, Jim. I haven't the faintest idea how to pilot a ship. That ain't work a woman does.
Tosh. I've seen a score of ladies who can reef a sail and spin a capstan.
And would you teach me to fight? With a cutlass, like? And maybe handle a pistol?
All that and more. But you have to want it and work for it. There's no stumbling into true success.
Hey, lad! That's my lass you're making love to. You lay off, or I'll catch ya.
Up your ass, Rackham. Lad's the last thing you should be calling me.
Oh, is that right, is it? Lad?
A curious bunch. Let's try another. Governor Woods Rogers.
Just using a trick with the PlayStation where I can make the cutscene actually pause without going into a different menu. So the screen paused right now isn't a glitch. It's just because I've pressed the button that goes into the options for taking screenshots and all that kind of stuff. Lucinda, okay, right, it's time for you to head off to work soon. I hope you have a great rest of your stream. Thank you, Lucinda, I definitely will. Thank you so much for being here, and I hope that work goes well for you today. I hope it's a great day. Would definitely like to recommend people check out Lucinda's channel if you haven't before. Lucinda is doing a Resident Evil marathon on her channel, is up to Resident Evil Revelations. We'll also be doing Revelations 2 as part of that playthrough series. Also a big fan of the Dishonored series, and has also done the Assassin's Creed series. Might revisit some of the games or one of the games in the future. But did a big marathon playthrough of pretty much all the games, excluding the Chronicles games, but also including side entries like Liberation as well. Lucinda's also a big fan of other horror franchises like Dead Island, as well as Dying Light, also The Last of Us, as well as Evil Within. A great streamer with some really cool channel points that are a bit of meme fun, and also has some really cool animated and static emotes as well. Lucinda, thank you for the shout out. Sorry for interrupting the dialogue. You wanted to say bye before it started, but couldn't type fast enough. That is absolutely no trouble at all, Lucinda. I definitely know what that's like. I've been there too, as well. But no worries for the shout out at all, and no worries for the timing. Definitely don't mind pausing the dialogue, because we do have a break in it anyway, so, it worked out well. I hope that you have a great one. Definitely catch you again soon.
You have a bold idea, but I must think it carefully through.
A simple pledge of loyalty is all you need suggest to the House of Commons. An oath, a gesture, and a simple ceremonial dram of blood taken from the finger. That's all.
The ministers may give me trouble, but it should be easy enough to convince the House of Lords. They do adore an excess of pomp and circumstance.
Exactly. Tell them it's a show of fealty to the king against those revolting Jacobites.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, these Templars.
The crucial detail is the blood. You must get a sample from each man. We want to be ready when we find the observatory.
Agreed.
A precious tool, you see. Sorcery, that's what it is.
Not so! Every mechanism that gives this device its light is a true and physical thing. Ancient, yes, but nothing supernatural or strange.
We'll be masters of the ocean with that.
Oh, such ambition. There is nothing in my code about loyalty, boy. You played your role, but our partnership is done!
You're a dead man, Roberts!
Crooked, nothing supernatural or strange. Tell that to Ubisoft. Admit to Ubisoft Quebec doesn't think that. Yeah, that's the thing. I was actually talking about it earlier in the stream about the whole thing where it's like, it's way too fantasy in the series when they delve into mythology and all that kind of stuff. To the point where it gets mistaken as being magic, you know. A good way to look at it is like this. The smartphone that you have, is that magic? It's not. It's not magic. It's technology. So go back to centuries upon centuries ago. If you showed someone in the year 700 a laptop and you loaded it up and it turned on and noises happened, you know it's technology, but would they know it's technology? They might think it's magic. So with the Isu, they had technology, not magic. Just like we have technology and not magic. So the technology that we have isn't magic. Therefore, there's no fantastical aspect to a laptop or a smartphone. It's all technology. So with the Isu, it's all technology. There's no fantasy stuff. And that's the difference. So with the newer games, coating everything in the more fantastical stuff is blurring the lines between the fact that it's not actual magic versus it's actually technology as well. And I feel like that's something that can be easily addressed, but they just don't want to do it as well. Like if you play Valhalla and you see the cutscene where Odin and all the other Norse Isu are observing the catastrophe happening. In one version of the scene, you see them wearing the same kind of clothes that the characters in Eivor's time period are wearing. But you actually find the real look to everything in another video, in another cutscene. A video that in present time gets compiled together by doing the animus anomalies. And you get to see the same scene again, but you actually get to see how things actually looked. What they actually wore. That doesn't mean that the Isu never had any clothing that was like, you know, fabric based or anything like that. It's not like they always walked around with a very specific outfit all the time. Just like we don't always walk around with a specific outfit. Like when you go to work, if you have to wear a certain uniform, you don't just wear that uniform every single day of your life, even outside of work. You know, you put that uniform on when you go to work. So the Isu don't just have one particular outfit. Obviously, they'd have, you know, something that they would wear when they're fighting. So when we see Loki in Valhalla make his way into the chamber, and they're all wearing these suits, that's actually what they were wearing in that moment. So you need to pull away the mythological layer and look at what it actually is. And I feel like, in Valhalla's case, Dawn of Ragnarok shouldn't have been a DLC. But what should have been a DLC is delving into a final kind of chapter for Eivor, for Sigurd, for all the characters that had the Norse Isu DNA. Tidied it all up and had more memories of Odin, but actually had it the way it actually looked, not the fantasy element of it as well. But anyway, rant over on that. But yeah, nothing in the AC series is supposed to be magic. It's all technology based. Yeah, that's true in Meta. Yeah, Ubisoft Quebec turned it into magic. But the other thing is too, and this is a problem in any kind of like storytelling or franchise where you have certain abilities that people can do. Like Star Wars, for example. You know, the Jedi can, if they want to, they can jump really high, right? Okay, so why don't they do that all the time? Oh look, we're about to be shot at, just jump really high. Oh look, something's about to hit us, just jump really high and dodge it. They can move things with their mind. Okay, just, you know, move that out of the way every time. But what it does is, it's like, right, it creates a situation where nothing can go wrong then, because if they can just use these skills, these magic abilities, then, you know, what are the limitations? There can be no limits. But you need limits, you know, so even something that's magical in storytelling, it needs its own limits as well. It's like, you can't do this magic spell unless you've actually done something very specific, like you've actually concocted some kind of drink, right? But how do you get the ingredients for that drink? Well, that might be the story that you're going with, where it's like the characters have to try and find the ingredients to this potion that gives them the ability to use a magic ability that will help them defeat the main villain, right? But if you have it where they can just defeat the main villain by clicking their fingers straight away, then there's no conflict in the story, and you may as well just do a quick, short, sort of like story that goes for 1 second. I'm the main villain. I'm the hero. You can't defeat me. Yes, I can. Click my fingers. Oh, you killed me. End of story. Oh, that's boring. You need to have conflict. You need to have something where it's like, well, you could try using that against me, but you don't actually know how to do the exact thing that will defeat me. You know, then that adds a different layer of stuff in it as well. So you still need some kind of limitation. And so with Star Wars, you still need limitations, even though the Jedi can do all these magical things. You still need to have some limits to it. And it's the same with the technology in Assassin's Creed. You still have to put some limits to it as well. I mean, yeah, Dawn of Ragnarok was just a mythological fantasy. Exactly, you know. And I feel like they should get away from that now, because they've done that a whole lot.
Roberts!
Rocky blast ya!
Oh, your jackdaw's flown, Edward. Eh? That's the beauty of a democracy. The many outvote the one. Oh, you could sail with me, but with a temper as hot as yours, I fear you'd burn us all to cinders. Luckily, I know the king's bounty on your head is a large one, and I intend to collect. Have you ever seen the inside of a Jamaican prison, boy? Have you?
Sheila, you don't think they will turn away from it because Quebec is in charge and they like to rewrite the law? Yeah, like there's nothing wrong with adding new stuff, but there has to be some measure of, is this actually something that fits without trying to force it into it? You know what I mean? Taking things that are already established and being like, right, what's something new that we could add which doesn't actually ruin anything that came before? So if you have a story where the end of one game has the character learning that they're actually adopted, for example, but then in the next game you make it that the whole thing was just a dream, that storytelling device is a bit of a fuck you to what happened before. Because it's like a lazy way of being able to add new stuff, but also resetting things to a point where it was before and all that kind of stuff. So it's just like, no. Come up with something that actually fits what happened. So the person in my example who finds out that they're adopted, well, in the sequel, we find out more about their real parents, Emito, Robert, I will kill you. Sorry, Automod, you were just citing Edward. Yeah, that's all good, dude. No worries at all. But yeah, there's a few times where he's like, Roberts!
Hello? How are you? If you're anxious, that'll pass. It's the midazolam. I'm sorry about this, but we've had so many security breaches, we were forced to take drastic action. And Olivier is missing. He left for Chicago 2 days ago, but no one's seen him since. I know this seems excessive, but with our high-level security clearance, we have an obligation to our shareholders. Rest assured, we will compensate you when the hacker is found. So get some rest, okay? And if you're up to it, maybe capture some more footage? You're doing amazing work. I can't wait to show you the work we've been doing with your stuff. Take care.
So, they tossed you in the bunker. Nice. Those Templars upstairs aren't taking any chances. I think we need to erase all the dirt they might have on you. Did you hear that? I think I just gave you level 3 security clearance. Now, head to the security room and use the cameras to watch the door to the server farm. Unfortunately, Melanie's in there now, so when I escort her out, that's when you make your move. I'd wipe these servers myself, but as the head of IT, I'd be a suspect. It has to be someone they've already locked up. Ah, these Templars. They run our lives, you know. They decide elections, they control various capital markets, and they inject us with little microchips to track our movements and read our thoughts. It's all very scary.
Yeah, and Mitra, it's so funny too, because aside from doing what the game requires you to do in the present day story, you don't have to actually do all the other hacking mini games to unlock everything else. So it's quite funny how this character that we're playing as is considered or being accused of being a hacker, I mean, technically,
what the hell are you doing? This is no time to go back to work.
You like going around hacking all the computers. Yeah, there's some really good things that you can actually unlock too, as well, with doing that. Like, it's funny, those videos where Abstergo was looking at the memories of Altair and Ezio and all that, and Connor, and trying to determine whether or not their lives were viable for entertainment products. And Roger Craig Smith, who plays Ezio, voices the narrator for those videos, and he actually pronounces the names incorrectly on purpose. So instead of saying Ezio, he's like Enzio. So it's so funny to hear the actor who played Ezio on purpose as a different character mispronouncing Ezio's name. He's also in the game in Edward's time period as the Italian diplomat as well.
Alright, listen, I'm entering the server room now. When you see us leave, get in there.
There's no need for you to be down here by yourself, Miss LeMay. My team will handle the investigation.
But you need an extra set of eyes on this thing, John. We don't even know when the hackers broke in. It could take weeks to go through this data.
One, at most.
Still too long. I can't keep my team locked up for a week.
Legally, you can. It's what they signed up for, even if they didn't read their contracts.
Yes, of course. I just hate the idea. So what's the next step?
My team is processing the data now. We'll start sifting through it tonight. Scout's honor. Coffee's on me, okay?
She'll have time to meet Juno again. You can't wait to see how they deal with her after Syndicate. They wouldn't resolve such a major storyline in a comic only a minority reads. That's true exactly, you know, like, I wonder what the percentage of people who actually read all the Assassin's Creed comics versus how many people just play the games there is. But yeah, I would guess that it's a minority of people who actually read just the, like, who also read the comics as well, maybe. But talk about really dropping the ball. It's like, here's a character that has been in the game since Brotherhood, and we've built them up. We've had the player think that they were an ally character, but it turns out they were actually a villain. And Desmond dies, and Juno isn't 100% free yet, but she's free enough to be able to go through the internet and, you know, other devices like that way, you know. So let's just kill her off in a comic book then. It's like, no. If she was a character that was introduced in the comics, then I would understand killing her off in the comics. That would make sense, because you've already established the character and built them up through the comics. But they built her up through the games, so they should have made it that in the games you actually kill Juno, not have that happen in the comic. Meet Desmond. Who is Desmond? Ezio. Don't you know who Desmond is? Everybody does. It means you don't think they will, Sheila. They never take anything to the end. No, that's the other thing too. Like, whatever happens to Basim after what we see in Assassin's Creed Valhalla, we'll probably never see him in a game again. It'll probably just be comic book.
I did at the coffee stand. Find a server containing the network logs. Since I have a record of each and every one of your hacks, we'll just search for the timestamps on those and turn that data into something harmless. Easy as that.
Sheila, you still think Assassin's Creed should have ended with AC3? Rewrite the ending a bit so Juno isn't a threat, and it's fine. Earth saved, Desmond is dead, but he took down his arch-nemesis, Vidic. That's true. As much as I do enjoy Assassin's Creed Black Flag and Unity and Origins and all that too, I really do think that, yeah, the series should have ended. way before now. Not that it's ended now, but I mean, it should have ended a while back. Nadia Verrucci plays Juno, and she's done Juno in every single game where Juno actually appears. I really like the way that she speaks as Juno as well. Just the cadence that she speaks with and everything like that.
Here we are. Beautiful. I'll update your communicator one more time. A little program I cooked up just for this purpose. There we go. I think that worked. Try it out.
The dawn of the deadly 18th century. Rogues and sailors band together to live their lives by the sword. With no laws or morals, no gods, and no fear. Only betrayal, mutiny, cruelty, and debauchery. There is plunder to be found on golden beaches. Will you risk life and soul to fight the pirates of nightmares? Benjamin Hornigold, Calico Jack, Charles Vane, and Blackbeard?
Powered by Ubisoft. I mean, Abstergo.
I can feel you, Cypher. Feel. But hardly touch. Signal is still too weak, and I am spread thin. Unfocused. Like static and fog. Lingering in networks and nodes. The nervous system of the world.
Can you hear?
Perhaps the temple was opened too soon. But this was not by choice. The cataclysm pushed all doubt aside. We bless poor Desmond, who gave his life so that you, the children of our labors, would live on, to fulfill your purpose in ours, in mine. But now is not the time. My strength is not sufficient to inhabit an organic vessel. There is more work to do, more samples to acquire, more artifacts to find before my will can obtain.
What's happening? Tell me!
Make me whole again, my children, my instruments. Bring me forth to fulfill your purpose.
Tell me! No, no, no! Something's wrong! God damn it! She should be here! Now! Living in that goddamned head of yours! Fuck, 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 fuck! Why did she spare you? Why are you still here?
What I like too is that these remind me of the glass vials of blood in Edward's time period in the observatory. Which I guess in some way is the... What would these be? Would these be all the servers that are powering... I guess you could say that's a kind of blood pumping through everywhere, keeping things running. So Juno appearing to someone in Eivor's time period, for example, they would think it's some kind of like magical entity that is appearing before them. They wouldn't think that it's actually some kind of advanced technology doing it. In Meta, well, this was supposed to be the last AC game, but Ubisoft got greedy. I mean, there's definitely things that this game ties up a little bit, but there's also some things it leaves open, and I do feel, though, that the direction that they could have gone with this series after Black Flag was to not have a first-person present-day protagonist that we don't see. Like, obviously in this game you can move around and interact with stuff, whereas in Unity you don't get to move around and interact as the present-day character, but it's still in first-person view mode, though. Same with Syndicate, really, as well, because you're watching drone footage that's actually happening in real time with the characters who are actually being observed by their drones, you know. But I feel like present day in this story works best when your character can actually go around and interact with stuff, and you can see what they look like, you can hear their voice, you know their name, you know, you build a character around them, which obviously they did with Layla in Origins. They went back to having an actual character that you see, that you find out who their name is and all that kind of stuff. But now they're going back to just being a faceless, nameless, voiceless protagonist in present time. So they're doing the same kind of thing again. Now I think there's a rumor that it won't always be the case like that for you know, all the present day story now in the Animus Hub that they're doing. But going back to that kind of thing is a little bit of a step backwards. Just like it was a little bit of a step backwards by not expanding the present day to allow your character to actually go on missions and stuff in a wider way than what AC3 did, because Assassin's Creed 3 was the game that really expanded present day, having Desmond going to different locations and actually doing missions, you know. So I think they should have expanded upon that even further, but they didn't. They went with the first person, nameless, faceless character. Then they went back to the third person, but then they stopped expanding the scope of what the third person character was and what they could do. And then Odyssey tried to expand it a little bit by having them in the loft, but then having them in the Atlantis place. But it's like maybe giving us a mission that we could have gone on where we have to use stealth to infiltrate a location. That would have been really good to actually do, at least, but they didn't do that. So I feel like that's a whole big missed opportunity as well with the present day stuff. Sheila, you also enjoy Black Flag and other AC games, but that's why you want it to end much earlier. A beloved franchise is just a cash cow and mistreated by a greedy company. Yeah, there just comes a point where what they add doesn't really work anymore, or what they try to expand with doesn't actually work well, like it's not executed properly, and then you get like repeats of stuff happening, you know, like you'll have some kind of event happen and then things will reset to back to what they were, but they'll be slightly different just to add a different entry, you know, so on and so forth. It's like, yeah, the group of villains that you defeated before, well, there's a new group of villains that are related that you didn't know about, but they're related to the other villains, and they're going to be doing the same kind of villainous stuff that the other villains did. It's like, well, you're just repeating things without adding any extra new elements, except for the fact that, in my example I'm using, they're related to the other villains that were defeated, you know? It's like, sometimes you just need to end something, where it's like, that's the end of it. Done. Move on to something else. Create a different IP, you know? Imiti, like you've said before, all AC games after 3 should have been more like a Chronicle thing. Title it AC Chronicles, Untold Stories, or something like that. It would have made more sense. Absolutely, dude. Like, and the thing is, like, the 2.5D, I understand it's not everyone's kind of style that they like. But that doesn't mean that every Chronicles game had to be like that if they did more. You know, they could still keep the title Chronicles, but do third-person, you know, games like the mainline entries are. You know, it doesn't have to be the 2.5D. So I think they should have done that for sure. Exactly. I definitely agree. Because then they could have had characters like Yusuf, for example, from Assassin's Creed Revelations, getting to play as him in a game, you know. Then you have like Mary Reed from this game. You could play as her in a game if they did like a Chronicles side story game, you know, things like that too, as well. Hey there, Arctic. Batman. You're a man, you're a bat, you shat. Upside down with wings and other things. Oh, baby, baby, baby. It's so funny, Arctic, because Ave was in here earlier, and Ave on my end of the channel actually has the same color name that you do. And they also used the oh, baby, baby, the way that you do, and I accidentally called Ave Arctic. How's things going, dude? It may tell like, yes, this is how it ends, but in between these events, these other things happened as well, things that led to this ending. Exactly, in Meta, you know, like there's ways to tell stories in pockets of time that wasn't covered in the other stories, you know. Schiller, modern day will only be optional in their stupid hub. That's true too, Schiller, yeah. Yeah, there won't be anything added to it where it's like, you know, part of the narrative. That's right, Arctic. Yep, a copycat.
The charges, sir, I'll hear them again.
My lord, His Majesty's court contends that the defendants, Mary Reed and Anne Bonny, did piratically, feloniously, and in an hostile manner attack, engage, and take 7 certain fishing boats. Secondly, this court contends that the defendants lurked upon the high seas and did set upon, shoot at, and take 2 certain merchant sloops, thus putting the captains and their crews in corporeal fear of their lives.
Edward James Kenway, born of motley parentage in Swansea, to an English father and Welsh mother. Married at 18 to Miss Caroline Scott, now estranged.
She's a beautiful woman, I am told, but not at all well these days.
If you touch her, you bastards, I'll...
Quite a surprise finding you here rotting in a Jamaican prison. We heard rumors that you had taken up with the pirate Roberts.
If you know the observatory's location, tell us now, and you'll be out of here in a flash.
Rogers can hold these British hounds at bay, for a time. But this will be your fate if you fail to cooperate.
You, Mary Reed and Anne Bonny, are to go from hence to the place from whence you came, and from thence to the place of execution, where you shall be severally hanged by the neck, till you are severally dead, dead, dead!
Oh, Ross!
May God in his infinite mercy be merciful to each of your souls!
We're pregnant! Do you all hear that?
What the devil did she say?
They plead their bellies, my lord.
Aye, you can't hang a woman quick with child, can ye?
Quiet! Quiet! If what you claim is true, then your executions will be stayed, but only until your terms are up.
Then I'll be up the duff the next time you come knocking.
Remove them!
Severally dead, dead, dead.
What's your name? Hillock? Kenmore? Conway?
It's Walpole, ain't it?
Walpole? Where'd you get that?
Well, that's the rumour going round. As dirty and daft a pirate as ever sailed these West Indies.
Well, whatever his name, gotta make sure he suffers without dying. Orders from the governor. And back to the prisons at sundown.
And massage his feet if he's aching, shall I?
Jesus. A shit detail as ever was.
Can't they kill the bastard? Ain't been a good hanging for months, not since Rackham got his.
Eh? Hard to understand how it works. I've heard it said they scooped up Captain Vane near a year ago. And he's not seen the end of a rope.
I can't fathom it. Some men, they stretch after days of capture. Others they sit on.
Oi!
Quiet, you!
Good morning, Captain Kenway. I have a gift for you. Do not mistake my purpose here. I have come for Anne and Mary, and you owe me nothing for this. But if you would lend me your aid, I can promise you safe passage from this place.
I'll need weapons.
You are comfortable with this, I am told.
Like
We
he was
must
born
hurry.
to wear them.
Stand still.
Hold you!
You. Get back here, you deaf turd! Stop there! Halt! You come back here! Hold there! He thinks he can get away! Stop that!
In me too, yeah. I love that line. Until you are severally dead, dead, dead. Troll pregnant. Yeah. They're like, and, you know, it's true, like, they actually are pregnant. But yeah, the idea of, and it's a very humane thing to be like, right, if you're pregnant, we're not going to, you know, hang you and execute you until your terms are actually up and you've given birth. But even after that happens, it's not, you know, like the child is given the greatest of opportunities, you know, because they would have treated them like they were nothing as well. Like we have Mary, who, you know, is very, very sick and ill, and then you have Anne Bonny, who has her child taken from her as well, and all that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of suffering in this memory, and the quote where the girl was like, you know, we've had orders for that is to suffer without dying, and that's what the name of this memory is. But there's a lot of suffering that's going on in this memory from multiple characters' perspectives, from Mary Reed's perspective, from Anne's perspective, from Edward's perspective, from Charles Vane's perspective, because Charles Vane, you know, he's still alive, but he's really messed up in the head. Like he's really far gone, you know, and he'll probably just die in the prison there. They probably just feel sorry for him, you know, and just wanting to leave him there and all that kind of stuff. Troll, dumbest guards ever. They just want to die, don't they? Yeah, it's so funny. Like, if you're too close to the enemy, the meter for detection will fill up way quicker. But if you're further away, you can just cheese them like that. If you go through this part too fast, get detected, and all that kind of stuff, or you don't go this route and you avoid it, there's actually some dialogue by these two guards coming up that talks about what actually happened to Stede Bonnet. He's a character that we don't actually see him die, but we find out through this guard's conversation that he ended up being hanged and killed.
Maybe he has friends looking out for him.
Or money, like Stede Bonnet from Barbados.
No, they hanged him too.
Did they?
Aye. Blubbering and bawling. He collapsed at the gallows. Weeping like a little lamb.
Serves the bastard right.
Rest in peace, Stede Bonnet. His character reminds me a lot of Guybrush Threepwood from Monkey Island. So with that association in mind, he's a character that it's such a shame that he ends up getting killed. I mean, obviously he's a real-life pirate that lived and died. So it's not like he got to live till an old age and all that kind of stuff. But still, he's a character that it's a shame that he actually dies. I mean, in real life, who knows if he was someone that people would think shouldn't have been hanged and killed. In the context of how Stede is portrayed in this game, though, is a very sort of like, you know, in some ways he's a bit like Kenji in Ghost of Tsushima. He's sort of like a comedy relief character that has a lot of funny sort of like, not only dialogues, but also gestures and facial expressions and all that kind of stuff. Like I like when he's talking to Edward, and Edward's talking about the observatory and how it can actually, you know, keep track of people all around the world. And then Steed is like, imagine my wife with such advantage over me, and he does this sort of like eye roll thing, which is really funny, you know, things like that. That's right, Troll. Hanged by the neck until he died, until he was severally dead. Mr. Epic, thank you so very much for the 13 months in a row. Thank you for that. I really do appreciate that a lot. That's awesome. If you want a happy ending, it all depends on where you stop telling your story. That's a good point too. What is that actually from? I feel like I should know where it's from. Sounds very familiar.
You weren't much of a friend, Jack Rackham, nor an able sailor neither. But you were strange and lively, and you made me laugh more than once. And that's enough to make me sorry for seeing you like this. I hope you found a lasting peace, down there among the dead.
Yeah, Mr. Epic. The number 13 is interesting because I've never found that to be unlucky. I mean, I might be a little bit biased because my birth date falls on a 13th. But I've never saw it as an unlucky number. Emita, yeah, he's a naughty boy. Like, tisk, tisk. How dare. Mr. Epic is the voice recording from Desmond. Ah, of course, yes. That's from Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
Stop, I want to talk to you.
You there, stop! What like you thinking yet? Faster, lads, we're losing ground!
Look there!
Troll. Yeah, Loki was the 13th to arrive to the feast, where he tricked another to kill Baldo. In Hellblade 1, when you actually listen to Druth's runestone narrations, he actually talks about, you know, various Norse myths and all that kind of stuff. And he talks about how Loki pretended to be, I think he pretended to either be just an elderly woman or pretended to be an old blind woman. No, actually, in the story that they tell in that, it's the blind woman that Loki tricks into taking the mistletoe or something. I can't remember now, it's been a while since I played Hellblade 1. But it's interesting the differences that they make with certain stuff as well. But I do remember that there was the trick of some kind that happened anyway to kill Balder. Mr. Epic also liked the number 13. Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, never found it to be an unlucky number. Troll Judas was also the 13th to be seated at the Last Supper, which after he betrayed Jesus. Oh yeah. And the 13th was also the day that Jason Voorhees drowned.
Stop, I tell you! We're not losing that bastard!
You'd been discovered and brought here. Didn't hear what happened after, though.
Don't me!
Best of luck to you, mate. I wish we'd parted as friends.
Definitely something sad about that too. About how, you know, Edward wishes that they actually parted as friends, not as enemies. It also shows a bit of humility from Edward as well. Like, there's a whole lot of, you know, stuff going on with Edward at this point in the story that is part of his character arc that leads ultimately to his redemption. But it's not a path that's easy for him to walk as well at the same time. But you start to hear and see that he's actually taking things a little bit more, for lack of a better word, seriously than he had been. Oh yeah, Mr. Epic, that's no worries at all. You gotta go pick up your dog. Maybe I'll still see your stream later, if not, maybe another day. No trouble at all, Mr. Epic. I really hope that things went well with your dog getting his haircut. I hope that you have a good one. And I'll be streaming until I finish the game. We're in sequence 11 now, I think, from memory. Is it 11? Or is it sequence... yeah, it'd be sequence 11 still. Yeah, sequence 11. But definitely catch you again soon. What these guards say here. They're pieces of shit, basically.
Shut your bleeding trap, or I'll fill it my own way.
Bastard, murderers, won't make the pair of you standing over a dying lady like a piece of meat.
A dying pirate. There's your difference. Aye. She died from childbirth, all the better, eh? God carries out our sentence and our hands are clean.
These pieces of shit.
bastard!
Tobai, are you okay? Tobai, are you alright? He's just frozen. What the hell? We're at a stalemate. This is a glitch standoff. Definitely been a lot of moments in this playthrough, in this stream specifically actually, that have been a lot of things to clip. Hey Percenter, welcome. You were totally caught off guard going after the legendary ships. You had been eating the enemy man-of-wars like a snack, but even the easiest legendary ship destroyed you several times before you worked out the pattern of how to defeat them. Oh yeah. They're very, very tricky. They also get to do things that your ship can't do, like literal U-turns. Like, it's really crazy. So how'd you go with them overall, Percenter? Do you still have some left? Troll, yeah, the story of Boulder goes as follows, summed up. Boulder's mother goes to an old crone, which is Loki disguised. He tells her that if she can get things to promise to cause no harm to Boulder, he will protect it from it. Loki makes it so that the mistletoe would not promise. He put a blindfold on someone and guided their hand to throw the mistletoe spear at Boulder, killing him. After they went to Hell to ask her to let Boulder back from the underworld, to which she said that if she could get every living thing to cry for Boulder, she would allow it. Loki, as the crone, being the only person that refused to cry for him, making him unable to come back. Well, thanks for clarifying on that, Troll. And that's really messed up too as well, you know. If not for Loki doing that, then Boulder probably would have been brought back to life. But then again, I wonder if Hela would have even actually done that, you know. Oh, nice Percenter, you managed to destroy them all eventually. Very, very good. That's awesome that you got through them, because they can be very, very tricky as well. Since this is glitched like this, I'll take this opportunity to talk about something too. There's two things that you can do when Mary dies in this part. You can literally leave her body there and then walk out, or you can carry her body and bring her back to where Artabai will be with Anne Bonny as well. This was something that I had zero idea about for so many years and so many playthroughs, because I always picked up Mary and carried her and took her to where Artabai and Anne were waiting. So it never occurred to me to even try to just leave her there. But it feels so fucked up just doing that. Like, you have a really important character, someone that Edward actually cared about, that he's just going to leave her body there? Like, just... And also, too, when you actually are carrying her body to where Anne and Artabai will be, there's no way you can actually sneak past the guards. The guards will always be alerted to you, and it's really annoying, because it's like, I want to honor Mary in her death and pay respect by actually carrying her body to be placed down gently, you know, where Artabai and Anne are waiting. But because they've programmed it so that the enemies automatically detect you, they come over to you, and you either have to put Mary's body down on the ground, or they attack you and you drop her body as well. So I really wish they at least gave you the ability to sneak past without that happening as well. But yeah, if you want to, when you play this game and you get to this point, you can either carry Mary's body out and get to the cutscene, or you can just leave her there. And if you leave her there, the dialogue is slightly different between Edward and Artabai and Anne. So that's another difference between the two choices. It doesn't actually change how the cutscene ends or anything like that. But yeah, I just felt that was like, a bit of a surprise that they actually allowed you to do that. But at the same time, it's annoying that if you do decide to carry Mary's body to a resting place, that the game goes out of its way to prevent you from even having the opportunity to sneak past. Like, fair enough if you tried to sneak past and you went too close to them or something like that. But there's nowhere you can really carry her body without going on a slant or stepping off of something, which makes Edward drop the body anyway as well. So I always make sure to carry her body. But I did do a playthrough one time where I actually left it there because I found out that you could do it. So I was like, well, I don't like doing it and all that, but I'll just do it to show it on that stream. And it was a couple of years ago when this game was celebrating its 10th anniversary. Yeah, Troll. It's just so unfortunate, It's like with Assassin's Creed 3 when what's his name? I can't remember Connor's friend's name in Assassin's Creed 3. But when his friend dies, I just wanted to carry his body back to the village, right? Just as a gesture, like I wasn't expecting anything to happen like a cutscene or anything like that. So I carried his body to the village, but it freaked out the clan mother and glitched her, so I couldn't actually speak to her again in that part of the game as well. That's it, Sheila. Yeah, Kanan Dokon. That's it, yeah. Yeah, that was such a sad moment too, as well. Especially the bit where Connor, pats his body, before he gets up, it's like a really, really sad sort of part. Oh, that's okay to guess that though, Vulture. That's no worries at all. But yeah, it was a friend that Connor actually had since they were children. And, yeah. Sheila, leaving Mary behind is a crime, like not hugging Leonardo in AC2 when after the tour in Venice. Yeah, that's the thing too, like, even as early as Assassin's Creed 2, the games were giving you the option to do one thing or the other, which could slightly change what was happening in the cutscene that might have triggered, and all that kind of stuff. Vulture, you haven't played AC3 in a while. Is Rogue before AC3? It is, yeah. Yeah, Rogue's before AC3. Yeah, Vulture, there was some glitch that just happened. It's never happened before, actually. Like, I went to attack the guard, and then Artabai went to attack the guard, but then we all, like, the guard and him froze. I can move Edward around, but Artabai is frozen.
Stop him!
Mary? Mary, it's me, Edward.
Edward? Who's this fella?
It's all right, Anne. He's a friend. What's wrong with Mary?
She's ill.
And her child?
They took her. No idea where. Oh! Oh! Oh!
I know it pains, my lady, but we must be silent. Can you walk? Lean on me, Mary. Come on.
I can't.
Search every cell!
Come on, that's it. You're all right.
Damn it, lift your arm.
It's no good.
There's no one here!
I ain't leaving you nowhere. No bloody way.
Put me down, Edward. Don't die on my account. Go.
This is such a pain in the ass. Damn it. You should have been the one to outlast me.
I've done my part. Will you?
If you came with me, I could. Mary.
I'll be with you, Kenway. I will.
All right, search every nook and cranny.
You pull back here, you mad maggot!
What's happened to Mary? What's wrong?
Is she gone?
Oh, no. Oh, God! Oh!
What will you do now? Nothing sensible. You haven't earned this, but they suit you. Good fortune to you, Edward Kenway.
But he will earn them. Now, I'm sorry, but a remake will never top any of the performances in this original game. Don't remake this game, Ubisoft. You're only going to fuck things up.
More?
Bring a bottle.
I'd see some colour first.
Will this do? In all your years out here, you could never achieve what I've done in 1/5 the time. Because you're a good man, Edward, see? Goodness is your disease.
That's my prize, Roberts. Now give it here!
Remember my creed, boy. A short life and a merry one, that is all. The world owes us nothing more than this. So take what you will, and then die before you live to see yourself made a fool.
Give it here.
That's right, boy, take it.
I'll sweeten you, maggot. I'll cut you down!
That's true, Deadly Vulture. Yeah, that was Mary. And to her friends, she revealed that she was a woman, but to others, she kept it a secret and went by the name James Kidd. Troll, you're alright. No, she's clearly not alright. Yeah, clearly not for sure. Absolutely. Yeah, Deadly, it really is cinematic. If you move the camera in front of Edward and Mary, it actually slows things down. That's why it was going in slow motion. I was actually orchestrating when it went into slow motion by moving the camera and stuff. But I just wanted to do that too because I like to try and create some kind of I guess cinematic feel to the gameplay and not just, when you see a cutscene that's been, scripted and stuff. So moving the camera in front of Edward and Mary will actually make things go really, really slow. So you can really add more dramatic effect to that whole scenario as well. Yeah, Troll. Yeah, every damn time. Doesn't matter how many times I've played this game, how many times I see other people play that part. Always really hits hard when Mary dies. Hey there, Oliver. Welcome back. You're back from the gym. You're dying. You can barely walk. Oh no. Hopefully you can get some good recovery though, Oliver. Thanks for coming back to the stream. I hope you can get some good recovery and rest. Stan, nah, impossible. Yeah, no way. That scene alone, the performances there by Matt Ryan and Olivia Morgan, Yeah, you could get some new actors to play those roles and, you know, do their own interpretation, but I don't know. I just feel like this game shouldn't be remade. Oliver, just like with AC3. Well, that was actually a remaster, not a remake. But with this game, they actually want to do a remake from the ground up instead of a remaster. That's the rumor anyway, that they're doing a full-on remake, which I think is, you know, ridiculous. Troll, that's why you're generally against remakes. I don't blame you though, Troll. You know, like when there's a good remake, it is good, but at the same time, you can also get bad ones too. So, you know. I do, Vulture, yeah, I do. Yeah, I really like Origins a lot. Yeah, Cyber, yeah, remastered is AC3. Yeah, but no, remakes are from the ground up. When you take every single element and redo it from scratch and also reinterpret things and add extra stuff or take stuff away, you know. Like, for example, in Resident Evil 1 Remake, there's a whole subplot with the Trevor family, but it's not in the original game. So that's a remake, not a remaster. If it was a remaster, they would have just taken the original Resident Evil and give it a new coat of paint and then re-released it. Yeah, Oliver, so the remake of 3, I prefer the original. So but you'll replay it for a remake, for a remaster, you mean? Yeah. The game still looks great though, like, relatively speaking. There might be some 2013 isms with the graphics, but it's like a piece of art, this game.
Calm, little puppy, and slink back to your kennel. You haven't the mettle for my brand of madness.
Robert! Welcome aboard, Kenway. It's prizes, plunder, and adventure ahead. Are you game?
Out of my way, Ben. Raise a glass to freedom, lads. Here's to gentlemen of fortune and women of leisure.
To a world full of rogues, better than all the kings and queens that kick us about.
As gentlemen of fortune, we enjoy plenty and satisfaction, pleasure and ease, liberty and power. What man with a sensible mind would choose the former life? For I have dipped my hands in muddied waters, and, withdrawing them, find 'tis better to be a commander than a common man!
Aesop once wrote of an eagle soaring high above a shepherd's field that swooped down on powerful wings to seize a grazing lamb and carry it off to her nest. Flying close by, a jackdaw saw the deed, and it filled his head with the idea that he too was just as strong and capable. So, with a great flapping and rustling of feathers, the jackdaw came down swiftly and clutched at the coat of a large ram. But when he tried to fly away, he found he could not lift the animal, for his size and strength were not up to the task. And even as the jackdaw struggled, the ram hardly noticed he was there. Nearby, just across the field, the shepherd saw the fluttering bird and was quite amused. Running up, he captured the jackdaw and clipped its wings. That evening, he gave the jackdaw to his children as a gift. "What an odd little bird this is, father," they laughed and shouted. "What do you call him?" "This is a jackdaw," the father said. "But if you should ask him, he would claim to be an eagle."
Got a clean through here.
Is that the most intelligent thing you have to say
Blood everywhere. Scream. I was almost out cold.
Our dismission on that flimsy evidence. They threaten us with fire. Our dismission on that flimsy evidence simply inflamed them to greater infamy. The bully boys do great disservice to our endeavour. My husband's not seen his son in weeks. One would think the broken arm was enough for them, but still they prowl our shop front. They do not act alone. They couldn't. Not one of the Galumphing great advocates have the mental wherewithal to organize their company for one. They threaten us with fire and beatings and all manner of infamy. Yet the price they ask is beyond our meager means. Dire straits indeed. One of the Galumphing great advocates has the mental wherewithal to organize their company for one. They threaten us with fire and beatings and all manner of infamy. Yet the price they ask is beyond our meager means. Dire straits indeed. They do not act alone. They couldn't. Not one of the Galumphing great advocates has the mental wherewithal. The evidence simply inflamed them to greater impact.
Men, I've a mind to be sending you both on your merry ways.
Scream. I was almost out cold.
What happened to the free enterprise system?
I don't think you're grasping the situation. Oh, so say you. I'm a different opinion than I have.
I've had about enough of this empty boasting.
You barely ready to prove you medieval tale.
Ah, yes, they said you was a talker.
I don't think you're grasping the situation.
So why, by heaven, would you think I did?
Typical bloody men. Not one whit of sense to be found between them.
I've had about enough of this empty boasting.
You expect any sane man to believe you?
Ah, yes, they said you was a talker.
Oh, so say you. I'm a different opinion. Nothing but a veiled trick.
Can be no proving what never happened.
Bloody bastard! It was mine and you know it!
So why, by heaven, would you think I did?
You barely ready to prove posturing. You're nothing but a veiled trick.
Ah, yes, they said you was a talker.
Oh, so say you. You expect any sane man to believe you?
I've had about enough of this empty boasting.
What either you do, shove this dot up your arse.
Now, no need to get your drunken arses into trouble.
Can be no proving what never happened.
You barely ready to prove any
Settle down. There's no need for being ornery here, now is there? No more than 2 years! You promised me!
You left! When I needed you the most!
But you had me! What keeps you wondering? Do I not make you happy?
I'm so close, Caroline! Please! Just let me do this!
Is everything you do out of spite, Edward?
It's not spite that's driving me, Mary! It's courage!
Courage for what, man? There's no one left in your life to care.
God damn you all!
I can handle this. Lout! Always tearing down when you could be building things up, or building yourself up if nothing else.
Just leave me be!
Change course, Edward! Change your bloody course before it's too late!
Captain Kenway! You look like a bowl of plum duff.
Christ! Oh, I've got a head for 10.
On your feet.
You put me on the spot, Addy. After leaving me with Robert, I shall have hard feelings about seeing you here. But mostly I'm bloody glad.
Me too, brother. And you'll be chuffed to know your jackdaw is still in one piece.
So we set sail. You're leaving?
Aye, Edward. For I have another calling elsewhere.
Addy, listen.
When your heart and your head are ready, visit the assassins. I think you'll understand then.
Just thought I'd respond to chat with text, just through that part, just to keep the immersion of the surrealness of that whole scenario. But I'll catch up on chat properly now. No worries at all, Lizzie. Thank you so much for being here and watching. I really hope that you have a good one. And me to take it easy, I'm just needling you. Vulture, funny thing, you did all the objectives in one go in one of the segments. Oh, it's good when that happens. It's very satisfying when that can... Pardon me, when that can happen. Geez, that guy got something wrong in the head. Well and truly, Vulture. Absolutely. He found a lot of pleasure as well in killing those assassins and torturing them. Coffee, did he do the killings before joining the assassins? Yeah, because earlier, when he was pretending to be Duncan Walpole, the assassins were trying to take the Sage away from Torres, the main Templar Grand Master. So Edward was actually killing those assassins. But yeah, he's not an assassin yet. He doesn't actually become one in this game's story, but after the events of this game, he actually becomes an assassin. I mean, technically, we see him as an assassin in this game, in the story, in the after credits sequence as well. But in terms of, like, him becoming an assassin, the actual event isn't actually shown in the game where he becomes one. Well, I'm not going to lie, we should have gotten a DLC for this game where he's in London. Yeah, I think that would have been really cool, actually. Would have been a good idea for a sequel as well. Because we'd also be seeing London in a different time period than we saw in Syndicate as well. So I just want to recap some of those hallucination things based on my text comments that I made. So essentially, that whole thing is a mixture of Edward being drunk, but also the fact that Edward obviously has Isu DNA inside of him, so eagle vision and all that. So when you have eagle vision and you get drunk, it really messes with your perception. So that's what was happening with that whole scenario. When you have the part where you have like Mary Read and Benjamin Hornigold and Blackbeard and Bartholomew Roberts, and he's talking. Bartholomew Roberts is actually sitting on Stede Bonnet, which is symbolic of the fact that, you know, Stede gets treated like he's just a piece of furniture. Like, you know, not by everyone, but there would be people that would treat him that way. Then you have Woodes Rogers talking about the story about the jackdaw bird. So essentially what he's saying in that hallucination is that the jackdaw is a small bird that sees an eagle do something that the jackdaw then thinks it can do, but it physically can't. So it's beyond the jackdaw to actually do what it saw the eagle. And so he's saying that if you were to ask the jackdaw what it was, it would tell you that it was an eagle, you know. And so Edward, there was a bird, a jackdaw, that was actually a bird that he connected with when he was actually a child. So that's why he names the ship the Jackdaw in reference to that. And so Edward himself, in that whole speech, in that hallucination, is basically the jackdaw in that fable versus the eagle as well. And it ties into the whole idea of Edward is, taking on so much stuff that he feels like he's able to control it and be in control of it, but it's overwhelming him, really. Which ties into that later thing where we see Caroline on the deck of the ship talking to him about, those kinds of things as well. So that sort of ties into that too. Oh no, sorry, not with Caroline, with Mary on the deck of the ship. When she's saying, like he's like, I can handle this, all that kind of stuff. Then you see, when Woodes Rogers is speaking, he's got Torres beside him. And then you got the part where Julian de Cass is actually torturing the assassins. So earlier in the story, when Edward was pretending to be Duncan Walpole, he he got some hidden blades that Julian de Cass had actually gotten from assassins that he had killed. So that was what that was going on in that hallucination with Julian de Cass. And then you had each version of Roberts that Edward kills in the hallucination turns into an assassin, which represents the assassins that in reality Edward had killed earlier in the story. And then you have the hanging bodies, some of which were assassins. But then you had, to the left, you had Mary Read, who was hanging, and then you had, to the far right, Blackbeard. But in the middle was Caroline. It's foreshadowing Caroline dying. At this point, Edward doesn't know that Caroline has actually died. So, in some ways, it's almost like a premonition that she's going to die or that she's dead that we see in that hallucination. But I see it as representing the life that he left behind, i.e. leaving Caroline behind. So seeing her hanging there with the other two characters is basically saying that she has been left behind by Edward and she's as good as dead. But it turns out that she actually is dead, but Edward doesn't know. So that hallucination that he has of seeing Caroline being hanged as well is, a bit of a premonition. But also for us as the player, it's a bit of foreshadowing as well. So there we go. Could that remind you, Jim Carrey and Clint Eastwood scene, Jim goes, I can handle it, and just drops to his back. I never actually did see that movie. I remember seeing interviews with Jim Carrey where he talked about that, but I hadn't actually seen the scene in question.
I make you my duty, sir.
What I like about the last memories that we play as Edward in this game is that at the start of the game he was pretending to be an assassin, wearing this outfit, prancing around. But in a way, he was mocking the assassins as well by wearing it, that kind of sort of feel. But in the last few memories, because Edward is actually going to become an assassin eventually, he's on the road to that. So symbolically, in the last few memories in the game, he's actually acting like he is an assassin. Not that he's pretending to be one, you know what I mean? So I like that feel
Something on your mind,
that
Captain?
they add for the last few memories. Even down to the fact that he visits 2 assassin bureaus as well.
follow your
to get information on the targets that he has to take care of, you know. But technically, you can do that earlier than that point in the story because there's Templar hunts that you can do, which is side content where Edward actually meets different assassins of different bureaus around the Caribbean. And so, if you do those, you meet Rona in one of them, and then you meet Anto in one of them. And then there's two other assassins that you meet. One is Vance, I think it is, or Lance or something. I can't remember. But there's an assassin who has a brother, and they're both assassins, but one of them is actually betraying the assassins. So you meet that one, and then you also meet who's the other one? Oh, damn, I can't remember her name. Shit. I can't remember the other assassin that you do the Templar hunt missions with. Is it Apito? No, that's... I don't think that's it. Damn it. Anyway. There's two assassins that you don't actually meet in the story. But then there's the other two that you do. So you meet in the story Anto and you meet Rona. So if you don't do the Templar hunt missions at all, like don't do any of them, then when you see Rona and when you see Anto, you've got no idea who they are, you know. But if you've done the Templar hunt missions, you know a little bit about those two characters already as well. So anyway, in the last few memories, Edward is acting like he is an assassin. So technically his training, so to speak, to become an assassin has actually begun officially. Whereas at the start of the story, he was pretending to be an assassin simply because he saw an opportunity to pretend to be Duncan Walpole to get some kind of like financial reward, you know, and all that kind of stuff. You know, it's really late for me when I start to really struggle with actually explaining what I want to actually talk about. You start to see me in the game go around in circles and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's 1 a.m. But we got one more memory sequence left. And then that's the playthrough done. Vulture, you have 2 trophies left in God of War Ragnarok on the PS4 version. Oh, that's good that you only have 2 left.
In the morning, what will we do with the drunken sailor? What will we do with the drunken sailor? What will we do with the drunken sailor? Early in the morning, way up she rises, way up she rises, way up she.
And then you'll do the PS5 version since it's free on PS Plus. Well, that's fair enough too. Get double the trophies, really, when you think about it. 2 different versions. It's in this memory that we also get the rope dart as well, which I love. But it's a shame we don't get it till this late in the story. I just love the interactions that happen here. There's such a big change in Edward and his way of thinking and all that kind of stuff. It's part of his redemption arc as well. Facing up to the repercussions of what he's done and actually, you know, acknowledging that what he did was wrong and actually wanting to make amends and all that kind of stuff.
Jesus, Ade, what the hell happened here?
You happened here, Edward. The damage you caused 6 years ago has not been undone.
I'm not an easy man to call a friend, am I? Is that why you're here?
To fight beside a man so driven by personal gain and glory is a hard thing, Edward. And I have come to feel the assassins and their creed a more honorable course. Have I been unfair?
No. For years I've been rushing around, taking whatever I fancied, not giving a tinker's curse for those I hurt. And yet here I am, with riches and a reputation, feeling no wiser than when I left home. Yet when I turn around, look at the course I've run. There's not a man or woman that I love left standing beside me.
There is time to make amends, Captain Kenway.
Mary. Before she died, she asked me to do good by her, to sort out the mess I made. Can you help me?
Mary was fond of you, Edward. She saw something in your bearing that gave her hope you might one day fight with us.
Aye. She told me.
And what do you think of our creed?
It's hard to say. For if nothing is true, then why believe anything? And if everything is permitted, why not chase every desire?
Why, indeed.
It might be that this idea is only the beginning of wisdom, not its final form.
That's quite a step up from the Edward I met here many years ago.
I always like to try and get a close-up on Edward's face when he's saying that dialogue. Not sure, actually, Vulture. It would have been cool if the hook blade was brought back.
So what do you think?
It'll take some getting used to.
The second attack this month, I should have moved this village long ago.
I brought all this upon you years ago, but I will stand by you now.
It will take more than a few favors to call yourself a true assassin, Edward.
One thing at a time, mate.
Under attack once more. Come.
To the beach!
Brother.
Stay close, Edward. Follow me. You end this day.
¡Ahí, a por él!
Creo que puedo darle. ¡Lo tengo a tiro! ¡Un blanco claro!
¡Dale duro! ¡La júpuli! ¡Rodeada y cerrada! ¡Cortex en la júpuli!
So many dead. So many injured.
Good to see you here, brother. Swift and clean, Edward. Merciful kills are all they deserve.
¡Detente! ¡Intenta darnos esquinazo!
Objetivo a la vista! Edward, find the men who led this attack. Finish him off.
That coward is hiding aboard his ship.
Tengo un disparo claro.
Podría darle entre las cejas.
¡No corras, que es peor!
¡Puedo hacerlo! ¡Enemigo a tiros!
Debería haberlo pensado mejor. Juguemos al escondite.
¡Muchachos! ¡Atacad por ambos lados! ¿A dónde te crees que vas? ¡Vuelve aquí! ¡Ahí! ¡Seguidlo!
Vulture, do you know where the last treasure chest location is? No. Yeah, it depends on how... It depends on what other treasures you got first, as to which one will be the last one, so I don't know. I mean, do you like how Artabai is like, you don't deserve this, but here, have your armor. Welcome to the Creed. Now go forth. Yeah.
Podría darle entre las cejas.
¡Eso ni lo sueñes, canalla!
¡Ganad la posición y avanzad!
¡Desde aquí
Blanco
puedo
claro.
darle!
Acorralando, muchachos.
I didn't actually want to kill the target that way, but so be it. I wanted to do a rope duck kill, but that's alright.
Janumuk awol yetel abishan. And once more you have our thanks, Edward. You are welcome here.
Thank you, sir. I'll rest here for a time before setting out, if I may. How's her child?
She is a strong woman, but not invincible.
Edward. I'm sorry for your loss.
If I'd stayed in prison, they'd have taken him from me. He'd never be alive. Maybe this is God's way of saying I'm not fit to be a mother yet. Carrying on like I do. Cursing and drinking and fighting.
You are a fighter, aye. In prison, I heard stories of the infamous Anne Bonny and Mary Read taking on the King's Navy together. Just the pair of you.
It's all true. Anne would have won that day if Jack and his lads weren't passed out in the hold from drink. Edward. Everyone's gone, aren't they? Mary, Rackham, Touch, all the rest. I miss them so. Rough as they were. Do you feel that too? All empty inside,
I do. Devil curse me. I do.
Absolute cinema.
I know my targets by sight well enough, but how will I find them?
We have spies and informants in every city. Visit our bureaus and the assassins there will guide you.
That fixes Torres and Rogers. But Bartholomew Roberts won't be near any city. It might take months to find him.
Or years. But you're a man of talent and quality, Captain Kenway. I believe you will find him.
And if you're at a loss, don't be afraid to call on your quartermaster for aid.
Quartermaster! What's our present course?
Due west, Captain, if it's still Kingston we're sailing for.
It is indeed, Miss Bonny. Call it out.
Weigh anchor and let fall the courses, lads! We're sailing for Jamaica!
How does it feel to bark so loud?
I've barked louder, and to men twice as rough.
Tending bar at the old Aviary, you mean?
Among other places. And I sailed with Mary and Rackham for a time, remember?
Of course.
Mary did most of the captaining, Jack did most of the drinking.
Did Mary... Did she ever tell you who it was that fathered her child?
It was a young fella. Sailed with us on that last voyage. Poor lad was killed fighting beside us. The only man not too drunk to stand up for himself.
There was so much about her I didn't know. I called her a friend. But was I one in return?
She thought the world of you, Edward. I've no worries about that.
Well, that's good to hear.
Loose and trim too! Crowd it all on! There was a ship seized.
Benvenuto.
Benvenuto. Bene. Alright, so we need 2 black jaguar pelt and 2 crocodile leather for these rope dart pouch upgrades. There we go, so we purchased what we needed. All of the pelts and all that kind of stuff that you can go out and hunt for, you can actually just buy from the tavern if you want to. Well, not the tavern, the shop, I mean. So the maximum amount of rope darts you can actually carry when you get the pouches done is 15, just like with the smoke bombs as well. Yeah, Oliver, molto bene. E mita bene. Now I have a way to go up there. So this mission we're about to do now, this is the mission where you have to assassinate an Italian diplomat and take their outfit to get into the social event where Woodes Rogers is having a speech. And the actor who plays this Italian diplomat is Roger Craig Smith, who plays Ezio. So it's another really cool kind of like parody-esque kind of Italian character that Roger Craig Smith could play, being a tongue-in-cheek kind of poking fun at Ezio kind of thing.
Captain Kenway.
You have something for me?
The present whereabouts of the Templar Woodes Rogers. He is attending a small political function, so do it clean.
The word is King George is calling Rogers back to London.
Aye, not happy with his progress in Nassau.
Still too many pirates roaming about, from what I hear.
You'll need a disguise to fool the powderheads at this party. I suggest the visiting diplomat, Ruggero Ferraro. He's been on our list for some time.
Understood. Will you send this to England for me?
Aye. The ship leaves tomorrow.
Caroline Scott Kenway, Hawkins Lane, Bristol.
Earlier in the stream, we saw Edward writing a letter, but then he scrunched it up and threw it away. The letter that he wrote and has sent now, it gets sent to where Caroline was living with her parents, but Edward doesn't know yet that Caroline at this point is already dead. So when he sends this letter and it gets to Caroline's parents' place, if he had sent the letter that he was writing earlier, then maybe he would have found out earlier and things might have turned out different as well. But as it is, he threw that letter away that he was writing back then, and the letter that he wrote now and gets sent away is the one that... what are the words I'm looking for? It's the one that they receive, and then they're like, well, Edward doesn't know that she's actually dead and that they had a child, so we're going to reply back and say, you know, Caroline has died and all that kind of stuff. Vulture, also Sonic, also Batman, also Kyle Crane. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of roles that he's played. If you go to his IMDb, you can probably see every single role that he's done so far. Me too, really? I thought it was a different actor. Oh no. Yeah, it's Roger Craig Smith.
Are you my escort or my captor?
I'm going to follow the character all the way because there's actually extra dialogue that if you don't, like if you kill him when the opportunity arises in the haystack, there's a whole lot of dialogue you miss out on from him.
Damned lockdown! Are you my escort or my captors?
Now the colours. A respected advocate taken out in the street and beaten before the match. Too much.
We'll go when I'm damned good and ready. This town stinks of desperation. How could any man live here? Stop pestering me, English dogs. Are you my escorts or my captors? Va bene. I am ready. We go.
Regulations they've brought into.
There is no beauty to this city. No expression of joy. No aesthetic plan. You walk your streets like animals. Like cattle with no sense of decorum.
Vice Admiral of the Darrow sees himself. Thinks himself's asleep in a minute.
You are all idiots. How you English believe you can subdue the world is beyond me. Ah, praise God for imported wines. Who can drink rum more than once a month? Dio Dio. It's revolting. It's transgression.
What an arse! So how did you...
Bastardo. Now I am lost. How preposterous this city is. All straight lines and rigid blocks and still no sense of order. Oh, how I miss the warm and winding streets of Firenze. How I miss culture. Damn this sweltering heat. Another quaff, I think. Ah, that is the right note. Sangiovese, the finest grape in the world.
Sangiovese is the grape that Ezio talks about in Assassin's Creed Embers, the animated short movie set after Revelations. Actually, no, it's not him himself. It's the dude with the red hair that he sits down next to, I think.
Got to lay off the wee hilly.
There is a point, though, where you can desynchronize if he gets too close to a certain point. But yeah, there's extra dialogue with the character if you just not kill him when the game says, hey, now's an opportune moment to kill him. I like when games do this kind of stuff.
Almost out of wine. I pray this party is well stocked. Or if they have only rum and molasses cakes, I will assassinate the horse.
I like that. I will assassinate the host.
Hide your liquor and lock away your women. Ruggiero Ferraro is here, and he means to make a damn fool of himself.
Now Edward is in his Italian diplomat persona. Now for a glitch that I like to always show. Observe their instruments.
Stop it! I want nothing to do with you!
The slaves and set light to every corner before old Finn was even roused from bed.
This music also plays in Assassin's Creed Unity when Arno's being brought into the Bastille prison and they're going past all the different other prisoners, and you got like the old man talking in Latin, and then you've got the Marquis de Sade yelling, "Oh God, help us, they're killing us, they're killing the prisoners in here."
I only pray their rude help persists in these fevered climes.
Well, I'll have a damn good scar to show the little ones.
Oh! Surely not. The Findlay estate.
I'm on. Oh, go on.
Why do you show me such disrespect, sir?
That's true, Vulture, yep. Stan, he's not the Templar Ezio, he's the actual Ezio who came from beautiful streets of Firenze to this. Man, it's so funny. It really, really is. He also plays the narration in the unlockables in the present day story, where you can see the videos where Abstergo were looking at the memories of Altair and Ezio and Connor to see if there was any viable things that they could create entertainment products out of. And Roger Craig Smith voices the Abstergo agent or, employee or whatever, who's in charge of actually, appraising those sorts of things. And he mispronounces a lot of the names on purpose, even Ezio's name. And Mita, now you notice that you didn't pay much attention to it when you played the game. Yeah, dude. It was really cool. I like when that stuff happens. The actor who plays Arno, Dan Janot, he was in this game as a couple of characters as well. Same with Assassin's Creed 3. He played some characters in that too. So I like it when there's actors that have been in smaller roles.
Salve. Forgive the lateness of my arrival. I am Ruggiero Ferraro.
Aye, Mr. Ferraro. Not a problem.
Smaller roles and then become a main role. And also the other way around too, when you have someone who is a main role who also does some smaller characters too. Here he is just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Sounds like a tagline to a movie.
Ladies and gentlemen, a toast to my brief tenure as Governor of the Bahamas. For under my watch, no less than 300 avowed pirates took the King's pardon and swore fealty to the Crown. And yet, for all my successes, His Majesty has seen fit to sack me and call me home to England. Brilliant! God bless the fucker! Therefore, hooray! Hooray for the ignoble and ignorant prigs who rule the world with sticks up their asses! Hooray!
What we have here is a failure to communicate.
And how is Mrs. Rogers these days?
I haven't the faintest idea, and I don't intend to inquire any further. We separated almost 5 years ago, and both our lives have been the better for it.
Forgive my curiosity, Governor.
Perhaps I'll be more candid later, when the remainder of my reason has left me.
What is it, neighbor?
He was a privateer once. How is it you lack so much respect for sailors only trying to make their way in this world?
You couldn't possibly understand my motives, cretin! You have spent a whole lifetime dismantling everything that makes our civilization shine.
But I do understand. I've seen the observatory, and I know its power. You'd use that device to spy and blackmail and sabotage.
Yes. And yet all for a greater purpose. To ensure justice. To snuff out lies and to seek truth.
There's no man on Earth who needs that power.
Yet you suffer the outlaw Roberts to use it.
No. I'm taking it back. And if you tell me where he is, I'll stop the man.
Here at the edge of a blade, I find a friend in you at last.
Principe, you mad bastard. Our best sources say Principe.
Being a mad bastard is a Kenway trait.
Damnation! Run! Shit! Run! He's off!
Beyond help, this one.
Is it a revolt? What's happened?
It's a revolt, is it? That was so funny in Meta. That NPC saying, what we have here is a failure to communicate. I don't know what spurred that on, like, for them to say that. I mean, I know that having Edward sit down on the bench caused the dialogue to happen, but I mean to say, I don't know why that was dialogue that was chosen to be something said as a result of that action, you know. In Meta, even the actor that plays Edward does a good impression of the Italian name. Oh yeah. Yeah, Matt Ryan does a great job as Edward, and it's one of those things too where if they do a remake and they recast the role, sorry, it's just not the same. Vulture, funny thing, cretin is a Polish swear word. Is it? That's interesting too. Yeah, because in Assassin's Creed Unity, there's a target that says cretin, and the translation says arse.
I can even tell you all the tales your mama did. For a fee.
Legendary company, but the father.
Vulture, who does the mocap? Well, when they're actually doing like scenes together where they're acting with other actors, then it's actually them doing the physical stuff. But sometimes they'll have someone else do the actual things like running around plus any stunt stuff as well that they don't want the actor to do, a stunt person will do. And so sometimes what you see the character doing is the stunt person doing the actions. Or maybe they might not have had time to record the actual actors playing the characters doing certain actions, so they get a stunt person to do it instead, or someone else to just do the actions so that they can have that done. Like, for example, I mean, I don't know, but for example, potentially Matt Ryan could have been the one that was running around as Edward, and they got his running cycle. Or it could just be something that they got someone else to do, for example. But when you have a scene where Edward is like talking to a character and tapping them on the shoulder or doing other things in the scene, then that's the actual actor doing the gestures and stuff. They should make an Assassin's Creed game set in Poland. You'd think by now that they would have. There's so many opportunities to do various places around the world.
It's done.
Where now?
Grab your kit and pack well. We're sailing for Africa.
But then you have like things like in Red Dead Redemption 2, Roger Clark actually crouch walked and crouch ran for Arthur. You know what I mean? So it wasn't a stunt person that they got to do that. It's actually Roger Clark himself doing that. So whenever you play Red Dead Redemption 2 and you're playing as Arthur and you have him crouch and then run, Roger Clark actually did that performance of the crouching and running. Well, that's good, Vulture. It's good that you have a lot of breaks. After you break, you have English. Cool. You had maths earlier. That's good. Oh, nice, Vulture. That'd be good. That way you can do things at your own pace, and if you need to go and grab a drink, you can just get up and go and grab one. You know, you don't have to wait until a certain moment when someone's finished talking to then, you know, go and grab something or whatnot. If you want to listen to music or something while you do your study, you know, things like that. It'd be good to have that freedom to do those kinds of things when you're studying.
I met the finest ram, sir, that ever was fed up all day. That's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, lie, lie. This ram and I got drunk, sir, as drunk could be. And when we sobered up, sir, we were far away out at sea. That's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, lie, lie. This wonderful old ram, sir, was playful as a kid. It swallowed the captain's spyglass along with the bosom's fid. That's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, lie, lie. The night was very rough, sir, the wind like ice did feel. He borrowed me suit of oilskins and taught me trick at the wheel. That's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, lie, lie. He climbed a loft so full of him to stow the top.
Captain! Here's one still kicking!
Who did this?
It were a large vessel, the Royal Fortune.
Roberts.
Offered no quarter, didn't say nothing.
Didn't offer a quarter. That's pretty cheap of them. Oh, nice, Vulture. That's cool. You know the words to Johnny Leave Her. Great song, that one. That's a lie. That's a lie, lie, lie. That's a lie. I thought I'd do that a few times, just to do different takes, so to speak. Thank you so much, Crooked, for redeeming that as an Arnie impression. Now, having Arnie sing these sea shanties, that'd be pretty awesome. Stan, nah, sir, this isn't Horizon Zero Dawn stream. It's like, are you nuts? Thanks, Deadly Vulture, for redeeming the random Assassin's Creed quote. So Vulture, the I am Ezio Auditore, that's a very sort of like short kind of thing. Are you putting that in there to say that you want me to get the line where he's killed Uberto and he says, you know, I'm still here, me, Ezio Auditore? Because if that's so, then that's cool. So that okay, cool, awesome. Yeah, so I'll grab that one. So I'll have a look. So that was Assassin's Creed 2 that one's in. It's such a great moment, that one. And that's all good, Vulture, yeah. If you have like a vague idea of what, you know, the scene might be or the quote, you know, definitely don't hesitate to put in like, you know, what kind of part it was, you know, if there's a specific one. Where I search for these quotes from, there's actually a hell of a lot of pages for quotes of Assassin's Creed 2. So I just need to go through each page and just scroll down. Alright, so I've found it. The Auditore are not dead. I'm still here. Me, Ezio Auditore. There we go. Thanks for redeeming that, Vulture. It's a great moment. Absolutely powerful sort of like reaction and just, yeah, it's such a great moment. Triggered Assassino. Assassino? First time he's addressed as one. That's true. Assassino. Classic. I'm not worried about the optional objectives, so we'll just fly through this pub.
Stop! You!
Why? Who chases me now, eh? Is it a spectre come to spook me? Ah, you're the gaunt remains of a man I sent to hell.
Man on canvas! Let's move!
Fire!
The way is blocked, Captain. We'll have to find another path.
Douse all but mains! Mains out, let's go! Reef in, all tops!
Careful of that mortar fire!
Hardy, sir! Give me some speed!
We're ready, sir!
Fire! Make some damage here! Fire! Quick as we can, sir! Fire! For you, sir! Yay! Fire! Ready to fire! 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 Triple terrorist to timber cover! Fire! On your mark! Fire! Reloading! Fire! 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 Almost ready! Fire!
Time! Edward, there's cross trees on the horizon.
Flying British colours!
There's Spanish ships there, Captain. This'll be a mess if we don't hurry. Captain. We've a better than even chance.
No. There's a device with him that needs taking. I'll have to board her myself.
Man the guns! There's more fodder for you coming.
Crooked Katso. Vulture English starts at 3 PM. Best of luck with it. I hope it goes well.
Come be sundered. By Jove, Edward Kenway, how can I not be impressed by the attention you paid me? May the best of we two sing praises of the second.
A merry life and a short one, as promised. How well I know myself. And what of you, Edward? Have you found the peace you seek? I'm not aiming so high as that. For what's peace but a confusion between two wars? Oh, you're a stoic then. But perhaps I was wrong about you. She might have had some use for you after all. She? Of whom do you speak? Oh, she who lies in wait, entombed. I had hoped to find her, to see her again, to open the door of the temple and hear her speak my name once more. Talk sense, man. Oh, I was born too soon. Like so many others before. Where's the device, Robert? Destroy this body, Edward. The Templars. If they take me...
Yeah, Vulture, sometimes it ends up being the rope kill where Edward just throws it and then he lures or pulls Roberts in and then just holds it and then chokes him out. But then there's also the one, of course, where you do the hanging. So I always hope that I can do the hanging one, but sometimes it doesn't do that. Or I get the timing wrong or whatnot. Stan Bartholomew rope darts. Very nice. Hey there, gamer guy for you. How's things going? Welcome on in. Hope things are going well. Crooked, she is going to have use for your grandson, though, Edward. That is true. That's true. Yeah, Connor Kenway. He'll have interactions with Juno. Welcome back, Mr. Epic. That's right, yeah, time for the end. Getting closer and closer.
Stunts out! Let's get moving!
No se puede entrar. A paseo.
Ah, Captain Kenway. I'm assuming this is the friendliest face you've seen since dropping anchor?
Is Havana under curfew on my account?
Aye. Torres seems to think someone's coming after him.
He's not wrong.
A monkey-looking thing? Is that what I think it is?
Aye. Watch. Through the blood of the governor, we can see through his eyes.
That's by the church.
Keep this safe. Just in case.
I'll be at the bureau. Good luck.
Stan, it's such an overreaction to be high alert on Edward in Havana. So what? He is trying to kill the Templar leader. Yeah, I mean, that's not something that you need to have high security levels to actually stop from happening. Like, what are we talking about here? Come on. Nice one, Crooked. I found it on Mankey Island. Look behind you, a three-headed Mankey.
Tenemos un asunto pendiente con el tiburón en el castillo. El señor Torres querrá hablar con nosotros personalmente.
¿El propio Torres? Menudo honor.
No te alteres, amigo. Esto no es una reunión de sociedad. Seguidnos.
Señor, disculpe, pero ¿por qué tenemos que entrar ahí? Ya han enviado a la mayoría de la flota.
¿Estás cuestionando una orden directa, soldado?
No, señor, pero es que...
Bien. ¡Atención!
Calla. Un rumor acaba con la confianza más rápido que una bala. Ni menciones a los asesinos.
He oído historias sobre ellos. Espero que te equivoques.
Ahí, vosotros dos. Cerrad esas bocas antes de que os las tenga que cerrar yo.
Señor, sí, señor.
Like you did the rest of our crew. Piss off!
Dios, ¿ahora qué?
Marcus! Oh, Jesus! You bleeding animal!
Gracias, señor. Esos prisioneros.
Cállate. Bien, continuemos. Vosotros, seguidnos. Y esta vez no vayáis a meter la pata.
¡Lo veo directamente! ¡Lo tengo a tiro! ¡Se está yendo! ¡A vuestras posiciones!
Gamer guy, my bad, Rod. Long time, been hospitalized for some time, since January the 6th. You just got out last week on Thursday, so you're just slowly recovering at home. Hope you're well. Oh, that's all good, gamer guy. You know, that's no worries at all. I'm so sorry to hear that you've been hospitalized and that you haven't had a great start to the year. That's really, really terrible. I hope that you can get some kind of relief as well as, you know, heal up as well. So hopefully you have a really good recovery process as well. And as for me, I'm doing really good. Going to be finishing this game today, and then that's another game to mark off the list. Well, this was actually a playthrough that I hadn't planned. I was like, I feel like playing Black Flag again, so I'll insert it into the schedule somewhere. But it's been good to replay it again. But the next time I do will be for my annual playthroughs, which this year I'm going to be doing them differently in how I schedule them. So I'm going to do them in groupings. So I'm going to do like Assassin's Creed 1, 2, well, Assassin's Creed 1, Bloodlines 2, Brotherhood, Revelations 3, and Liberation actually. I should include that too. Or maybe I won't in that. I don't know, I haven't decided that yet, but I'm going to separate them into groups, and then when one group of games is done, take a break, put other games on the schedule, and then, you know, get back to the AC series again with the next grouping, and so on and so forth. Yeah, Crooked, that animation, that was so funny. It was like he was in the middle of another animation before I was pressing the button to kick him.
See, I'm a man of simple tastes. I like dynamite, and gunpowder, and gasoline. Do you know what all of these things have in common? They're cheap.
What's that from, Mr. Epic? Thanks for redeeming it as a Bane impression. crooked. He looked like he had severe diarrhea. One of them kicked his backside. Where to go? It's like, you think it's bad enough you've got diarrhea. How about a boot to the arse a few times?
Hemos perdido al canalla.
Oh, nice, Mr. Epic. Yeah, I haven't seen that movie in over a decade. That's a good movie, that one. That's all good, Gamer Guy. Absolutely no worries at all. Really does suck, though. I mean, any time of the year getting sick or having to, you know, go into hospital for if it's an injury or might be an operation. Any time is bad enough. But on top of that, to have it be at the start of a year too, like, that would also be very frustrating where it's like, oh, of course this is how the year would start, you know. So hopefully things get better for you this year as well. I sure do, Gamer Guy, yeah. Even if there's some games that I don't like that much. I think you got to take the good with the bad. You can be a fan of a franchise and like or not like some stuff in it. You don't have to love everything.
¡Quieto! ¡Vuelve! ¡O lo haremos por las malas! ¿Qué intentas, esconderte? ¡Vuelve aquí! ¡Parad a ese! ¡Ah! ¡Ahí! ¡A por él! ¡Para! Tengo una pregunta para ti. ¡Alto!
¡Listo para abrir fuego!
You're done, Torres. Christ.
This again, eh?
You're a canny one up close.
¡Lo veo directamente!
Are you weak against bullets?
¡Lo tengo justo en la mira!
¡Objetivo a la vista!
¡Tengo un disparo
¡Lo
claro!
tengo a tiro! ¡Objetivo a la vista! ¡Lo tengo encañonado!
I can't score a hit like this.
¡Atacad!
No man's immune to a pistol shot, I reckon.
¡Es mío! ¡No escapará!
If you could speak, mate, it would gladden me to hear your side. You humbled me once, and I took that hard lesson, and I bettered myself. Die, knowing that for all of our conflict, you helped make a soldier out of a scoundrel. Leave this life for a lasting peace, down among the dead.
no se te ha perdido nada.
Quédate donde...
Que no creas que se puede atacar a alguien. Aunque tiene 30 años.
We got word Torres left the city. Who were you chasing?
That vial was labeled Torres, but held the blood of his second. Where's he gone?
Left port this morning, heading west along the coast.
The observatory.
Will we follow?
Send word to Atabai. We've cornered our man.
Gamer Guy, that's true. Yeah. Because not everything's going to be perfect. And so it's okay to be like, well, this wasn't as good as this other thing. You don't have to be like, this might not be as good as that other thing, but I have to say it's actually good as that thing because I have to love everything, you know. I think that's, if you're not being truthful, you know, that is. But if you're honestly feeling that way, that's different. Stan, yes. Laureano Torres is dead. Get in, we won. What the? Dun dun dun. It's like, how the hell? Gamer Guy, fight. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. I remember one time when I did a playthrough where I didn't have much upgraded stuff. I kept on trying to lure him to a higher edge and then make him fall off, which I did succeed at, but it was very time consuming doing it that way. Crooked, nice one. Yeah, it's so fun to do that. It's really funny how you can actually just one-shot kill him by having him get close enough to the lift that when you use it, the counterweight that gets dropped actually lands on him and kills him in one hit. It makes you like how he's waiting his turn. That's so true too. Just like standing there waiting for the next in line. It's just like, yep. Gamer Guy, gaming like a pro. Well, I wouldn't go that far. I'm not really a pro at these games, but, you know, when things work the way that I want them to, it's definitely satisfying. Mr. Epic now wrote, imagine this scene in Remaster Valhalla style with Edward just standing there with his arms crossed. Oh yeah, his arms crossed and then sort of like putting his hands on his hips and doing that sort of stuff. Crooked, it's interesting how there isn't weather effects during cutscenes, same with the Blackbeard scene in Heavy Rain when he's bartering for medicine. Yeah, you mean weather audio effects. Yeah, I wonder why actually. That is weird though. How they do that sometimes with stuff as well. Gamer Guy, has every AC had a remaster? AC1 needs one, you think? Well, so far, in terms of remakes, there hasn't been one yet. But in terms of remasters, we've had the Ezio trilogy, and we've also had Assassin's Creed 3 remastered, as well as Assassin's Creed Liberation remastered as well. Technically, we had AC1... Well, not really. The PC version of AC1 came out a year after the console versions did, and they added some stuff to that. So that's not even technically a remaster of AC1. I was going to say it was, but now that I think about it, it's not. Stan, does the rope dart work? That's what I was actually thinking, because I tried it there, but I don't know if I didn't do it because I just messed it up, or it didn't actually work on him. Hey Amanda Nicole, welcome on in. How's it going? Oh yeah, and Meta Rogue, that's right, that got a remaster as well. Yeah. So AC2 2, Brotherhood, Revelations, 3, Rogue, and Liberation. They've actually got remasters so far. Thanks for pointing that out, Inmeter. I'd forgotten about Rogue. Oops, I hit the mic accidentally, sorry.
What's this tourist doing looking for the observatory? When you're holding the treasure yourself?
Torres doesn't know I have it.
So why bring it to him and risk its capture?
I'd like him to know I have it, just before he dies.
Loose all and trim sharp to the wind! Why don't you blow?
Welcome back, Edward! There's a fleet blocking the cove we want.
Aye, the Armada. That's Torres and his men.
And you're going to do what, exactly?
Find our way past them.
More sail! All sail!
Sail! Crowd on!
Whiskey is the life of man.
Heave to, lad!
Yeah, gamer guys, so had a few already. The AC3 remaster, I think, was a waste of time for them to actually do. At least in the way in which they did it, would be more accurate to say. I think they should have done a better job.
Ship coming after us, sir! Man of war, sir! Fire! Ready to fire, sir! Cannon ready! Fire! They have it! Put a shot right through there! Use the topsails and gather! Fire! Fire! Get him there, sir! That'll wipe him out! Almost ready! Keep his right there, Colin Gold! Get him to get the mains free! Fire! Every last They've landed a hit! Fire! Crew up! There he goes! Fire! Taking a hit! Trim the yards off the wind! Awaiting orders! Fire! Fire! Working on it! Your ears are mine! Fire! All exposed! Take the shot! Fire! In it, drink! Loose and trim too!
Gamer guys, Splinter Cell. Now that would actually be cool if they got remasters done of those. And it would be great as well if the PC version of Splinter Cell Pandora Tomorrow was actually re-released. Because that game, even though for me personally Chaos Theory is the better game, Pandora Tomorrow is still a worthy entry in the series, and so I feel like it's a bit of a shame that they've neglected that one. Because if you get the Splinter Cell collection, that game's not part of it. Thank you for the follow, Chiao. Thank you. Yeah, gamer guy. Boat fight.
Ease up!
Follow hype indeed. so good.
Who's this Taurus? And what's your man done to earn a death sentence?
He's a Templar, like Rogers and Hornigold. Man cooking up schemes to use the observatory for ill purposes. For power and control. The violence he'd cause with this thing would be subtle but heavy. Deadly, yet leaving no mark. Does that make sense?
Like, if there was a drought and people was thirsty, and one man had a large cask of water but gave a sip to none, he'd be a killer with no blood in his hands.
Aye, like that.
Fair enough. So will you go ashore, or will I swim you there myself?
Captain Salt in himself.
Lord, there's a bit of a chill, isn't there? Thought we might see some soldiers and the like. Maybe they've gone?
No, they're here. Deep in the jungle.
Edward almost levitated.
Soldiers, just there. What should we do? Jesus, look at all this. Corpses for miles.
They brought every ounce of menace they had.
Yeah, Gamer Guy, imagine coming upon that scene. What a death.
All so strange. What is it?
Later, Anne. I'll tell you all when this is finished.
tengo en mi línea de tiro. Tengo un disparo claro.
It's so funny in these games when ally characters will actually bump into you. Sometimes when you're trying to actually fight enemies, they'll just bump into you and put you off. And so then that'll leave you open for an enemy to hit you then and all that kind of stuff.
Holy Mother of Gods. Is this the place we've come to see?
Aye. Stand watch here, and let none follow.
Fit for another dozen fights, aye. Go on, you! There's not much time.
¡Mis piernas! ¡Oh, mis piernas! ¡Venga, muévete! ¡No puedo! ¡Mis piernas no responden! ¡Déjalo! ¡Déjalo! ¡Moriremos todos! ¿Has oído? ¡Levántate! ¡No quiero dejarte aquí! ¡Será vuestro fe! ¡Está aquí! ¡El pirata está aquí! ¡Perdóname, por favor! ¡No quiero morir!
That's right, Gamer Guy, yeah. Yeah, got a lot of Lara Croft on the channel this year, actually. Got the remasters. I've got the annual playthrough series. Chronicles is celebrating a 25th anniversary, so I've got that too. Rise of the Tomb Raider is celebrating a 10th anniversary, so... So yeah, a lot of Tomb Raider stuff. Rise of the Tomb Raider, I'll be doing other playthroughs for it as well, for its 10th anniversary.
Hemos activado algo.
¡Registrarlo todo! ¡Hay que parar esta locura! Nuestro deber es quedarnos con Torres. ¿Dónde vais?
¡Ese viejo conseguirá que nos maten a todos!
¡Te castigo!
¡Con esto caerá! ¡No te acerques a eso! ¡Socorro! ¡Por Dios, ayudadme! ¡Venga! ¡No bajéis el ritmo!
Hemos activado algo.
Yeah, Gamer Guy, that's something that's unfortunately been going on for years now. It's really annoying.
¡Registrarlo todo!
Hay que parar esta locura.
Even if they aren't actually active anymore, I still keep that up though, because you never know.
¡Que no escape!
Yeah, getting burnt to a crisp. That wasn't fun.
¡Está aquí! ¡Matadlo!
Oh yeah, falling stuff in this. Especially if you've not played it before and you're not expecting the drop to quickly happen, you might think, oh shit, do I have to press anything? And then sometimes you don't have to because the game has just been like, ha, gotcha. I tried one time to use the rope dart to kill Torres with, but the game won't actually let you use it, unfortunately.
We could have worked together, Edward. We could have taken power for ourselves and brought these miserable empires to their knees. There is so much potential in you. So much you have not yet accomplished. I could show you things. Mysteries beyond anything that you could imagine. Captain Kenway, ever a splinter in my side. Does this murder fulfill you?
I'm only seeing a job done, Torres. As you'd have done with me.
As we have done, I think. You have no family anymore, no friends, no future. Your losses are far greater than ours.
That may be. But killing you rights a far greater wrong than ever I did.
You honestly believe that?
You would see all of mankind corralled into a neatly furnished prison, safe and sober, yet dulled beyond reason and sapped of all spirit. So with everything I've seen and learned in these last years, I do believe it.
You wear your convictions well. They suit you.
Torres awakened something fierce. Are we safe?
With the device returned, I believe so.
What do you call this place?
Captain Kenway's Folly!
Etsawol Tesu Tukilan. Kat Wenen. We will seal this place and discard the key. Until another sage appears, this door will remain locked.
There were vials when I came here last. Filled with the blood of ancient men, Robert said, but they're gone now.
Then it's up to us to recover them, before the Templars catch wind of this. You could join us in that cause.
I will, but only after I fix what I mangled back home.
It arrived last week.
This face says so much. Edward has found out now that Caroline, his wife, is actually dead. That she died from the sickness that she had been suffering from. And finds out as well that she was actually pregnant and that he has a daughter named Jennifer.
Wakey, wakey. I don't believe we've been formally introduced. Not in this era, anyway. I wish I could explain all the strangeness, but there isn't much time. The short of it is, you saw my beloved Juno. And for a brief moment, I thought she might occupy this tender body of yours. But something went wrong. And now, she's back out there, adrift. Oh, she was magnificent once. One of a race of beautiful, wonderful creatures. They created your kind. Did you know that? Your people were tools to them. That's all you have ever been. That's all you should ever be. One day soon, I hope. For the world is nearly ready for her return. Wired. Prepared for a second coming. Uh-oh. Here they come. Those Templars. Or maybe assassins this time. Idiots. All of them. I envy you. It was her wish that I be here to greet her. It was her experiment that made it possible for my rebirth as one of these things. Ah!
Stay down! Get down on your back! Now! He's got a gun!
Guide me into the grave, beloved! I am your instrument!
Put the gun down! Drop it! Drop your weapon! Clear! Clear! Check his vitals. He's bleeding fast. Check the victim.
Are you okay? Can you hear me? Hello? Talk to me. You alright?
You alright? Can you still work? Chop chop. Get back to it.
There you are. Thank God. I hope you feel well. You look good. Can you stand? Good. Try walking around. A doctor came by, said there wasn't anything to worry about. That the liquid in the syringe was far, far below a lethal dose. I feel terrible about all this. About everything. All our evidence pointed to you, but it was John all along. God, the things we found on his computer. Whatever you need, we'll provide. You've done an amazing job. Speaking of which, our trailer is finished. Would you like to see it? I owe you that much. There we go. I uploaded it to your database. You can watch it here or at your Animus. I think you'll love it. It really captures the essence of the era. So, take care. And again, thank you.
World where pirates rule the waves. These men will discover that nothing is sacred and everyone is committed to rum, plunder, and women.
Hola, ladies.
This summer, Abstergo Entertainment invites you aboard for the adventure of a lifetime. So sharpen your cutlasses, shine your hooks, and sail with the devils of the Caribbean. This virtual experience is not being rated.
In Assassin's Creed Unity, at the start, one of the entertainment products that you see is Devils of the Caribbean, and all these other ones as well. But I just want to point that one out in particular because we're actually playing the game that's actually from. That's the second version of the teaser, which is so terrible. It's very cringe. The other one that you unlock is much better as well. Yeah, exactly, gamer guy. Definitely a lot of mixed emotions as well, you know. Thanks for the GGs in Meta. Thank you, dude. That's right, in Meta. Yeah, modern day Sage. Yeah. It's so ironic that the other Sage in Edward's time period told Edward to destroy his body so that the Templars wouldn't be able to use it, yet current day Sage doesn't have the memory. Well, I mean, he does have the memory, but you would think he would have the memory of the other Sage, because that's the thing. Aita, when I guess when he's activated in human DNA, um, the sage actually remembers the past lives of the other sages as well. So you'd think he'd be like, right, I need to make sure that I don't actually compromise things by having the Templars get my body if I die. But John Standish, the current sage, is like, yeah, go crazy, I'm going to shoot you, get shot. And then, of course, they use his DNA then to do nefarious stuff. Thanks for the GG's, Apostle, as well. Thank you very, very much. In Meta, never released. That's true. Never released. It's a shame that you couldn't actually play any of those other ones, even if it was like a single memory in the other entertainment products in that menu at the start of Unity. That's right, Gamer Guy, yeah, 2014. I can't wait till that comes out in 2014.
And, well, what now? Talk, you idiot! Look at the light! Isn't that the battery? I think that's the battery. Hello? Hello? Look, sorry about this. My name is Sean, and back there is Rebecca, my partner in crime. Hello. Bloody good work earlier. Honestly, I mean it. Delivering us all that data. It's really just too bad that our man on the inside was such a, how to put it? Fanatic. Fanatic is the best word, I suppose. We take who we can get. Exactly. Well put. We saw in John an opportunity to burrow deeper into Abstergo's cloud servers, and I'm not ashamed to say we took it. Not realizing, of course, that he was enlisting you to help him. And to blame, should anything go wrong. I suppose it all worked out very nicely in the end. Most of it, anyway.
What Sean really wants to say is, if you're up for more hacking, we are too. John gave you level 3 security clearance before he died. You should use it. The assassins don't have the resources to pay you like the Templars do, but we'll make it worth your while.
Look, we should really cut it short, Bex. 20 seconds.
All right. Good luck.
Cheers, mate. And top-notch work. Really top. Give yourself a pat on the back. And happy hacking.
Thank you, Gorky. Muchly appreciated. I definitely will. A little bit to go, and then playthrough is done. Yeah, Gamer Guy, exactly 11 years too late. Just a little bit. Yeah, it's kind of cool that you unlock these as you go through the game. It's a shame you can't actually investigate them in close-up. Would have been good if you could interact, and then it goes to another screen, and then you can like zoom in and rotate around. Meanwhile, Odin is stuck in Eivor with his so far known in canon as his only reincarnation. If you were Odin, you would be like, damn, you're in a defective product. Yeah, I mean, Eivor's dead by this point. Eivor dies at some point in the past. But imagine having memories of being a superior being, and then you're having to exist inside the body of people that you think are inferior, you know, like the Isu. Not all of them, but some of them definitely saw the humans as just slaves and nothing more. Tools to be used. Hey, Absolution. How's it going?
Gentlemen, how do you find it here?
It will work for us. But our goal must be to scatter our operations. To live and work among the people we protect, just as Altair Ben Lahad once counseled.
Well, until that time, it's yours as you see fit.
Edward, Captain Woods Rogers survived his wounds. He has since returned to England, shamed and in great debt, but no less a threat.
I will finish that job when I return. You have my word.
What's it for me, I says? Bloody tossboss, have it coming.
Evening, Anne.
Edward?
I'll be sailing for London in the next few months. I'd be a hopeful man if you were beside me.
England's the wrong way around the globe for an Irish woman.
Will you stay with the assassins?
No, I haven't got that kind of conviction in my heart. You?
In time, aye. When my mind is settled and my blood is cooled.
Sail ho! Coming into the cove!
You're a good man, Edward. And if you learn to keep settled in one place for more than a week, you'll make a fine father too. Of all the money that e'er I had, I spent it in good company, and all the harm that e'er I've done, alas, it was to none but me. And all I've done for want of wit to memory now I can't recall. So felt me the parting glass. Good night and joy be with you all. Oh, all the comrades ere I had, they're sorry for my going, and all the spirits that ere I've loved, they'd wish me one more day to stay. But since it falls unto my lot that I should rise and you should, I'll gently rise and softly call. Good night and joy be with you all. Good night and joy be with you all.
Loose all and trim sharp to the wind!
Father, did you always know how to sail a boat?
The Jackdaw is a ship, Jenny, not a boat.
But did you always know?
No. No, I learned after leaving Bristol.
After you left Mother?
Well, I didn't leave without saying goodbye, that is. It was an arrangement, you see, between your mother and me.
She said you left her. She said you always talked about sailing a boat and making money in the New World.
I did always want to sail a ship. That's true. But not for a lark. To support us. And take care of her. And you.
Not me. Mother said you didn't know about me. She said you wrote only once a year and that she never knew where to find you.
That's all true, and I'm sorry for that. If I'd known earlier... I don't know. I might have come home. I hope that I would have.
Well, you were busy. That's what I think.
I was, but... that wouldn't have mattered.
Can I steal your boat?
Boat? I see no boat here. Do you?
I mean ship, obviously. I don't see the difference anyway.
Ah, it's a very simple one, Jenny. A ship can carry a boat, but a boat cannot carry a ship.
Why then, everything is a ship. Large and small. But for my toy boat, the one I take into the bath with me.
That's a clever way of seeing it. Is it hard to talk about Caroline, Jenny? About your mother?
No. She passed some years ago. I miss her, but it's all right.
Was she in pain?
I don't know. I don't think so. She was very happy for quite some time. Then, not so happy. I didn't see her much after that. Then, she was gone.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you.
It's all right. You're here now. And we're on an adventure.
Only a little one, I hope. I can't handle too many more surprises.
Do you think we'll see a whale?
Yes, there's a very good chance.
And what about pirates? Will I see pirates?
No. Not much chance of that, I think.
Oh, that's rather sad. I should have liked to have seen one.
Tell you what, Jenny. As soon as these winds die a little, I'll let you steer the jackdaw. One little trick at the helm before sundown.
Yay!
Miss Jennifer Kenway, may I introduce myself?
Jennifer Scott, if you please.
I'm sorry,
My daughter was raised by her mother, Caroline, until she passed away some years ago. Jenny prefers to use her surname to mine.
Please forgive my ignorance.
I will. She may not.
Father, help me.
This little rascal, however, is a Kenway. What's wrong, Hafen?
I can't see the stage.
Up we go. How's that?
Fine. But won't your arms tire?
Hey, I'm not so old as that. But if they do, then we shall quit this posh gig and go and meet your mother for some chocolate at White's. How's that sound?
Yes, please.
Okay, hush now.
Fuck the Templars for what they do to that family. I like how those two are so drunk that they just don't give a shit about multiple smoke bombs just being thrown literally right in their face. They're just like, look man, we don't have time for this shit. Just do whatever. Throw those smoke bombs. We don't care at this point. Meanwhile, the other guy's like, stop it! What are you doing? And there we go. That is the end. Absolution, did I just call you a tool? Definitely not, no. Was referring to the Isu who created humans to be tools, to be used. Slaves. Mr. Epic, Ubisoft reincarnation isn't really reincarnation. It's supposed to be their memories from a past life. But they treat it like there's two different souls in one body fighting for control. You kind of find that stupid. Because it's not really reincarnation and it's more like a parasite. Yeah. I mean, one of the things too when you're trying to visually convey something in a movie or a video game, sometimes it's done in such a way that it's not supposed to be taken literally, but it's more like just a way to convey to the audience or the player that there's some kind of like, you know, other thing going on. So like with Aita, for example, the DNA of Aita somehow, and they never really explain it, but somehow is able to manifest itself randomly in humans. And so you get someone that is born, but they have memories of their previous sage. So it's all memory based anyway. So if you look at the Animus, it uses DNA to access, it accesses DNA and interprets it, and you know it's looking at memories. So the memories of what Aita had gone through and what the other sages had gone through is carried on, you know, and all that kind of stuff. And the thing with Eivor and all that is it's more like a repression of these things where it's not until something really tragic happens that it actually triggers. So for Eivor, when she gets bitten on the neck by the wolf, it's what actually triggers the vision of a memory of Odin. And as a result of that, she actually starts to hear Odin's voice. She's talking to Sigurd one time and she says, you know, what did you say? And Sigurd's like, I said nothing. And she's like, just now, you said something. And it was actually Odin speaking to Eivor as well. And then it wasn't until years later when Eivor got her father's axe again that it triggered another memory, you know, and then she started to actually see Odin. So it's more like a progression of certain things happening and all that kind of stuff. But in terms of like the whole two souls in one body thing, it's not really that, like, because, you know, it's not really the soul itself, it's the DNA that is being carried through, and within that DNA, being able to access the memories and all that kind of stuff. Absolution, by far the best AC ending. It is. It's really, really cool. It's one of the best ones. Revelations is up there for me as well. And Origins too. It's a great ending. Assassin's Creed 2 as well. Such a cliffhanger of an ending. Yeah, get to the ship now. Yeah. Thank you, Crooked, for redeeming the Arnie impression. Captain Arnie. Yeah, it's such a sad thing, Gamer Guy. You know, like with Caroline dying and It's a shame too, because Caroline isn't able to see how much Edward has changed, you know, because obviously she's dead by the time he even, you know, gets back to England and stuff. Thanks for the GGs, Crooked, and Oliver as well. Thank you very, very much. It's over. It is. Amita, boat. I don't see any boats here. I mean, ship, obviously. Absolution. Empty rum barrels are considered lifeboats. Oh, that's interesting. It makes me think of The Hobbit, where they go into barrels and hide in the barrels. Oliver, is that Child Elizabeth from Pirates of the Caribbean? It's a pirate's life for me. I haven't seen that movie in a very long time. Crooked, what is Machiavelli doing here? I know, right? It's so funny. Machiavelli appears in so much stuff. He even appears in Watch Dogs 2 as Wrench. Like, what's going on? It's almost like it's the same actor or something. Crooked Common Edward, throw Hatham over. Psycho Edward. Psycho Edward playthrough. Won't your arms tire? Tire this. Just throw him off the balcony. Oliver, Crocodile's a psychopath. It's so funny, Oliver. Crooked has done a couple of playthroughs of Odyssey. Once as Cassandra being a psycho, and once as Alexius. And that emote is actually what he had Alexius wearing during that playthrough. Choosing all the negative options or, you know, dialogue choices of being an asshole or, you know, otherwise as well. It's such a great piece of music, Oliver. That whole credits, you know, it's really, really good. Yeah, the prankster, just throwing all the smoke bombs in their faces. Crooked, they're so drunk, they're just happy they're alive. That's true. That's right, Oliver. Yeah, 10 hours. Saturday, I did 11 hour and a half, I think it was, stream of Rise of the Tomb Raider. Sunday, another 11 hour stream. Monday, a 10 hour stream. But tomorrow's stream won't be a long ass stream, because Call of Cthulhu, where I'm up to, there's not much left. The pacing of that game is really, really quick once you get past Chapter 7. Which is where I'm up to, Chapter 7. Thank you for the GG's, Gamer Guy. Good stream. Thanks, Rod. Been a chilled out time with you. I'll see you around again. No worries at all, Gamer Guy. And I really hope that things get better for you. I hope you recover well. And it was good to see you in chat again. Thank you so much for dropping in and for chatting as well. Mr. Epic, now try Eivor voice again, but in more black lung. Oh yeah, like what Micah calls Arthur. Where sort of like, you know, the raspy voice. But I don't know, I don't mind raspy female voices. Like Emma Stone has a voice like that. I can't remember her name, but she plays Sadie in Red Dead Redemption 2 as well. Actually, they are tired. You should do something about that. It's like, can cure that tiredness permanently. So this is where I'm going to call it a stream. For this playthrough, I just wanted to do another playthrough of this game. I felt like playing it again. And we did collecting all the sea shanties. We killed, destroyed, defeated all the legendary ships and did the main story. And that is all I'm doing for this playthrough. Just want to thank everyone so much for watching the stream. I really do appreciate it. The next stream you'll see from me will be Call of Cthulhu. Now the thing about this is I haven't decided whether to do Call of Cthulhu as just a single stream earlier my time or later my time. I just don't really know, unfortunately, at this point, whether it will be earlier in my day or later in my day as well. But in any case, if you see me streaming Call of Cthulhu, then you know it's become Tuesday here in Australia. That's okay for the stream, Crooked. Absolutely no worries at all, dude. Definitely catch you next time, Senny. I hope that you have a great rest of your day. Oh, nice and meaty. You got 222,000 channel points. That is excellent, dude. That's awesome. And that's all good for the stream. And Mita, no worries at all, dude. I definitely will have a good one. I hope that you do too. Before I end, I'd like to give some shout-outs. definitely would like to recommend the following streamers. Absolution, who is doing IRL streams. In Meta is doing his first ever playthrough of Uncharted 4, A Thief's End. He's also doing a playthrough of The Witcher 1. Crocodiles is doing a playthrough of A Plague Tale Innocence. He's doing a massive historical order run that includes multiple different games of different genres, different franchises, and he's doing these in timeline order, so he's looking at what year they take place in, and then he's organising the order based on that. So he's up to A Plague Tale Innocence. He's doing a playthrough with his minimal HUD, so like an immersion mode playthrough, and he's also a massive fan of Assassin's Creed as well. Lucinda is doing a Resident Evil marathon. She's currently up to Resident Evil Revelations 1. We'll be doing Revelations 2 as well, as the other mainline entries also, and is a big fan of the Dishonored series too. Mr. Gote is a streamer of games like Banish's Ghost in New Eden. He's also a fan of games like Elden Ring and the Outlast games as well. Shillerlock is doing a playthrough of Dishonored, Death of the Outsider. He's a fan of the Dishonored games, but also Mafia. He's doing a Mafia series playthrough, currently up to Mafia 3, I believe. And yeah, definitely recommend checking out all their streamers if you haven't before. Oh yeah, Oliver, that's no trouble at all, dude. Thank you for the amazing adventure. See you next time, Master Rodo. No worries at all, Oliver. Thank you so much for being here. I'm glad that you enjoyed. Thank you so much. Definitely catch you next time. That's all good for the shout-out, Amita. Absolutely no trouble at all. Crooked, shh. No shout-outs in the library. This is a library. Why are you talking loudly? Oliver, you didn't know there was a library here? A library on Twitch? Imagine that, a Twitch channel that's just a library, where it's like, can you check out this book for us? Yeah, sure. And then they grab the book off the shelf and they're like, here's the book, and they show the cover, and then they like, you know, all that kind of stuff. That's okay for the shout out, Senny. No worries at all, dude. More than happy to give you one. Alright, so we're going to go and give Shillerlock a raid. There's a raid message that everyone can feel free to copy and paste. I've got one to put in for subscribers as well, and we'll then kick off the raid to Shillerlock. He's doing Dishonored, Death of the Outsider. There we go. There's a series of dancing animated jam emotes. Not sure yet what's going to happen next Monday, but Monday the 24th was this game. Tomorrow will be Call of Cthulhu. On Wednesday, I'll be getting back to Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation Remastered. And then on Saturday, March the 1st, and Sunday, March the 2nd, we'll be continuing on with Rise of the Tomb Raider as well. I haven't decided yet if I'll use that Monday for another Rise of the Tomb Raider stream, or if I'll use it for just a stream day off. But I'll think about that and then update the schedule accordingly. But thank you so much, everyone, for watching the stream. I really do appreciate it a lot. I hope that everyone has a great rest of your day as well, and I'll catch you in the next stream.
May have to cut anchor in the night and risk it. We're losing a lot of time and each man's on a share. We're all losing money now.
No, she left. A good thing too, with the Ryland they were given.
Well, no. The truly outrageous discovery is that at 6 and 20 years,